Just see that stream alert ding-a-ling, HasanAbi is live. Come on, it's lovely weather for some Twitter memes together, let's vibe. Online the discourse trending in chat is spamming Alu. Come on, it's perfect weather for a stream raid together with you. Skibbity gat, skibbity gat, skibbity gat, let's go. It's Ohio. Hit the gritty on a Sigma grind, you know. Phantom tax, phantom tax, phantom tax, big yikes. I show speed and Kai are rising on God. Check the VOD, Libby Dunn and Baby Gronk. Our screens are nice and glowing and comfy, cozy are we. We're snuggled up together, even if only digitally. Yes, my boss makes $1 and I'm only making a dime. Come on, let's chat together with Hasan on company time. There's a streamer collab playing Lethal Company, and Hasan will get bonked on the head by Valkyrie. We'll be sharing the jokes we love to type without a single stop in chat arena while we watch the emotes drop. Drop, drop, drop. There's a happy feeling nothing in the world can make. Like a debate for the top of the hour ad break. It'll trigger them like a bad faith take or just a straight up lie. These wonderful streams are the things we'll remember all through our lives. These wonderful streams are the things we'll remember all through our lives. Just see that stream alert ding-a-ling, HasanAbi is live. Come on, it's lovely weather for some Twitter memes together, let's vibe. Online the discourse trending in chat is spamming Alu. Come on, it's perfect weather for a stream right together with you.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon. No matter where you are in the world, I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from gray, not sunny, very gray, California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today is a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Sunday. That's right. It's a Sunday fun day, Sunday spectacular special stream day. Don't tell anybody else we're streaming today. Okay? Don't tell anyone that we're out here streaming. But folks, we're live. We're alive. And I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. It is Sunday. Can you replay the intro I just got here? No, I can't. Soy shroom. Anyway, it's Sunday morning and I'm cozy. I'm comfy. You know, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. Okay? That's right. Watch the VOD for the intro. Good call. Flex, please. I can't. There's nothing to flex with this hoodie on. I'm sorry. The science proof we're fucked as a species. Host the stream goes great today, King. If you say so. Anyway. I'm bullying Kai again this morning. Yeah, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. And let me tell you, okay, a lot has happened. Now, of course, first of all, I'm drinking a warm coffee today because it's cozy day. It's cozy day. This is the design embroidery. Yeah, it's HasanAbi Head that sent me the hoodie that they made. But anyway. Folks, yesterday, as you guys know, we went to Skid Row with Water Drop LA. It was a fucking awesome, amazing stream. It felt fantastic. I need to do more stuff like that, honestly. Fuck all the noise, fuck all the haters. It made me feel really good. And I think it was very successful. But outside of that, and the ridiculous ways that people are trying to turn this into a negative because they're deeply unserious, very cynical, and very sad people, very pathetic people in general. Why are you so triggered by your own chat always? Because people come in here and try to be fucking annoying in ways that I think are unacceptable and inappropriate. So in any case, where was I? So yeah, it was a lovely stream overall. I had an amazing time. It felt pretty good. So it is what it is. Anyway, but after that, came back home, shot the podcast with Alexander Lowell Overruled. It's a banger episode. It's a very good episode that we did. Very fun episode that we did. But afterwards, we went to my friend's birthday party, my normie friend's birthday party. And I stayed there for like a total of 20 to 30 minutes. And that was it. I went back home. I passed the fuck out. luckily this time around, considering that I had also played basketball early in the morning, and then also on top of that walked the whole goddamn day, and also on top of that shot a freaking podcast and went out afterwards, I basically was like, it's over. It's Jover for me. I'm going to bed. Regardless of the fact that Kaya was snoring very loudly. Now, of course, that peaceful slumber was interrupted. That peaceful slumber was interrupted in the morning when Kaya woke my ass up. Here, I'll show you some choice moments from that stream as well. Obviously, this was fantastic. Met this beautiful little puppy. Met this wonderful person, Hawk, and also Sade, obviously, of Waterdrop LA. But yeah, here, you guys need to understand, like, this bitch might come across all nice and all cute, wearing the donut on stream, giving me the side eye. Okay. But she woke my ass up at 5 a.m. and I tried going back to sleep and I could not. Like, listen to this, dude.
I woke up this morning early because I can't sleep because I bleed loud.
It's too much ruffling, so I didn't realize that you can't even hear it. But she's so loud, dude. She's so loud. It's crazy. It's crazy. She snores like an old man. Like, I don't know what the hell is going on. She snores like an old man. I don't know if it's the drugs, it's the cone, maybe. It's the way that she sleeps. But yeah, I bawled in the rain this morning. It's not rainy, but it was like very foggy conditions, and it made me feel like I was Kyrie Irving. Curry stole your moves. Wait, what? Yeah, that's the certified meme move. Yeah, I taught him that. It's kind of crazy. I was hooping just like that today. It's crazy. I don't know how you, like, for a second when I watched this video, I was like, oh, how did they get this video of me from earlier today? And then I realized, like, oh, that's not me. That's Steph Curry. Like, it's crazy, though. It's crazy how much I ball exactly like him. It is kind of crazy. Like, it even confuses me sometimes. You know what I mean? Like, that move, like, that's something that I've done so many times. Like, I basically taught him that. It's not a big deal. You need to be chill about it. I'm pretty fucking nonchalant about it, if we're being honest. But yeah, it's like two people that are responsible for Steph Curry and his career is just like me and Cat Williams. It's real. Yeah. More than anybody else, really. It's just like, I just because I don't talk about it too frequently, because I'm just a nonchalant, humble dude, you know, the Marvel Rivals making his way onto you for you. Oh, also, speaking of Marvel Rivals, I was playing with Noko, Greek, Elam this morning, and a couple other friends as well. We had a whole ass squad. Out there. We were running it. The Swagapino gang did not show up. Usually they show up in the mornings, but yes, Greek, the real Greek, okay? Apex Greek. Not the Greckler that you know. But yeah, we were balling, and apparently Noko is top 500 right now in Rivals. He was not top 500 on the courts, but he's top 500 in Rivals. So I'm gonna see if I can get him to carry my ass a little bit with a Smurf. Do you ever call him Turk? I mean, I basically turned him Albanian the way I cooked him on the courts, but that is what it is, you know. That's just get that boosted higher than Ray. We need the content. I know. Second top 500 carry. Yeah, I need multiple top 500 carries. I saw this clip. It's funny. Speed tried impressing his girlfriend by doing a backflip, but accidentally hit the desk. To be honest, like, I'm sure she's seen him do backflips. You know what I mean? 1v1 charity stream with chatters. I'll fly to LA from Toronto. No, because honestly, the real charity would be me only dropping 50 on you. You know what I mean? It would be the real charity. We wouldn't even raise any money. People would be like, this is too ruthless. This is too brutal. He's too good. He's too goated. Why is he so good? He's just skunking everybody. Like, what the fuck? And then I'd have to do extra charity by just like letting you get a shot off or something, you know? Be careful, you're going to die from self-suck. Yeah, I'm just feeling myself. It's fine. But yeah, here's one of the many wonderful moments. I'm going to talk about, I'll blast off because like there's not much else going on right now. I'll blast off, and then today's going to be cozy. Today's going to be chill. Why did you delete that tweet? Live your truth, queen. Oh my God. Okay. Yeah, after the podcast, apparently me leaving my computer desktop on and not putting it into sleep mode can have some dangerous effects. Dangerous effects such as the person that you open your home to, that you invite into your home, that you welcome into your family, can just sometimes go in there, and if you don't put it in sleep mode, will just tweet some stuff out. Now, there is no issue with Lol Overruled posting I'm gay or whatever from my Twitter normally. There is no issue with that at all. The problem is right now, I'm on high alert. There's a lot of like different groups that are coming after me and yelling at me about like innocuous shit, desperately trying to find something that they can yell about and get mad about. So when he posts something like that, and then sometimes people take it seriously, which many people did, at first I was like, should I play off of this? And then I was like, I can't right now. I can't even have fun right now. I can't even fuck around. I was watching yesterday's VOD right now, and it was purely so heartwarming and so sad at the same time. It probably made me cry. You were so great, and I don't get the critique of actions that tangibly bring some benefit in the lives of people, Lamal. I don't get armchair activists complaining. You did so great. It was such a touching stream. Sorry for the essay. Yeah, we'll talk about that in a second. I mean, most of the people that are chirping are just chirping because they are sad, angry, pathetic people. That's it. I think that's what it is for the most part, because like, you don't have to fucking highlight every good action that you do, right? There's a very specific purpose for why I do things on camera. And we'll talk about that in a second, okay? I retweeted a tweet about what you did yesterday and got called a T-slur. Yeah, people are freaks, man. People are just like very angry. People are very sad. That's it. It's just like a way to try and it's more so for a way for people to try and like make themselves feel better by like putting others down. It's just bully shit. Anyway, but yeah, I'll cover all that briefly. We help Water Drop LA give out clothes and other things to people in need. Yeah. Yeah, we'll do a Skid Row recap, and then we'll talk light news. Skid Row recap, light news. It's super special secret Sunday stream. Ban appeals with the people's lawyer at lol overruled later. Get in now. But yeah, we'll do like cozy stuff today for the most part. Does anyone have a good blast off meme for this? If you want a rivals later, hit me up. Hell yeah, Andre. Where'd you get that hoodie? P.O. Box. A long time ago. The holidays make people worse too, because it makes it very apparent that they're unlovable, pathetic losers who have been abandoned by their own famous and friends. Yeah. Like, part of the reason why I also stream through the holidays, aside from being an insane person, is quite literally because I know that there are lonely people out there who aren't fucking assholes. You know what I mean? And yeah, a part of why I stream so much is also because of the sense of community that I get and the sense of community that I want to cultivate. So it's frustrating when people just kind of selfishly take advantage of that to be like, yeah, my shit sucks, so I'm just going to be mean and ruthless and cynical and awful. Yeah, it is what it is. Lavender Purple is your color, BFF. Thank you. So the Japan night with Connor was probably my favorite stream of all time. Thank you for what you do. Yeah, that's periwinkle, not lavender. Okay. We don't have a fucking blast off meme, y'all are. I know that there is a South Korean plane crash that took place. I know. Fear not, I am aware. I know. I will be talking about that for sure. Lolo crying on your stream is queer media. Yes. Yeah, that is what it is. That's like that. I always am giving space. I'm always holding space for queer media. Okay. I'm always doing that. Lola's cried on every stream or almost close to it. Yeah, okay, don't make fun of him. Only I get to make fun of him for that. You guys don't get to make fun of him for that. It's such a contrast to what people are piling on you online. You were actually doing real work in your community. It taught me to approach life that way. That's exactly the lesson and the takeaway that I want from people. It's funny because like on the way back, okay, here I'm blasting off, and I'm gonna get into the recap and how I feel about like the Water Drop LA stuff that we did. But don't make fun of water signs, it will fuck y'all up. Click this, Nandre. Periwinkle is blue. Lolo came to my house to take a nap. You've got no nap spots, bro. That is that is patently untrue. There are plenty of nap spas. He just enjoys napping at other places. It's just the same people who criticize you for literally anything you do. I know. There were 2 other Boeing flights today that had emergency landings where the landing gear failed. Jesus Christ. But yeah. All right, let's continue. Let's get into it. So for those of you who don't know, yesterday we went to Skid Row with Water Drop LA. It's a local organization that gives water, which is much needed, and many other much needed supplies like tarps, like tent material specifically, to a lot of the unhoused people at Skid Row. Now, obviously, there's a massive population of homeless people in Los Angeles, and there's a massive population of homeless people in America. There's been an 18% increase in homelessness in the nation year over year. This past year, the number has gone up to more than 700,000. And in that same time frame, obviously, there's been a lot of anti-homeless sentiment that has also increased. There's always been a lot of anti-homeless sentiment. Americans, I think, despise the poor in general. But basically, there's a lot of violence and there's a lot of dehumanization of homeless people. And in an effort to, one, do something good, okay, and urge others to also engage in community organizing in a similar fashion, and also, perhaps most importantly, showcase the humanity of the unhoused population, Lolo and I went in with an established local community organizing group called Water Drop LA that already have a pre-existing relationship with many of the unhoused population of Skid Row, some of which have wanted to volunteer to be on camera, as a matter of fact, and talk about their experiences. So all of it was already pre-cooked, right? We had already pre-planned this because the goal was very specific. There's plenty of charity that I engage in and mutual aid initiatives that I also engage in off camera. This, on the other hand, was specifically so that, one, people could understand that there's much satisfaction to be derived from doing things like this. It feels great. But also, hopefully, people would recognize the humanity of the unhoused population. And that's it. And I think we accomplished that goal perfectly. But as is the case with anything that I do online, I was joking about it. I was like, well, how will I get canceled over this anyway? And it turns out Reddit was already going crazy over it. Reddit was already fucking chirping about it because it's some of the shittiest people on the fucking planet. A chatter posted it on LSF. Hasan gets mad at chat after accusations of potentially exploiting the homeless on Skid Row for views. They, of course, clipped it in a very specific way. We're going there with some people that work every single day with these people. So it's not, don't film it maybe. Shut up. You're the woke of the day. Isn't it inherently exploitative to film? No, you dumb fucks. The entire point is humanizing these people. That's the whole point. Can you just shut the fuck up, please? Can all of you just collectively shut your stupid fucking woke mouths up? Is that okay? Can we just shut the fuck up collectively? Anyway, most of the comments were agreeing with me, so the fucking hate post didn't actually go anywhere, but it is kind of crazy because, like, a lot of people, when they see me yelling at these people, don't realize that, like, they should fucking agree with me yelling at these people. These are the smarmy, annoying people that virtually everyone despises. This is the woke, too woke for their own good. That one friend who's too woke. Meta. You know what I mean? And it's crazy because, like, so many people didn't even watch the stream, did not care about all of the things that I'm even mentioning here. The fact that we did not film anyone without prior consent. There are 0 clips of the actual IRL stream here. And the only other clip that mentions me is XQC making fun of me for yelling, shut the fuck up. That in and of itself should probably show you the attitude that this fucking stupid ass Reddit community has. Some of the hate posting was exceptionally gross, like trying to wait for just you and one of the houseless were alone to frame shit on you, like masking like you're a germaphobe. Yeah. Yeah, it's very annoying. If I want to farm views, I just sit here, okay? I get more views just sitting around not doing shit in my own house. It's always, once again, damned if you do, damned if you don't, okay? They say, Hasan, why don't you actually go out and help? And then I do that, okay? I raise money. They say, Hasan, why don't you give money out of your pocket? I do that. I give money out of my pocket when we're doing these massive fundraisers. They say, oh, if you were a real one, you would go out and help. I do that as well. And then people turn around and go, oh, you're actually doing that for clout. And that's it. There is no, like, you can't win with these people because this is not a logical, like, this is just pure hatred, okay? It's not logical. It's not coming from a place of like, I think this person is a bad person because of a bunch of things that they've done, and that's the reason why I despise them. It's more so, I've only heard bad things about this person because he's like always clipped out of context, and therefore I now have to justify the vibes I have by constantly trying to figure out ways in which I will try to find ways in which I will say like, no, this is a bad person, I promise you. So that's it. You know what I mean? Why don't you drive your $120,000 sports car to Skid Row? Like, see, this is what I mean. Like, this is a person who is trying to do that thing over and over again. I don't know, man. Probably because, one, it would be a bad look, but more importantly, it doesn't have enough space. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, this is, like, it's so bad faith. It's such a bad faith and weird thing to do. It's like, dude does not care about homeless people at all. Dude does not give a fuck about homeless people. He does not care about anything. He's just in here invested in a fucking Twitch streamer. And that is unimaginably pathetic. That is a pathetic way to live. You know what I mean? Like, what are you doing? They want you to Mr. Beast on us so bad. Yeah. Anyway, so I saw people saying you were only giving Teddy Fresh merchandise despite Ethan. Yeah, people are insane. Okay? They're psychotic. I gave my own merchandise as well. I gave a shit ton of clothes that I have worn prior that have been sent to me, some of which were never worn, others I've worn many times over. It has nothing to do with like spiting someone. Why would that be spite? Like, I gave someone the jacket I was wearing. Like, what are you talking about? It's not viewing poor people as not people, be better. Wait, what? Me? Are you talking to chat? Because like, what's the problem? That's something that I don't understand. What's the problem with like what's the problem with unhoused people wearing your merchandise? Like, what are you supposed to do? Are you supposed to let your clothes that you don't wear rot? Anyway, but like, ultimately, who cares? Oh man, less desirable people are wearing these clothes. What the fuck? Like, this is insane. That's an insane thing to think. Please don't think that. What? Viewing poor people as not people, be better? Talking about Skid Row, dick? What? Just take a week off, I think. It's insane how fucked humanity's become. I even have some gripes with things you say on occasion. Nothing you did should be judged. Thank you for helping the homeless on a lighter note. Please stop using Venom as DPS. Okay, first of all, Venom is a great DPS character. Yeah, the goal was to do a reverse Tyler Oliveira, for the record. The goal was to do a reverse Tyler Oliveira, which is to not like exploit and actively continue to dehumanize homeless people, but to instead offer a platform of you know, community oriented people, which is what this community is comprised of, that will then, you know, further be emboldened in their worldview that these are just normal people, you know, that have gotten a shitty rap, and that's it. And I think it was very successful on that front. And I will say, look, as someone who has donated collective totals of, at this point, millions of dollars, fundraised millions of dollars, donated hundreds of thousands of dollars over the years, this, like, doing this sort of thing hands-on is infinitely more meaningful, because at the end of the day, I have all those clothes that are just like sitting in my closet. For me, people send that shit to me all the time, and I tell them not to, and yet they still do, right? And it's nothing. Like, it's meaningless for me. And even doing that, even doing this relatively meaningless thing from my end, you end up meeting a lot of very cool, very interesting people, and you end up helping them directly. I don't know. I think it's it feels more I don't have the right words for it. It just feels more personal. So I highly urge people to go and join their local organizing initiatives like that. Like, I think volunteering is very fulfilling and yeah, very empowering as well. Obviously, it's not the end all be all, but I wanted to make sure that people understood that. I even was talking to some people that were some people last night that were like, I can't believe how much people are like yelling at you. There's like people in our industry group chats that were like very upset with your Blake Lively coverage. And I looked at the thread and I saw that like you made a normal point that ultimately whatever Blake Lively's like vibes look like don't matter when her accusations are you know, far more severe than just like having fucked vibes. And it is crazy. It's just like, it doesn't matter. For a lot of people, they just want to not understand the full scope of things. And this person I was talking to was like, how do you deal with all this? Like, I want to fight your battles for you. And I literally told her the same thing that I tell you guys all the time. And it's a principle that I live by as well, which is fuck the noise. Okay? Fuck the noise. It doesn't matter. As long as you have a moral compass and as long as you do right by others, it doesn't matter what these people say. Okay? I can have a million fucking haters. My attitude is not going to change. My goals are not going to change. I'm going to keep doing what I've been doing. And if over the course of many years, maybe some people realize that they might have been wrong about the way that they initially approached me because they saw these fucking clips out of context or they just engaged in the pile-on, great, sure. I'll welcome you with open arms. And if you don't do that, it's still fine. Okay? I saw one comment that I thought was really funny though on that LSF post, and I want to read it. I wonder if it's still there. There was one comment that was really funny. Someone was like, where was it? There was a person that literally was like, yo, Hasan is the only person that people would like yell at. Hasan is the only person that would yell at, that would get yelled at for like, you know, saving people from a burning house. And then someone immediately proved the point by getting mad at this hypothetical that someone had suggested by being like, yeah, he would just like set up his camera. Like they literally got mad at a hypothetical that someone else suggested. Like at that point, it's like, dude, what are you doing with your life? You know? I love and hate reading comments. You learn so much in so little. Yeah, it's just like, it doesn't really matter because most people still are just like, it's literally turning human beings into simply pieces of entertainment and content while claiming it's about humanizing them. Hasan and hypocrisy, name a better duo. It's like, I've fucking fundraised and worked with people that work with homeless people so many times. Like, this isn't the first time that I'm doing this. You know what I mean? It's so stupid. Like, there was a very specific purpose for why we went there directly. And that purpose is very obvious, right? Bro, didn't we raise over 100K? No, I don't think so. I don't know where that came from. I don't know what the exact number is, but like, that's a crazy thing. Like, that's just like the exact opposite of what happened. It's the exact opposite of what happened. Hasan, the only streamer who will get a hate threat helping out some homeless people. Well, yeah. And I think it's a combination of things. It's a combination of things. It's like people that just like hate socialism and see me as like the fucking inventor of socialism because they're stupid, right? I think like that's part of it. I think it's because people are just like very cynical. People are unimaginably cynical, especially online. I don't mean for this to sound like I'm talking down to you, but genuinely, what is the reason for addressing people like this publicly? I mean, people see this kind of stuff, and I want to make sure that if they're coming in here with, you know, with a false understanding of what's going on, like why there's so much hate, because I see this all the time. People are like, why the fuck do people hate this guy? I don't understand. Anyway, what is this? I'm leaving.
Can you just shut the fuck up, please? Can all of you just collectively shut your stupid fucking woke mouths up? Is that okay? Can we just shut the fuck up collectively? Can you just shut the
Yeah. It's so funny because like those people would despise Like people that normally shit on me or use me yelling at those people as a moment to be like, Hasan always yells at his own community. It's like, which one is it? Do I have a hug box?
Fuck up.
Do I have a hug box and an echo chamber? Or am I constantly fucking yelling at people who step out of line? You know what I mean? They're like, oh, Hasan always wants a hug box. And then they're like, oh, Hasan is always crashing out at people that disagree with him. But it's also like the same people that you despise too. Dude could save a baby from a burning building, and someone somewhere would find an insane interpretation of events that imply he's exploiting someone, being a bad socialist, or is doing terrorism. Dude could do it without running to get his camera first. Dude, I'll save the baby, but only if I can video myself while doing it, dude. I'm trying to humanize the burning baby, dude. What don't you understand, dude? You just did the thing. Oh my God. My man invented a hypothetical to clown on you guys for making up weird reasons to hate on, and you literally found a way to hate on it. That's fucking amazing. How are you like this? It's just like, it's mental illness, man. Like, there's no other way to, like, if you're getting mad at a hypothetical where I'm saving a baby from a burning building that I didn't even make up, someone else made that up to imply how unimaginably frustrating some of these people are. Like, that's just mental illness. Like, what the fuck? And by the way, the irony of that thread that went viral is that was before I even went out. That is before I even went to Skid Row. Okay? Like, think about that. Not a single person in that fucking Reddit thread actually watched the content or understood what I was trying to do. Like, they just didn't. They don't care. The reason why I'm talking about all of this, okay? The reason why I'm talking about all of this is because I need you to understand it's all just noise, and it's never coming from it's never coming from like a valid criticism. It's usually narcissistic and vindictive and cynical. And ultimately, it's meaningless. What matters infinitely more is the impact that you have in your community. What matters infinitely more is not like faceless, lifeless losers online yelling about whatever the fuck you're doing in the most smarmy, idiotic, cynical way possible. What matters more is actually going out and helping people, doing right by others. Okay? Hasan, can we stop with the parasocial online drama shit every single day? This is literal slop and white noise coming from 4 follower accounts on Twitter. Is absolutely meaningless, so I just don't understand why it gets addressed every time. I am using this as an opportunity to draw a larger point. That's it. All right. They were wrongfully precogging that you were going to do Tyler Oliveira style thing where you shove a camera in someone's face and film them while calming the drug addicts. They love that shit, but they pretend to be these woke, caring people to try to dunk on you with nothing to stand on. Exactly. All right. But yeah, I mean, it's not just an anarchist thing, mutual aid, but I will give props. Like, it's different. Mr. B said before that he gets the most hate when he does the philanthropy videos, and said that if he made some bullshit 100 people in a circle video that costs the same amount of money, he'd get infinitely less hate. Yeah. Look, I think here's what is going on here. Okay. Look, there are a lot of people online that make this kind of content their entire thing. Okay. And they do it in a way that I don't think is productive. I think always focusing on the systemic harm and always ensuring that you're humanizing every single person that you are encountering is the appropriate way to go about it. And that's precisely what I did yesterday. And I'm very proud of this community for fundraising in the process. Also, the other part of this that we didn't even talk about is that they were HasanAbi heads. Like, this is one of you guys. He's probably in the chat right now. Well, he might be in Skid Row right now working. But that's the other thing. Like, that's why I do what I do. There's so many of you that go out and work on the street. You know what I mean? This is why I want to get more people to engage in this, because the reality of the matter is you are not going to be able to, we can't rely just exclusively on the government. It's just not happening. Okay. I'm not an anarchist by any means, as you guys know. I'm not an advocate for decentralized movements in general. I think that they oftentimes fall apart, and they have, I have theoretical disagreements with it. Okay. But having said that, all you have are your neighbors at the end of the day sometimes. Okay. When there's no one else, the only people that you can rely on are going to be like-minded individuals. Okay. Do as you do, not as you say. Wait, what? So boring. Jesus Christmas. No, do as I do and also as I say. What are you talking about? Can you read my last message? It speaks to what is this? When I was 13, we went on a mission trip to Florida and fed, clothed a bunch of homeless people and then sat around and ate and chatted with them. A small town kid who had never met a homeless person before. I had only seen them demonized in the news and media. I consider that moment the beginning of my anti-capitalist radicalization because I realized then and there that everything I had been told was a lie and these people are victims of a broken society. Yeah, that's exactly what this is about. Because every fucking person is like, their understanding of homeless people is like the person who is like literally at the worst, like in the most extreme position, okay, most extreme version of that suffering that you see on the streets, experiencing like a mental health episode or something. And people are fearful. People are genuinely fearful of homeless people. And the media also portrays them as like zombies, basically. The anti-homeless hatred is an oddly America-specific process, very marginal in Western Europe. I think one of the craziest parts about this, I think one of the craziest things was like Hawk and Glenn were both over the age of 65, okay? Hawk was 70 years old. Like, what the fuck are we doing, okay? What the fuck are we doing as a society if a 70-year-old is sleeping in a fucking tent? A 70-year-old has no expectation of being a productive laborer anyway. Like, there is no expectation that person is supposed to be working anyway. Like, it's over. They are in the autumn of their lives, okay? They are supposed to be chilling at a home inside of permanent shelter. Like, this is what a normal society is supposed to do. Take care of people that have contributed in meaningful ways their whole lives. Or even if they haven't contributed in meaningful ways, it doesn't matter. When you're 70 years old, like, the fact that there's a 70-year-old out there that is homeless is like having a child that is homeless. You know what I mean? It's insanely fucked up. Anyway, here's a fun part about this.
You gotta wear the whole tracksuit.
Yeah. Who? My cousin.
The NFT monkey.
We have a lot of my cousin Ralph.
Robin Banks, thank you for the 10 gifted.
A lot of like untested merch.
I know him.
I need everything.
We got some toys and I'll bring some.
He's chewing on all my
Yeah, I can
toys.
tell. He's chewing everything.
Yeah, he's chewing everything.
We got some dog stuff.
I got raincoats and stuff here.
He's amazing.
Yeah. We asked people who lived in homeless encampments that were cleared out in city sweeps to write about what object was the hardest for them to lose. They took my baby pictures of my mom's obituaries, a 29-year-old in California wrote. That was in my duffel bag. They also took my leather motorcycle vest worth $300 and my whole tent setup. Yeah, big shout out to March as well. Big shout out to obviously Sade and everyone else working every single day, day in, day out to help these people. Big shout out to Lolo for setting it up, but also a huge shout out to March for, as always, being so careful and making sure that we are not filming anyone without prior consent. You know, he did a great job. What? You got some crazy delusional people, man. Hasan donating Teddy Fresh clothing designed by Ethan and Hila to homeless individuals with the intention of provoking a negative reaction by saying, but they're crazy. Try to make the recipients feel comfortable, criticizing the clothes he was giving them. What are you, dude? Why are you showing me this? This is just mental illness in display, dude. What the fuck? First of all, I don't even think they have any, like, that person that's saying that doesn't even know doesn't know the full story at all. Doesn't realize that, like, it was clothing that I had that I wasn't wearing that had, you know, it was clothing from numerous organizations, like merchandise from numerous organizations. That's number one. Number two, the idea that like Ethan and Hila are going to get mad is also ridiculous. You know what I mean? Like, disagreements aside, you're just making that inference. You know what I mean? Why the fuck are you making that inference for them? You're making them look bad. If you're a fan, okay, if you're a fan of Ethan Klein and Hila, and you are in your mind duking out this battle, if you're saying that they're going to be upset and just operating under the assumption that they're going to be upset, you're just making them fucking look bad. And it wasn't just like Teddy Fresh either. There was merch from virtually every content creator in that pile, you know? And there was my own merchandise as well in there. I don't understand why this would be a negative thing anyway. I don't mean to undermine the homeless in LA, but as someone who hadn't been Hadn't been in LA in the past 3 years. It wasn't nearly as bad as people make it out to be. Sure, it's bad and it's gotten worse, but nowhere near as bad as people make it seem. It's pretty bad, man. It's pretty fucking bad, I think. Anyway, I like that my overarching goal here is to tell people to fuck all the noise. Why are you wearing masks? Homeless people are a very vulnerable population, and they obviously don't have access to immediate medical care. And considering that that's a major issue, the organization Waterdrop LA has the practice of using a mask. I don't like. I'm not gonna fucking debate them on this matter. Like, they are the most knowledgeable. Why the fuck would I ever debate them? I would say a lot of your videos, I stopped masking because of societal notions and sensory issues, but I'm realizing that everyone who wears it doesn't like it either, but is needed.
Talk about it. The first thing I want to say is that in 2021, when people took off their masks, it took me a little bit longer than most, I'd say, but I too took off my mask.
The homeless population is an especially vulnerable population. And, you know, I'm not going to fucking, 2 reasons. One, I'm not going to fucking go in there and just like, you know, spread my germs on the people that already have like a hard time getting medical help, much needed medical help. That's number one. Number two, it's their protocol. Fuck am I supposed to do? Debate them and be like, oh no, I'm gonna not wear a mask. Excuse me, I'm not putting a fucking chin diaper on. It's like, thank you for all you do, but I'm not fucking doing that. Like, what a ridiculous thing, you know? Why do you care? Look, this person, it's off topic. But I think you need to make a stronger effort to address your admitted misogynistic blind spots. No, I'm a misogynist. Please leave me alone. I hate women. Please. Please. We saw the toxic gas coming out of your mouth in the car. It could be a war crime to expose homeless to that. Yeah. People are mad at the Twitch community donating to the mutual aid community, and because that wasn't the poverty class aiding the homeless class crashing out because the bootstraps didn't lift up the other. Yeah, I mean, but it's not even a fucking bootstrap, really. Like, it's not even a bootstrap in that situation. This is like a fucking Band-Aid on a hemorrhaging wound, okay? And people get mad. People don't even want to admit that the wound exists. People don't want to even see the Band-Aid. And people get mad when you actually even offer a Band-Aid. Like, it's the most fucked up situation, okay? Homeless people and convicts, like the way that Americans treat less fortunate people is just incredible. Did Lola really understay his welcome? Is he gone? No, he'll be back in a little bit. But yeah, I wanted to cover that, and I wanted to talk about that. You farting in the car was hilarious. Irrelevant side note: I wasn't farting; I was burping, but probably was worse than farts, to be honest.
Getting worried. Here, I got.
Yeah, no, he's nervous. Oh,
All right,
yeah.
it's okay, baby. Don't worry.
That's a cute one though.
It's okay, baby. Don't worry.
I think it's interesting you talk about having good faith arguments, but you can't even have an honest conversation about your misogyny and alienating your female audience. Dude, how do you not understand what you're doing right now? You have to recognize what you're doing right now. Okay, this is the last comment that I'm going to address before I just keep continuously suspending people for like a day or like a week. Okay, if I were to address your misunderstanding of what I've said because you saw a clip out of context every single time people came in here, making it seem as though they have a very valid claim, okay, this stream would just be me repeating it over and over again, okay? And I don't know if you recognize that you're doing that. I don't know if you are doing it deliberately. Maybe you're not doing it deliberately. It feels like you just joined just now to say this. You know what I mean? You've never like said anything in the community before, and like it just reads as bait. It doesn't read as like a good faith critique. Like, I don't know why you just like desperately, it feels like you're desperately invested in someone recognizing you in a relatively larger community, you know? It doesn't feel like a valid critique. It's just a way to continue the drama in your mind. Coming in here, saying this, having me most likely respond in an angry fashion so that you can clip out the angry response and then post it on Twitter and then be like, Hasan can never take good faith critiques. Have you noticed Hasan can never take good faith critiques? You know? Like, it's very strange. It's not even critique. Look at the start of the comment. It's a classic just curious slight. Exactly. It barely tracks as like, it barely tracks as a good faith critique. Also, I think what you guys, I think people that come in here who genuinely are confused about this stuff because they got primed. For people that get primed from this shit, I need you to understand that being overtly and openly misogynistic online is a benefit. Okay? Why would I get called a flaming homosexual from every one of those openly and overtly misogynistic red pill accounts instead of adopting hyper misogyny and running with it if I was a grifter who has these, underlying tendencies? I would just be like, women are bitches and fucking celebrate the incoming subscriptions. You don't have to be aesthetically pleasing or particularly smart. You can be a gross piece of shit and just say those words, and other gross pieces of shit will shower you in admiration. You know what I mean? Like, what kind of stupid grift am I running here? Thank you, Themasius, for the playlist. Considering how intentionally misrepresented you are online, I think people who come here with bad impression could just benefit from listening for a while. Your politics and values become very clear in a short amount of time. Exactly. Stick around for a while and you'll figure out. You can make up your own mind. I believe you. Okay? I know that you have the capability of coming to your own conclusions. If you have any sort of opinions about, like, if you've ever seen something and it primed you into believing that I'm like a bad person or have bad takes or whatever, just kick back for a little bit, let it play in the background, and make up your own mind about what I truly believe. That's it. Netflix executives want to have characters narrate their actions so audience can understand. Maybe the whole you can make up your own mind ship has sailed. Probably. Listen, it is much more important to closely police openly feminist creators with out of context clips instead of actually confronting power as the easy 10K likes. Yeah. What's even more disappointing about these sorts of comments is that they simultaneously perpetuate misogyny by suggesting that women only watch you because you're hot when trying to critique your supposedly misogynistic takes. Ultimately, it's an unproductive conversation. I know. Yeah. People who are routinely looking to eliminate misogyny wherever it exists are so quick to just be like, all of Hasan's female fans are thirsty. They're just thirsty. That's why they're watching him, because they're horny for him. And it's like, Jesus Christ, dude. Okay. As a feminist, I believe Hasan's female fan base are all dumb broads who are just horny and can't think with anything else. Okay. Yeah. They don't even talk about how horny the male fans are. All right. So let's get into it. We're going to talk about the South Korean passenger plane crash, which was devastating. And I don't understand what the fuck's going on. I don't understand what the hell is happening here with all these plane crashes. People are quick to say it's Boeing's fault, but we shall see. Only time will tell.
Plane crash in South Korea, one of the worst aviation disasters in that country's history.
Here's what we know. The passenger jet operated by Jeju Air, the country's largest low-cost airline, seen in flames after skidding off a runway and crashing into a concrete wall. Look at that smoke.
Just so tragic. Nearly everyone on board losing their lives.
So there's a couple things I don't understand about this. One, normally pilots, when they do a crash landing, they're supposed to dump the fuel, right? I don't know if they did that because the plane did erupt in flames, but maybe that's because of the impact. Number two, I thought that usually at the end of that runway in most airports, instead of a concrete slab, they often have a dirt pile so that on impact, it doesn't do exactly what you just saw. Like, I thought that it's supposed to be like a mound of dirt, basically, because when it's a mound of dirt and the plane does a crash landing like this, or there's like any sort of issue where it needs to have a hard impact landing, it doesn't fucking explode. So those are some of the things that I don't understand in terms of like my limited knowledge of how airplanes work. But having said that, it did come in pretty fast. Normally they also add like they just like spray foam or whatever. I think it's like I forget what it's called, but there's some kind of foam that they're like an anti-flammable foam that they're supposed to spray in a situation like that as well. But that sometimes has a capacity to like make the impact even or make the crash landing go even faster rather than the friction that you get. Yeah, like a flame retardant thing. But so the foam makes it slipperier, so there's not enough friction, and then therefore you end up crashing even faster. So I guess that's the reason why they didn't do that. The Kazakhstan crash, they dumped as much fuel as they could, but they didn't have enough time to get it all out, and they had to try to land. Yeah. But ultimately, yeah, there have been 4 aviation-related incidents in 1 week. It's getting pretty crazy out here, but I don't know what the actual reason for this is.
Many questions this morning. Why did the plane land on its belly, and why wasn't it slowing down? Transportation officials saying that the pilot sent out a distress signal shortly before that crash. Now, we've got to warn you here. Some of the video you're about to watch is very difficult to see. Overnight, a terrifying passenger plane crash killing nearly 200 people in South Korea in one of the nation's worst air disasters. The Jeju Air Boeing 737 carrying 181 passengers and crew exploding into flames when it slammed into a wall after something went terribly wrong while landing.
No one tell Cutie, chat, I think she's going to hear about this. It's a pretty big story, especially when there's like a lot. I mean, look, air travel is still incredibly safe, regardless of the many incidents that have taken place. It's you know, tens of thousands of commercial airliners flying all around the globe, and 4 out of that is still, you know, statistically irrelevant. But regardless, obviously, when you see something like this, it's hard to contend with that because you're so powerless. You're usually powerless in most instances. But I understand why people have this additional fear of you know, dying in a plane.
At Muan International Airport, smoke billowing into the air, cameras capturing these images near the crash site. At least 177 people killed in the disaster, and that number is expected to rise, with officials saying nearly everyone on board is presumed dead. The families of the passengers on board gathering in an airport lounge distraught as fire officials read the names of the victims. Jeju Air's CEO expressing his deepest apology and accepting responsibility for the crash as the company's top executive. In the video, you can see that the 15-year-old jet landed without its landing gear deployed. The plane landing on its belly at a very high...
Like that concrete wall, like I don't understand. It's a very long runway from what people are saying in the chat. And I'm surprised that there's like a concrete wall at the end of it.
Speed, then veering off the runway before slamming head-on into that concrete wall. The plane then bursting into flames, thick black smoke billowing into the air, debris scattered all over the ground. In the wreckage, only the plane's tail still recognizable. Local transportation officials saying before landing, the control tower issued a warning of a bird strike, and the pilot sent a distress signal immediately afterwards. Just a minute later, they say, the pilot issued a mayday and tried landing the plane.
It wasn't a wall, it's a guidance system. Yeah, it looks like there were antennas on top of the wall, so I don't know.
Emergency crews rescuing 2 crew members. In a statement, Boeing saying, "We extend our deepest condolences to the families who lost loved ones, and our thoughts remain with the passengers and crew." And there is still a lot that we don't know here, but we did learn that this particular plane had diverted to Seoul yesterday while on the way to Beijing, but it's unclear why it diverted. We also know that Jeju Air has a very strong safety record as a South Korean low-cost...
Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, the Jeju Air is like the southwest of South Korea, but like they have from what I understand, they have a pretty fucking solid safety record. Like, they have a pretty solid track record.
Carrier. There was just one other incident almost 2 decades ago when a plane overshot a runway. Only 6 people had minor injuries then. Joining us now is ABC News contributor and aviation analyst John Nance. John, thank you so much for being here this morning for this very disturbing story. Based on what we've seen so far, what do you think happened?
We've got a mystery here, Gio. There's no question about it. You don't land with your landing gear up if you have time to put it down. There's an alternate method, even if you've lost all hydraulics. So why did they land with the gear up? Was it a situation where they had another emergency that we don't understand yet in the cockpit, or was there something else, including just forgetting to put it down in the middle of an emergency?
John, another thing that we notice here in this video is that the plane just isn't slowing down, even when it's landing on its belly. Some airports have those crush pads at the end of runways to slow them down. Is that something investigators are going to look at here?
They will look at it, and they'll look at the application of that worldwide, for that matter. But the problem is, with the crush pad, you still got to be aligned with the runway. If they veered off, which appears to be the case, they would not necessarily have gone into a crush pad if there'd been one at the end of the runway.
And John, something else that we've seen in this video, the plane hit that wall, and that's that very disturbing moment that we see that was captured there. It's very possible that the plane would have been fine if it hadn't hit that wall. Why is that wall even there?
That's a good question. I don't know why it's there, and I don't know where it is in regard to the center line of the runway. You don't want anything in the way of the aircraft as you're coming down a runway. And if you're landing gear up, there's no training for us as pilots in terms of how long it's going to take, how much extra time if you're skidding. Of course, you also don't have any directional control at that point after you've dropped the speed maybe under 100 knots. So a lot of questions here, and some of them are extremely serious in terms of future.
And we know that Boeing is actually sending investigators there, of course, because this is one of their planes. When you look at this and you look at Boeing and people look at other Boeing incidents earlier this.
Whenever this stuff happens, immediately, because there's so many moving parts, because there's so much division amongst like different parts, everybody starts pointing the finger of blame at other places immediately. Boeing will say, "Oh, it's pilot error." Pilots will say, or the airliner will say it's Boeing's issue. We don't know yet. We have no idea. There will be an investigation, obviously, and it's not even a Boeing we investigated ourselves and we found ourselves not guilty type situation at all. I don't think it works like that. It doesn't work like that at all. It's there is going to be government investigations. Usually this is one of the things that like the entire industry would collapse if there was an air of like, if people thought that this was commercial air traffic was unsafe, then the entire industry would fall apart. Do you understand? Which is precisely the reason why, in order for this industry to continue operating, they have to be as careful as possible. Now, obviously, having said that, capitalism does have a tendency to cut corners, and we've certainly seen that with many of the Boeing-related incidents. There's also the other side of things. I'm not speaking for Korea when I say this, but specifically in America, there have been many initiatives from for-profit commercial air travel companies that want to limit the number of people that like limit the number of pilots, for example, to reduce the number of pilots from 2 to 1 pilot specifically, which is devastating and very scary. You have to have a million redundancies in order to make sure that this process is as safe as possible. It's something that the unions have been able to push back on. So it's yet another instance where labor power is incredibly important in protecting people. You just have to, you can't overlook the interest of profiteers in cutting corners, even if it's at the cost of human lives and the cost of safety and then the cost of like long-term profit loss too. Because like I said, if people are fearful of flying because these incidents keep happening over and over again, you're not going to have as many people willing to travel. Once there is this, once this boundary is broken and people like masses get terrified of flight, they're going to, these industries will fall apart.
This year, is this something that you're going to be saying, well, wait a minute, maybe there's a problem with this particular jet, or no, because it's a 15-year-old jet?
Well, first of all, the 737 is probably the most ubiquitous aircraft out there, along with the Airbus A320. I don't think there's anything that's indicated so far that might be a generic problem with the airplane. Very simple systems. But the thing is, until we know exactly what happened in those last few minutes, we really won't know the application. But I would be very surprised if there was anything that was a problem with this particular model aircraft.
All right, aviation analyst and former pilot John Nance, thank you so much for joining us here on GMA, as always. Thank you. Janae?
And Gio, the questions that you were asking, John said good questions, but all questions that we're all wondering.
Local fire officials and aviation experts say some sort of landing gear malfunction was likely. There's also speculation from officials that this may have been caused by a bird strike. The pilot also made a Mayday call shortly after the control tower warned about birds in the area. According to FlightAware, the Jeju airliner was listed as a Boeing 737 traveling from Bangkok, Thailand, before it crash landed at the Muan airport in South Korea. That's in the southwest part of the country. This is the country's worst air disaster in decades. CNN's Mike Valerio has been following this breaking news story from Seoul. Mike, update us on the investigation and where things stand now.
Well, I would say that probably the most dramatic element, Amra, under the floodlights that are illuminating the crash site here is...
No, 15 years old is not old for an airplane at all. Number one. Number two, those things get fucking updated pretty frequently. And not only that, but the reason why you hear Boeing a lot more is because, I mean, there's virtually two major companies, is Airbus and Boeing. And Boeing has a lot of fleets all around the globe. So you're going to have a lot more. You're going to hear a lot more from Boeing. And that they're, whenever these things happen, there's a lot of media attention surrounding it because it's a complete disaster. You have 200 people just dying with one crash. So it's just, those are some of the reasons why, you know, people pay close attention to it, and you hear names being thrown around like this.
Just the urgent effort to try to find...
Also, Boeing is obviously a corner cutter, like a pretty aggressive corner cutter as well in their newer fleets too. And there have been many instances, many high-profile instances where it is directly the fault of the company and their cost-cutting initiatives. But the initial suspicion is a bird strike, but video allegedly showing the moment of the bird strike. One of the two survivors told the doctors he had already been rescued when he woke in the hospital. But like, even if one bird is capable of taking out one of the engines, I mean, there's still so many extra questions here as to like why the fucking landing gear didn't. Why didn't they bring out the landing gear? Did it? Because it's not supposed to affect the landing gear. And again, they have a million redundancies for stuff like this, okay? Like bird strikes happen. They fly around. You know what I mean? It's not supposed to impact the flaps. It's not supposed to impact the landing gear. There's also a second engine. Like planes are incredibly safe as far as like the million different redundancies built into the process, like and what pilots are trained on. They're basically, Austin is saying, call me on Discord. Oh, hell yeah, Austin is around. Okay, great. I think it's important to hear from an aviation safety expert here in times like this. So I will be calling him right now. Okay. Hello.
You hear me?
Wait, where are you?
Oh, shit, why is my camera on?
Wait, turn it on.
Hold on, I'm at the... Well, I'll get in my car first. Let me get in my car.
Okay, get in your car and put it on horizontal, and then turn your camera on.
Okay, hold on. Just a second.
Boeing's number one PR person? No, neither myself nor Austin are going to defend Boeing unless it's something that is defensible. But I think
Boeing here. All right, nobody's defending Boeing. Let's see. Oh shit. Hold on.
Okay. Hello? All right.
Hold on. Let me position my phone.
Wow. You got the M-Power right there. Okay, I lost you, by the way.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, hold on. Let me transfer.
Boom.
Okay. Well, I'm joining you from my satellite phone. Here at the scene of the crash, I flew out immediately when I saw it.
Let's not, dude, 200 people died. Let's not make, let's
kidding.
not.
No, look, here's the deal. The first plane crash was, have you covered the first one in Russia?
Yeah, I mean, that one is very clearly the work of that one is very clearly the work of anti-air. That was a surface-to-air missile.
Right. So the second one was a Boeing 737-800 in South Korea that had some sort of failure, hydraulic failure. This is all speculative for the record, but this is what I think happened. Had some sort of hydraulic failure that led to the loss of the ability to put down the landing gear, which led to the pilots having to do a belly landing. Now, obviously, a hydraulic failure is not a unique to Boeing thing. A hydraulic failure could happen in any aircraft. I'm not trying to defend Boeing. I'm just saying the obvious. So like, because I don't think it's productive to be like, oh my God, you should be terrified to fly. Because I don't, this is what often happens with these disasters.
Yeah.
Is, think people, you shouldn't be scared to fly. It's still very safe. You're hearing about it on the news because it is so rare. That being said, there was a hydraulic. I think there was some sort of hydraulic failure that led to the landing gear not being able to come down, which led to the pilots having to do a belly landing. Now, if you see in the video, I don't know if you've seen the video, but if you see in the video, there was the flaps were up, which means that like they weren't retracted. Usually on a landing, you have your flaps down. The pilots either made the decision to not to have the flaps up, or that was a part of the hydraulic failure, because you need hydraulics to bring the flaps down. And if they're the same system that's tied to the landing gear, I'm not sure how that actually works. But if that system was affected, then they wouldn't be able to bring down the flaps. The other thing I was thinking about is if maybe.
But there's a backup. There's always a backup.
Yeah, there's always redundancies, but I mean sometimes those also fail. I don't know what obviously I would imagine the redundancies also failed, which is why the landing gear wasn't able to come down, nor were the flaps. There's someone in the chat that's also saying this: the landing gear can deploy via gravity, which I'm pretty sure that's the case, and they also deploy it early enough that they can go and try a second approach, which they didn't. Yeah, so that's the other thing I'm going to get to. I don't want to, obviously, rest in peace to. I think the pilots probably perished in this if they were at the brunt of the impact. Yeah. I don't want to speculate to their skill or lack thereof or whatever, but I do think based on the first photo or the video that I saw, and I don't know if was it their first or second attempt.
I don't know if they did two attempts. Did they do two attempts?
I don't know.
The chat is saying this is their second landing attempt. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So and did they, and ask the chat, did they have two working engines on the second attempt? I heard from somebody they were on a single engine. Regardless, they were capable of going around. And on the second attempt, I don't know if you saw this, but if you're coming in, so if you're flying in, what the pilots would be trying to do is get the aircraft at as low of a speed as possible when they touch the ground. And you can kind of see that as they're coming in. So what they're going to do that is they're going to lift the nose up and almost get the aircraft to a point where it's basically stalling. So it's like essentially at a very, very low airspeed, and you're just like touching the ground. The plane is incapable of any lift whatsoever. But what ended up happening is it backfired and they drifted too far down the runway. So when they actually touched down, they only had half of the runway left. And I believe this was like a 9,000 foot runway. Which is a relatively short runway. I mean, it's not the shortest. For reference, LAX has between a 10,000 and 12,000 foot runway. Burbank has a 6,000 foot runway. So it's not like exactly the Burbank, California, that is. So it's not like the shortest runway in the world. But still, you use up about half of it. Maybe let's say there's 4,500 feet left. You don't give yourself that much of a chance to stop, especially when you don't have flaps and you don't have any, there's no you have no landing gear, so you have no brakes. So, I think that in hindsight, obviously that's probably an error. They probably should have tried to go around again. But again, I don't know how much fuel they had on board. I don't know if both engines were working. There's a lot of things we don't know. So it's easy to sit here and say, okay, they should have gone around when maybe they were also having a fuel emergency. Somebody mentioned, what's the airline called? Jeju Air or something?
Jeju, yeah.
Yeah, Jeju Air is from what I understand, is a low-cost carrier, and a lot of low-cost carriers encourage their captains to take minimum fuel, and so they may have had a fuel emergency. So there's a lot of things that we don't know, but based on what we see, I think of the things we're most confident in, it's probably some sort of hydraulic failure, and the pilots definitely overshot the the spot of the runway in which they should have come down in. So that's what I would say, based on just what I would say. The other thing is, I really don't think this needs to, again, and this is not in defense of Boeing, okay? Because I have no horse in the race when it comes to Boeing, but this shouldn't make you fearful of flying. This shouldn't be a conversation about you shouldn't feel safe to get on an aircraft.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to encourage, because what the media is going to do is you're going to see a lot of every aviation related incident is now going to be reported.
Yeah.
So from engine failures to bird strikes to things that may happen more frequently than you know will be big media stories, because it's a hot, because they're capitalizing on clicks and the fear that you have of flying. So that's what I would say about that.
Yeah, no, for sure. So overall, what's your personal speculation on the matter? What do you think is the likely scenario? Bird strike an engine, and then they just maybe fail to deploy the landing gear manually?
Well, so this is like this. I saw the bird strike. So is a bird strike a factor in this? Because I saw a video of a bird strike.
Mm-hmm.
And if there was a bird strike, then they're working with one engine. And so you can still go around with one engine. You can still fly on one engine. It just makes it harder. I mean, I don't know if you and I flew. So Hasan, this is the 737-800 is the plane that you and I flew in, the simulator.
Yeah.
That is the plane that we flew. And we were able to do a single engine. We were able to fly it with the single engine. So it is possible. And you are also able to fly without hydraulics, but I don't know what degree. It's really hard to speculate because we don't know to what degree the failure impacted the systems of the aircraft. So I want, in my heart of hearts, I want to assume that the pilots did everything that they could, and they're experts. And I mean, they had thousands of flying hours, so I imagine they did everything they possibly could. But I would speculate that, the reason for the overshoot was the fact that they sort of glided it, down half of the runway and ended up, not going around. But they may not have been capable to go around. So it's hard to sit here and be like, they should have gone around. They may not have had enough fuel, or something like that, because it's pretty obvious to go around at that point. You're halfway down the runway. You know what I mean? And
why do you think there was a giant concrete wall at the end of that runway? I don't know if it because it was doing a belly crash landing, that maybe it just went out of control and got off the runway. But I thought that normally it's supposed to have a dirt mound at the end of that runway, so that what we saw with that initial impact explosion is not supposed to happen. Is the Boeing plane that we're talking about, does it have the capability of dumping fuel? And is there a reason as to why they didn't? And also, last but not least, the question I have is was the flames that we saw, the fact that the plane engulfed in flames, is that just simply because of the remaining fuel, or does that happen even if there isn't fuel in the plane, is what I mean?
I mean, I think it happens regardless. I think there's if as far as I'm aware, I think that even if a plane doesn't have any fuel, I think it's going to explode. There's a lot of other things that could blow up. I have no idea. Honestly, that's outside my realm of expertise. Let me start with your question about the wall, the perimeter wall. I imagine it just depends on the airfield. Like for example, at the end of LAX, it's the Pacific Ocean, and there is a perimeter wall, I think, around LAX for security and things like that. It just depends. It just depends on the airport, depends on what's around the airport. Sure, some airports have probably dirt mounds. Like if you're looking at an airport like Denver's out in the middle of nowhere. And so you just don't, I'm sure there's not as much of a requirement for some sort of perimeter wall.
There's a Boeing 737 pilot in the chat says you can deploy flaps with an electric motor as backup, and the gear hydraulic system A is not connected to the flaps. Hydraulic system B, and no, they can't dump fuel on the B 737.
You can't dump fuel on the 737? Huh.
That's what he's saying.
News to me. I guess he's a pilot, so I obviously don't know. I guess you can't, but you can burn fuel off.
Yeah, you would. Yeah, no, they do not. It says that Boeing 737 all models do not have Boeing 737 all models, the DC-9, MD-80, Boeing 717, and the A320 family, and various regional jet aircraft do not have fuel dump systems installed.
Yeah, so
I wonder if that's a cost cutting. Do you think that's a cost cutting measure?
I don't know. In the U.S., though, I've heard of like various failures and things that occur, and you need to like have an emergency landing. And a lot of these planes will fly in circles for like hours. I mean, I don't know if you guys remember in the mid 2000s, there was a JetBlue flight that had a landing gear that came down, and it was the front landing gear was twisted. It was like a huge like live. It was broadcasted live. And I think they flew around for a long time to burn all the excess fuel. So I think typically instead of if you can't dump it, this is what they would do. But I think the problem is they may have been on one engine. So I don't know what the procedures of the given airline would be. But like if you're having one engine, you got to land as quickly as possible. I don't know. Maybe that's the procedure. Hey, Hasan, I got to turn my camera off and I just got to go to audio.
Okay.
I got to. 1 second.
You got to start driving? No, it's all good. I mean, we don't have to take up more of your time. I'm going to go back to the CNN experts. If you hear something that I'm talking about that you have input in, you can hit me back.
But one thing I can say, and the Boeing pilot should back me up on this, don't fall for this is some sort of, I'm not a Boeing, look, I'm not in the pocket of big Boeing, okay? But I just am so annoyed. It's not even about defending Boeing. It's the fact that it's just not a productive conversation to have until we know all the facts. The Boeing 737 has been in service for like over 30 years in different variations.
Yeah.
So like it's not the MAX plane was a new variation that had a lot of problems, and Boeing should have to pay for those issues. But like the Boeing 737 as a plane has been a very like try and true safe plane over many generations. So like I don't think like this is reason to like not want to get on a Boeing plane. There's a lot of other factors at play here. Anyway, that's all.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Austin Show, a resident pilot /
not
aviation.
in the pocket of Boeing. I actually, in fact, I prefer to fly Airbus. Like actually fly.
Resident Boeing defender in the pocket of Big Boeing.
I'm not in the pocket of Big Boeing, I promise.
Thank you, Austin. Right. Your Boeing check is in the mail. All right, bye. Okay, that was Austin Show. Like I said, commercial airline pilot, aviation expert. Okay, he has logged flight hours, like FAA trackable flight hours. He is not an actual pilot, though. He just likes to, he just knows a lot. And I wanted to bring in my own aviation expert / correspondent, and the people that were talking shit about him and his background. Fuck you.
2 sets of remains that are of the passengers who are unaccounted for right now. I'll tell you, we've had such a whiplash, chain of events as we followed this story throughout the day here in South Korea. And there was so much hope, Amra, as you mentioned, after the 2 people were found, the survivors in the back of the plane, the 2 crew members were rescued and made it out with their lives. There was hope from a whole host of emergency responders that perhaps a third or a fourth person could be found alive as well. But that hope quickly diminished after the noon hour here in South Korea. So what's happening right now? The 2 survivors are being moved to hospitals here in Seoul. We don't know their exact conditions as of yet, or if they've been able to speak to investigators. But what they have to say will be critical, because the voice and data recorders that comprise the black boxes of this aircraft have both been found. So when you combine those 2 elements, plus the 2 survivors, that could paint a more accurate picture, because there are elements that are in tension of just what happened here. And what we mean by that is we have a whole slew of people who are involved in the investigation, from government officials that have come from Seoul, and also more local leaders like the chief of the fire department, who have mentioned that bird strikes, or a bird strike, I should say singular, could have played a role in a cascading series of events that led to the landing gear malfunctioning. But still, you know, from our analysts who we've spoken to over the past couple hours, it's unclear how a potential bird strike would lead to landing gear not coming down, would lead to the flaps on the aircraft wings not coming up to slow down the speed of the aircraft. And it's not clear why exactly this 737-800 landed so far down the runway, very close to the end of the runway, and why there was all of this equipment near the end of the runway, which is what the plane slammed into when it met its cataclysmic end. So there are still so many unanswered questions. But Amara, as you and so many of our viewers have been following, we're coming off a time of martial law, December 3rd into December 4th. We're now on our third person who's holding the powers of the president because of the impeachment saga that has been going on since December 3rd. So to say that this has cast a new pall over the country, I would say is such an understatement, as so many people are in mourning here across South Korea, Amara.
Yeah, just very difficult scenes to watch as this continues to play out. Mike Valerio, thank you very much for your reporting. Let's talk more about this with CNN safety analyst, aviation analyst David Susi. David, you just heard there from Mike that two of the black boxes, the data and voice recorder, have been recovered. So obviously we will be learning more in the coming days. But from what we know, also seeing that video where you see the plane landing, you see that the wheels that are used for takeoff and landing are not out when it comes down. And then we've also heard speculation from South Korean officials that this could have been a bird strike playing a factor in this. What is your initial assessment, David?
Well, there were so many different aspects to this and unanswered questions. I don't see any connection between a bird strike and whether the landing gear was able to come up or down or not. I really can't see that those two things are related. However, what can be related is the response to a bird strike. So after you've hit a flock of birds, you may have an engine out, you might have things going on, and that creates a lot of chaos.
I can't stop thinking about that video we watched a few weeks ago about how social ladder system in Korea caused us some smaller crash years ago. Is it possible for some of these things to be happening again? No. I mean, maybe, but I'm pretty sure that they literally took training protocol seriously after that to change like company culture to ensure that they reformed it. Like that was the point. I mean, I'm gonna assume that that's probably not the case until there's enough evidence for it, especially because in the aftermath of that crash, they literally changed the training structure and the communication structure. That was the point that that video was making about the cultural attitudes playing a role in this tragic incident.
Us in that cockpit, as far as how the aircraft is going to land, where it's going to land on the runway, all of those things. You don't have a lot of options if you overshoot a runway by a little bit, which it appears this happened here, is that you're going to hit in the middle of the runway as you go traverse down it. So that can cause that overspeed condition at the end. But there's so many different unanswered questions. And yes, flight data recorder will give us those answers.
Also, the fact that there was equipment at the end of this runway. What you see is this plane landing. It's careening on its belly, and then you see that it strikes navigation equipment there on the runway, hits a wall, and then bursts into flames. I mean, why is there equipment there on the runway?
That's my biggest question that I have is airports are supposed to be designed where an aircraft can land without landing gear. And if it veers off the runway to one side or the other into the grass, that there isn't obstructions and barriers of this type that are close to the runway. In this case, I haven't quite been able to determine yet, but there's no answer as to why that lighting facility, which is a large piece of concrete equipment, is located exactly where it is. There's no reason in my mind for it to be there. So that would be my next question does the airport meet the standard design criterion for an international airport? So those things will be looked at very closely by the investigators.
If there was an issue, David, with the landing gear, being deployed, would there have been a warning system in place notifying the pilots so they don't attempt to land?
Yes, there is. It'll say gear up, to make you remind yourself to bring the gear up as you have a proximity warning to the ground. So they would have gotten those notices. But by the time you get that, if you are in this situation, and let's say, for example, you come into land, you don't have another engine, you can't make a go around and try it again. So even though you get those warnings, by the time you get the landing gear down in the position that they were in, you wouldn't have time to get them fully extended. So that may be the problem here, is that they didn't have time to make a go around and assure that the gear had been lowered properly.
You know, David, it's remarkable that we're talking about survivors in yet another plane crash here. 2 survivors, we understand they are crew members who were pulled out of this plane. They were apparently found in the tail of the plane. And I want to ask you this because we've been talking about, I think it was the Azerbaijan airline where you had survivors as well, the plane that was apparently...
yeah, it's the safer part of the plane is the back side of the plane. Usually the closer you are to the tail,
shot down at the skies there, and the survivors from that crash are believed to have been sitting in the rear. Is the rear of the plane the safest part of the...
Good fuck first class law. Okay, bro, chill. Chill, dog. Fuck. Wait, what? Oh my God. There ain't no fucking... Dude. Wait, let's see. Oh my God. As of 4 minutes ago, according to the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, former President Jimmy Carter died at the young age of 100. Dog, he was 100. Stop acting like you're Nostradamus. I'm not acting like I'm Nostradamus at all. However, I did say approximately 4 days ago that one of my predictions for 2024 was that Jimmy Carter would pass, and many chatters made fun of me, and I told them, look, there are still a couple days before the year ends. That's the only reason why I'm confused by this. Not because, it is a Mickey Mouse prediction. That is actually wild. That is kind of wild. And the obits are coming out. And of course, this means we got to have the #1 Carter hater, Felix Biederman, on the broadcast to talk about this. But this is kind of crazy. The tenacious Southerner was turned out of office by disillusioned voters after a single term, but he had a brilliant post-presidential career as a champion of health, peace, and democracy. That is crazy. This was on your list of predictions? Yes. But it's not surprising that this was on my list of predictions. What is surprising is that while this was on my list of predictions, it is a Mickey Mouse one. It is a gimme. It seemed like it was not going to happen. The other 2 on the list were Bill Clinton and Mitch McConnell. And not only did I thought I got it wrong. I thought he was going to keep it going until 2025. And in the eve of the turn of this year, Bill Clinton went into the hospital, but it was a fever for a flu, and it wasn't that significant. You predict that a man in hospice was going to die and gave a year span to get it right? Okay, first of all, I'm not saying this is a crazy prediction. I think what makes it crazy is that what's crazy is that it did not happen, and then 4 days ago or whatever, I said there's still time in this year. Dude, that's a buzzer beater. I'm sorry. That's what makes this unique. Nobody thought he was going to live forever. Okay, calm down. Now, of course, Jimmy Carter is a really interesting figure because he has done a lot of personal good. And a lot of Republicans hate him and historically have considered him the worst president, seeing him as a beacon of being a pussy pinko commie, right? What's interesting, however, is that Jimmy Carter, throughout his reign, as every American president, was responsible for a tremendous amount of death and destruction and violence all around the world. And maybe even domestically, he was the leading figure in the neoliberal changes that occurred within Democratic leadership, marking an attitude shift in the way that the modern Democratic Party that you absolutely despise, operated. So it is, many people that are more knowledgeable than myself will talk about how he was the original neoliberal president. He's not even in his grave yet, so that he can turn in it at this criticism. Okay, first of all, how did he die? The plane crash? No, I think he died because he was at the end of his life, dude. He was at 1 HP for quite a long time. So tomorrow, I think I will probably do a deeper dive into Jimmy Carter to get you to understand the full scope of things. It is one of those unique moments where, like, I do think that even a person who is an otherwise good individual in the helm of power, especially when they are sitting on the throne of empire, American empire, can do a metric ton of evil. Because I do think Jimmy Carter is not a bad person. I think as far as like American presidents goes, like individually, I don't think he is as like openly evil. But given the role that he took on, he did a whole bunch of evil shit. He died because he couldn't handle Kamala's loss. He was supposed to get a cabinet position. Yeah. He was a war criminal like every single one of them after FDR. I mean, yeah. It's hard to disagree. Fuck him. No, as a person, as an individual, I think Jimmy Carter was a pretty good person. Like, he's not like fucking George W. Bush, like, where the humanizing component of George W. Bush is that he paints like he paints the dead Iraqi children that he's responsible for killing. Okay, you're absolutely wrong about this. Come on, dude. Anyway, Jimmy Carter was alive for both the rise and fall of Nazi Germany. Okay, he saw the moon landing. He was alive for the invention of the toast, like the sliced bread. He was alive for the invention of the state of Israel. And perhaps most importantly, Jimmy Carter was alive for Haktua. And I suspect he was also very taken aback by Haley Welch, also known as Haktua Girl, pulling a rug pull on many Americans, including Jimmy Carter. Perhaps this contributed to his untimely demise at the age of 100. The Haktua coin rug pull probably played a formative role in his untimely demise. How much money do I think Jimmy C had in Haktua coin? A lot. Far too much. From the invention of flight at Kitty Hawk to the collapse of Haktua, Jimmy Carter saw it all. Is it fucked up if I say Jimmy Carter saw the rise and fall of Adolf Hitler and perhaps more notably Haktua? I mean, it's a joke, but you know, we all know how the internet takes the joke. I did it. I posted it. If heaven is real, Jimmy's farming peanuts for Jesus. I don't know if any American president goes to heaven, chatter. If there is a heaven and hell, I don't think any American president is going to heaven. There is not enough atonement that you can engage in personally. I think that debt will be paid. And yes, not even Carter, who did engage in a shit ton of good. Absolutely. In his individual life, Jimmy Carter was an exemplary individual. That much is 100% true. I will never sit here and act like that's not the case. That's why I'm saying he's one of the very unique. He is a unique president in the sense that out of all of like the modern age American presidents, he is the one notable figure that comes to mind that actively, in a very hands-on approach, did good things. Okay? He did. Having said that, however, Ashtam, I'm not from the USA. Can you explain what good things he did? Habitat for Humanity, he like actively built houses on his own, did a shit ton, set up global NGOs that still actively monitor to this day, like foreign policy initiatives from a much more sensible perspective, regardless of what he had done when he was in office. Hey man, he came here to little old Winnipeg, Manitoba to build houses. That man was all the fuck over putting up homes. A man should not be alive for Vladimir Lenin's death and Skibbity Toilet. Yeah, Jimmy Carter's last tweet. I'm all in on Haktua coin. Hold on that thing. Why are you calling him a good guy? He committed genocide in East Timor. Chatter, I think you misunderstood what I was saying. I was saying that he was I think it's important to note that he was a good person individually and still is, you know, I mentioned over and over again that he's probably looking up at us if there is a fucking heaven and hell, okay? You understand? Like, worst fucking timing. Some chatters need transcripts to reference because their ears do not work. Yeah. I think it's also really interesting because, like, you can be the best person possible in your individual affairs and yet still do a metric ton of objectively evil things in, you know, when you are sitting on the throne. Hasan, your chat is so racist. Okay. Jimmy Carter, a no-frills and steel-willed Southern governor who was elected president in 1976, was rejected by disillusioned voters after a single term and went on to extraordinary post-presidential life that included winning the Nobel Peace Prize, died Sunday at his home in Plains, Georgia, according to his son, James E. Carter, known as Chip. He was 100 and the oldest living U.S. president at the time, of all time. His son confirmed the death, but did not provide an immediate cause. I mean, we can make up our minds on this. I think you just kind of die at that point. As you know, he was literally living on 1 HP for quite some time. Okay? In February 2023, in a statement, the Carter Center said the former president, after a series of hospital stays, will stop further medical treatment and spend his remaining time at home under hospice care. He had been treated in recent years for an aggressive form of melanoma skin cancer with tumors that spread to his liver and brain. His wife, Rosalind, died on November 19th, 2023 at 96. Okay? The Carters, who were close partners in public life, had been married for more than 77 years, the longest presidential marriage in U.S. history. His final public appearance was at her funeral in Plains, where he sat in the front row in a wheelchair. Mr. Carter, a small-town peanut farmer, U.S. Navy veteran, and Georgia governor from 1971 to 1975, was the first president from the Deep South since 1837, and the only Democrat elected president between Lyndon B. Johnson's and Bill Clinton's terms in the White House. As the nation's 39th president, he governed with strong Democratic majorities in Congress, but in a country that was growing more conservative. 4 years after taking office, Mr. Carter lost his bid for re-election in a landslide to one of the most conservative political figures in the era, Ronald Reagan. When Mr. Carter left Washington in January 1981, he was widely regarded as a mediocre president, if not an outright failure. The list of what had gone wrong during his presidency, not all of it his fault, was long. It was a time of economic distress with stagnant economy and stubbornly high unemployment and inflation. Stagflation, connoting both low growth and high inflation, was a description that critics used to attack Mr. Carter's economic policies. In the summer of 1979, Americans waited in long lines of service stations as gasoline supplies dwindled and prices soared after the revolution in Iran disrupted the global oil supply.
Carter.
So Noam Chomsky, this is a very famous Noam Chomsky bit where he just like in the shortest terms, he just like goes over some of the war crimes of every single president. For those of you who are confused about like what Carter has done, this is just foreign policy. We haven't even talked about like domestic policy and how some of the initiatives laid forth by the Carter administration basically supercharged or at least provided reasonable ground for the Reagan administration to come in and turn America into the shithole that you know and love. So
Carter increased as the Indonesian atrocities were increasing. They peaked in 1978. Carter's flow of weapons to Indonesia increased when Congress imposed human rights restrictions. By then there was a human rights movement in Congress to block the flow of advanced weaponry to Indonesia. Carter arranged through Mondale, vice president, to get Israel to send U.S. Skyhawks to Indonesia to enable Indonesia to complete what turned out to be near genocide, killing maybe population or something. In the Middle East, Carter just won the Nobel Prize. His great achievement was the Camp David agreements.
Yeah.
The Camp David agreements are presented as a diplomatic triumph for the United States. In fact, they were a diplomatic catastrophe. At Camp David, the United States and Israel accepted, finally, Egypt's 1971 offer, which they had then, U.S. had rejected at the time, except that now it was...
Can you explain Ronald Reagan administration like I'm five? Sure. Everything that you despise about, like, as a consumer, everything that you despise about, like, I don't know, shittier and shittier versions of the same products that you get, all the way from that to broad sweeping anti-labor initiatives that were implemented and continue to this day can be traced back to Ronald Reagan, Reaganomics, trickle-down economics, virtually everything that sucks in the United States of America. I'm not in favor of like a single person being responsible for all of the evil. Obviously, that is anti-materialist thinking. Having said that, however, in the most reductive terms, if you hate something that's happening and you're like, why does the government have no solution to this? It seems like other competent administrations actually have a solution to this. Why is there so much income inequality? Why is there so much death and destruction? You can trace all of that back to Ronald Reagan. He is the guy. And he is so bad that you can even point to Carter opening up the opportunity for this evil spawn of Satan to take control over, by incredible margins, the American government and virtually destroy everything about American life.
Worse from the U.S.-Israeli point of view because it included the Palestinians. In order to get Israel to accept Egypt's 1971 offer after a major war and atrocities and so on, Carter raised military and other aid to Israel to more than 50% of total aid worldwide. Israel used it once in exactly the way they said.
It is okay not to blame Dems every 5 seconds. What are you talking about? I mean, I'm literally talking about how everything bad in American modernity is Ronald Reagan's responsibility. But if you're talking about like anti-union initiatives and the proto-neoliberal attitudes demonstrated by American governments, yes, Carter played a role in this. That is correct.
Said they were going to do, as every sane person knew, as an opportunity to attack their northern neighbor, first in 1978, then in 1982, and to increase integration of the occupied territories. And that's for starters. We can continue.
Reagan?
I don't think we have to talk about that one either. I mean, Reagan is the first president to have been condemned by the International Court of Justice for what they called the unlawful use of force, meaning international terrorism in the war against Nicaragua. Again, that's just for starters. They also, the Security Council endorsed it in 2 resolutions, both of which were vetoed by the United States.
Bush won.
Well,
I don't agree that all presidents are in hell. What about the guy who did the checker speech? He seems pretty wholesome. What? So Jimmy Carter, regardless on the initial opinions on Israel Palestine or what he did, once again, I must repeat my original position that like post presidency, he had a lot of prescient takes on Israel.
Apartheid is
this is one of them.
Is exactly accurate. You know,
here he is on Democracy Now! In 2007, talking about the utilization of the term apartheid when describing Israel.
The word apartheid is exactly accurate. You know, this is an area that's occupied by 2 powers. They're now completely separated. The Palestinians can't even ride on the same roads that the Israelis have created or built in Palestinian territory. The Israelis never see a Palestinian except the Israeli soldiers. The Palestinians never see an Israeli except at a distance, except the Israeli soldiers. So within Palestinian territory, they're absolutely and totally separated, much worse than they were in South Africa, by the way. And the other thing is, the other definition of apartheid is one side dominates the other, and the Israelis completely dominate the life of the Palestinian people.
Why don't Americans know what you have seen?
Americans don't want to know, and many Israelis don't want to know what is going on inside Palestine. It's a terrible human rights persecution.
I know that this is a joke, but there's nothing funnier than I know that this is a joke, but there's nothing funnier than looking at a guy like Jimmy Carter who was 100 fucking years old and was basically dying in hospice care for the past year. And thinking, oh, I wonder if there's like, it seems kind of weird. Was he vaccinated? Seems kind of weird. Maybe Mossad killed him. It's like there's perhaps not a better example of looking at a very open and shut case, looking at a story that does not require any sort of magical thinking whatsoever, and still trying to hammer in a mystical, magical narrative, a grand conspiracy. It is fucking fantastic.
That is far transcends what any outsider would imagine.
Jimmy Carter's conditions were, so dire that I feel like if someone killed him, you would consider it like, active voluntary euthanasia at this point. It's just like no one would be like, we got to litigate this.
And there are powerful political forces in America that prevents any objective analysis of the problem in the Holy Land. I think it's accurate to say that not a single member of Congress with whom I'm familiar would possibly speak out and call for Israel to withdraw to their legal boundaries or to publicize the plight of the Palestinians, or even to call publicly and repeatedly for good faith peace talks. There hadn't been a day of peace talks now in more than 7 years. So this is a taboo subject, and I would say that if any member of Congress did speak out, as I've just described, they would probably not be back into Congress the next term.
Oh my God, that's so loud. Holy fuck. Does Mossad know where RFK Jr. lives? Brother, RFK Jr. is unimaginably pro-Israel. It wasn't just him. Even his Secretary of State, who was Mika Brzezinski's father, is known for being outspoken on Palestine. Yes. But this isn't even like him being outspoken in a pro-Palestinian way. He's just like literally relitigating the falsehoods that Joe Scarborough was presenting. Okay? The falsehoods that Joe Scarborough is presenting here are the inaccuracies are just, he's just fact-checking him in real time. Ironically enough, he would then later become Joe Scarborough's father-in-law. But, this is Free Taiwan testing something. Okay. Now, Zbigniew Brzezinski is one of the leading figures in the Vietnamization of Afghanistan. Just saying. So if you want to tie that back to like 9/11, for example, you want to tie Carter back to 9/11, there's opportunity for you to do so as well. Something that I've talked about quite a bit. A lot of people will point to Ronald Reagan, but it goes back. It's actually, you have to, dive a little bit further. Why all you care about is 9/11 and working out? Yeah, here is Jimmy Carter's #1 hater in the United States of America, Felix Biederman, who has apparently heard of the news. Iconic Jimmy Carter moments: Uberizing international warfare, abandoning New Deal policies in favor of a deregulatory race to the bottom, inviting Lash to the White House and pleading, please tell me what to do, and Lash going, I don't know, just give up. Why you wear so many necklaces? What? Mr. Carter made energy his signature domestic policy initiative, and he had some success, but events outside of his control intervened. In March 1979, in a unit of the 3 Mile Island nuclear power plant near Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, suffered a core meltdown. The accident was the worst event for U.S. nuclear energy industry and a severe setback of hopes that nuclear power would provide a safe alternative to oil and other fossil fuels. Mr. Carter's fortunes were no better overseas. In November 1979, an Iranian mob seized control of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, taking 52 Americans as hostages. It was the beginning of a 444-day ordeal that played out on daily on television and did not end until January 20th, 1981, the day Mr. Carter left office, when the hostages were released. Now, what's really interesting about that process is that, that was another... Remember when I talked about fucking Donald Trump cutting a side deal with Benjamin Netanyahu? Yeah. No, it's just sauces, Mom. All right, let's see what fucking CNN is saying.
Still getting these drips and drabs from Jimmy Carter's family or those around him about how he was doing. We knew that he wanted to make it through the election. We had gotten that reporting, but we had still been sort of hearing from those around him in the last year or so, even though he was in hospice care.
Yeah, and I was always checking in to see how he was doing
with his friends and his family, and I would get updates. And I was always pretty much encouraged, even though he was in hospice for the past year, he was still enjoying and watching sports, and I was enjoying and watching sports, but he was a big Atlanta Braves fan, baseball fan, was watching games with his kids and his grandkids and his family and friends. So I would always get relatively upbeat assessments on how he was doing over the past year. But everybody knew under hospice, it was only a matter of time. And 100 years old, that's a
damn,
very,
Wolf,
very
chill.
long life that he led. So we all anticipated it was only a matter of time, and now it has happened. And I think I speak for so many of our viewers in the United States and around the world when I say I want to express our deepest condolences to his loving family. May he rest in peace, and as we say, may his memory be a blessing.
Absolutely. And as you mentioned, his family, I think it was his grandson, Wolf, that we saw at the DNC over the summer, as you point out, as we sort of had gotten these, these stories from those around him. Wolf, we appreciate you being here. Stand by for a moment if you can. I want to now bring into the conversation President Carter biographer Kai Bird. Kai, do I have you?
Yes.
Yeah, just top line reaction. As Wolf was just saying, the former president was in hospice care. He had recently celebrated his 100th birthday. It is still nonetheless really shocking news.
Well, it is a long life, over 100 years.
Yeah, I don't really care. Like, I don't feel bad when a 100-year-old dies. Like, I don't know. I mean, they did it. They maxed out. I would
argue, as the biographer who spent 6 years working on his life,
I don't know if I'm weird about this at all, but it's like, dude, if you live to 100 and you died around your fucking loved ones, it's like, what? You did it. You won. Like, what are we fucking doing here? You made it. You maxed out. That's the fucking hard cap. That is the hard level cap on life. Okay. There is a finite amount of time that you could be alive. You make it past like 80, you're great. You're chilling. Okay. Big time. Does that make sense? Like, I don't know. Maybe I sometimes come across as like indifferent when I'm covering stuff like this, but it's like, I don't know. Maybe it's weird for me to not feel some type of way about this. Maybe I'm supposed to feel bad, but I can't. He lived a long ass life. He got to do a whole bunch of shit. A lot of bad as well, considering that he was, once again, the president of the United States of America. It just comes with the job. Comes with the territory. Anti-union initiatives, creating the groundwork for Ronald Reagan and neoliberalism, but from the Democratic Party side in terms of domestic affairs. But then also, when it comes to foreign policy, continuing American death and destruction, continuing American empire. What good did he do? I mean, he built houses and shit. Like, he's like a nice person overall, and has been a longtime advocate for Palestinian emancipation. There's a lot of stuff that he's done post-presidency. You wrote a book about it?
Your 21st book, Palestine, Peace, Not Apartheid. Let me read from page 215 of your book. A system of apartheid with two peoples occupying the same land but completely separated from each other.
Like, his org, the Carter Foundation, is like one of the few shockingly I would say reasonable American foreign policy institutes out there. Having said that, of course, he once again controlled the reins of American empire, so he still did a lot of metric ton of evil too.
Other, with Israelis totally dominant and suppressing violence by depriving Palestinians of their basic human rights. This is the policy now being followed. And last Sunday, you told Louisville Colonel Journal, I would say that in many ways the treatment of the Palestinians by the Israeli occupying forces is as onerous, and in some cases more onerous, as the treatment of black people in South Africa by the apartheid government. Those are very strong words.
They're exactly accurate. And I think I should point out quickly that the book refers to Palestine and not to Israel. And I also make clear in the book that the apartheid that is perpetrated now on the Palestinians in the occupied territories is not based on racism. It's based on the desire by a minority of Israelis for Palestinian land. And in the acquisition of that land, the occupation, the confiscation, and then the colonization of that land, they are perpetuating an absolute and total division
Another woke college
between
kid.
Israelis living on Palestinian territory.
These young
and the
woke
right of
college students,
Palestinians
dude,
to interrelate with any Israelis who are occupying their own land. So that word is accurate for what the Israelis are doing to the Palestinians on Palestinian territory. The Arabs that live in the occupied territories, which is not Israel's territory, but their own, are horribly abused. And I don't think anyone could go to the West Bank and Gaza or even to East Jerusalem and see what's happening now to the Palestinians that would disagree with my use of the word apartheid.
As I read your book, this struck me, particularly from someone in political life. You wrote the following: there are constant and vehement political and media debates in Israel concerning its policies in the West Bank, but because of powerful political, economic, and religious forces in the United States, Israeli government decisions are rarely questioned or condemned. Voices from Jerusalem dominate in our media, and most American citizens are unaware of circumstances in the occupied territories. And then you went on to say, there's no doubt there is a strong aversion to criticizing Israel in this country. I wouldn't say it's all because of intimidation, but that is one factor.
Yes. Do you disagree with that? Well, I won't ask you that. You're the one asking questions. But I don't think anyone could disagree with that. There are very few, if any, voices in the political realm of Washington.
Do you understand why I'm saying it's complicated and I'm not like immediately running the classic like he's a ginormous piece of shit line? This is part of the reason.
Or in the major news media who would raise the kind of issues that are raised in this book.
Why?
I have said in the book, I don't know if it's intimidation or just reticence. There are some factors that are involved even in the religious circles, but it's almost completely unacceptable in this country for any public official to criticize the policies of Israel, even if they are horribly abusive against the Palestinians and violate human rights.
This is in effect taking on the, quote, Israeli lobby or the Jewish lobby.
That's the Jewish lobby may be part of it. I didn't say that in the book, but I think that's part of it. But even, I don't think that the Washington Post or the New York Times or NBC or others are intimidated by the Jewish lobby. But I think there's a reticence, even in public fora, to describe both sides of the issues in the West Bank.
What the fuck? I fap 4 times a day?
Opportunity to act as the indispensable mediator.
Almost never in our history has a president devoted so much time on a single problem.
He had studied
to the 46th president
of
of the United States,
of the two leaders who deeply mistrusted each other. He wrote Sadat and Begin personal letters inviting them to Camp David. And when they arrived on American soil, it was high stakes for all 3 men involved.
Failure here would just increase the impression that Mr. Carter is a nice man, but an inept president.
This meeting is truly historic, and the people who will participate know it.
13 days of intense negotiations, crucially behind closed doors. No leaks, no social media, no media at all.
The Israeli delegation is totally zipped up. Even less is coming out of it than is coming out of the Egyptian delegation.
At Camp David, Carter and his team shuttled back and forth between the 2 men and their teams, often negotiating late into the night. Carter's national security advisor, the late Zbigniew Brzezinski, described what looked like mission impossible.
Sadat, to sign a peace treaty with Begin, had to break ranks with the entire Arab world. He had to face isolation. Begin, to agree with Sadat, had to give up territory for the first time and to give up settlements.
When direct talks between Sadat and Begin became too heated, Carter kept them apart and quashed any attempt to call off the negotiations. After 2 weeks of complications, drama, and false starts, the men finally returned to Washington to deliver the good news. They had reached a deal.
Just look at 2 weeks ago what the situation was. Peace process all but dead.
An achievement none thought possible.
It appears that the president won, and he won big.
Decades after Camp David, I sat down with President Carter and asked him how in the world he had done it.
There you were, you brought peace with Menachem Begin and Anwar Sadat. It all seems so much easier then, was it? Or is that just what we think now, all these years later?
I think it was much more difficult because I was negotiating between 2 men whose nations had been at war 4 times in just 25 years.
The magnitude of that accomplishment lives on in the image of that 3-way handshake. The Israeli Prime Minister Menachem Begin summed it up like this.
The Camp David conference should be renamed. It was
the Jimmy Carter Conference.
The final result? Israel would return the Sinai Peninsula to Egypt, a piece of land the two had fought wars over. Egypt would finally recognize Israel's right to exist and give Israel access to the crucial Suez Canal shipping lanes. Both leaders declared no more fighting. All three men would eventually be awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. But one thing wouldn't change. Arabs called Sadat a traitor. 3 years later, he was assassinated by Muslim extremists in his own country. Still, many years later, President Carter told me that he was proud of this first peace deal between Arabs and Israelis.
The peace treaty that was negotiated between Israel and Egypt over extremely difficult circumstances was beneficial to both sides, and not a single word of the treaty has been violated. It was much more difficult than the altercation between the Israelis and the Palestinians is today.
And that conflict, the one between Palestinians and Israelis, still rages on to this day. But it doesn't alter the fact that there was a shining moment when Jimmy Carter engaged the full and indispensable role of the United States and changed one corner of the Middle East forever. Christiana Manpour, CNN, London.
All right, let's now bring in CNN Chief National Affairs Correspondent Jeff Zeleny. Jeff, good to have you. I want to follow up on something that we heard a short time ago from President Carter's biographer, Kai Bird. He said, in a lot of ways, President Carter was ahead of his times in many ways, particularly in foreign affairs.
Rahel, there is no question that he was ahead of his time in so many ways as an environmentalist, as a conservationist, and as we are really getting the reactions from Democrats and Republicans, American leaders. I'm looking at one now from former President Bill Clinton and Secretary Hillary Clinton. They talk about how they met him in 1975. They're praising his really post-presidency work. Also getting reaction from Republican Senator Mitch McConnell of Kentucky, praising his post-presidency work. The through line to this here is that Jimmy Carter believed that a president's afterlife, a post-presidency, should not be a time to make profit, but actually a time to do good. And that, of course, is something that is really the last of his kind in that respect. He was not known to give big speeches leaving office. But let's talk about him being in office for a moment. You're right. He was ahead of his time. There's no question his protecting the lands of Alaska, his work on the Panama Canal, and even putting solar panels on the White House. And I was just actually watching a documentary over the weekend called Carterland, which is such a good encapsulation of his time in office. And he was talking about in the year 2000, of course, that seemed like a long time away in the 70s, but talking about the solar panels on the White House. Of course, Ronald Reagan had them removed when he came into office. But when you look at his classic American story, he definitely was elected at 52 years old, but ahead of his time in so many ways.
Yeah, I just want to read a comment that we're getting in from the former president's son, Jeff. I'll read it out for you. It says, "My father was a hero, not only to me, but to everyone who believes in peace, human rights, and unselfish love." This is coming from Chip Carter. He continued and said, "My brothers, sister, and I shared with him with the rest of the world through these common beliefs. The world is our family because of the way he brought people together, and we thank you for honoring his memory by continuing to live these shared beliefs." You know, Jeff, in a lot of ways, he was sort of in a class of his own. I mean, he was the oldest living former president. You know, he lived to 100. He, you know, as we just said, he was a president sort of ahead of his time. But talk to us a little bit about sort of how he, even just in terms of how he sort of had this second career after leaving office that in and of itself was remarkable.
Well, it absolutely was. I mean, he, you know, was elected as a fresh face of the South in the wake of Watergate and in the anger from Vietnam. If we think of every presidential election as a series of, you know, a linked chain of events, his was a reaction to the Nixon administration and the Ford presidency and the anger in the country over President Ford pardoning Richard Nixon. So he was the agent of change at that point. But of course, the economy and so many other things got in the way. And his advisors at the time said, "You're doing
yes,
too much."
this was in my predictions for
save
2024.
perhaps some of this for the second term. Of course, there was no second term. Ronald Reagan handily defeated him. But I think going back to Jimmy Carter, he had if you look through these documentaries and if you walk through the Carter Center in Atlanta, as I have several times, the pictures in the Oval Office as the buck stops here. Of course, that's the Harry Truman line, but also it's something that he took to heart. And as we are looking here at statements still coming in, an interesting line here from Senator Mitch McConnell. He said, "President Carter served during times of tension and uncertainty, both at home and abroad, but his calm spirit and deep faith seemed unshakable." And faith, I think, Rahel, is something that is central to Jimmy Carter's life. Of course, we remember seeing him at the funeral of his wife of 77 years, Rosalind, just a little over a year ago. And now he has taken his lead, reunited with her. So an American love story, an American original in so many ways, will be celebrated over the next several days as his funeral plans begin to take shape.
Yeah, you know, Jeff, that's a really important point. It's something that we hadn't touched on yet, but just his faith and sort of how crucial that was and the way that he lived his life. Jeff, thank you. I want to now bring in for a moment Kai Bird, who was with us now. Kai, I mean, you have had the privilege of working with Jimmy Carter quite closely. Give us a sense, if you might, of some personal anecdotes or any stories that really stood out to you.
Well, you were speaking about Camp David and his intervention to achieve a peace treaty in the Middle East. You know, he took on this issue with no background in it. He
was just that good.
His advisors all told him not to do it, that it was dangerous territory. And yet Carter, you know, was a very well-read man, and he thought he was the most intelligent guy in the room, and he could educate himself on this issue. And he just decided, this is something that is really important to do, and I'm going to use my powers of the presidency to make something happen where no one else has been able to go to that territory. And over the objections of Zbigniew Brzezinski, his national security advisor, he organized this Camp David retreat and invited Anwar Sadat and Menachem Begin. And over 13 days, it was an incredible drama of personal diplomacy in which he forced them to stay there. They both tried to leave on at least 2 occasions. And he managed to keep them there for 13 days and iron out an agreement. And at a sort of critical tipping point, just as Menachem Begin was about to storm out once again, Carter came over to Menachem Begin's cabin in Camp David and brought with him photographs of himself and Begin and Sadat. And he had signed to his grandchildren, to Begin's grandchildren, and he had gotten their names, and he handed these little gifts. And this caused the very stern and staid Begin to break down and start weeping because Carter had inscribed them, you know, for peace for our grandchildren. And this was sort of brought home to Begin that he was missing an opportunity. And at that point, he said, okay, I'll go back. I'll negotiate one more round with you. And out of that came the Camp David Accords, which are still in effect. They brought peace between Egypt and Israel. And yet there was a missed opportunity because Carter always believed that he also got the outlines for a peace between Israel and the Palestinians as well. And that, of course, is a very controversial argument that historians are still trying to figure out all these decades later.
Yeah. Kai, I want to ask you to weigh in on something my colleague Jeff Zeleny had just mentioned there toward the end of our conversation, but the importance of Jimmy Carter's faith and the way in which he pursued his work and the way in which he pursued the issues and the causes that were important to him.
Yes, faith mattered a great deal to him. He was a Southern Baptist. He thought of Israel and Palestine as the Holy Land. And he just thought it was a tragedy that war was being fought in the Holy Land. And he believed that he had studied the issue enough to understand what a compromise might look like.
Nope.
2 states for 2 peoples, and territorial compromises, and sharing of Jerusalem. And all of that was sort of set in the background of the Camp David Accords.
I thought he famously didn't know shit. Like, he didn't know anything, with the exception of, like, maybe some biblical text. And also, Camp David Accords unironically solidified Israel's position of dominance over the Palestinians.
You know, we're seeing, it's ironic, but, you know, Jimmy Carter was dealing with Israel, Palestine, Iran, revolutionary Iran, the same issues we're dealing with today. But if he had gotten an agreement from Begin in 1978 to freeze the settlements in the West Bank, no more building of settlements in the West Bank for 5 years, that would have been a huge step. That would have led, inevitably, I would argue, to a 2-state solution. And here we are decades later, and Jimmy Carter always believed that this was his biggest failure in the presidency, that he didn't somehow get that pinned down.
Yeah, that's such an interesting point, Kai. I mean, what do you make of some of the parallels between his time in office and sort of present day 2024, whether we're talking about Iran, whether we're talking about the conflict in the Middle East? And you mentioned Paul Volcker earlier, the Federal Reserve Chair, who was, you know, in charge of fighting the highest inflation that we had seen in years, and we have seen since then. And so it is just sort of remarkable, the parallels between his time in office and 2024.
Yeah, this is why Carter's presidency, not just his ex-presidency, but his presidency is so relevant to us today, because he was grappling with these extremely difficult issues that he took on head-on, including energy, race, religion, climate change, as we've discussed, peace in the Middle East, the Israeli-Palestinian conflict.
How long ago do you think they had this video ready to go? Years. People start writing obituaries so early on. Famously, Henry Kissinger had co-writers on his New York Times obituary. Some of the people who co-wrote Henry Kissinger's obituary died before Henry Kissinger died.
A solution in Israel-Palestine, or race, or the separation of religion and state, which is something that Carter, Southern Baptist, was very much committed to. So his presidency is oddly relevant in a way that I think most Americans don't understand or have forgotten.
Yeah, it's a really interesting point. Kai Bird, we so appreciate you being with us on this breaking news. Again, former President Jimmy Carter has died at the age of 100. And thank you for joining me today. We're going to continue to cover this breaking news. Omar Jimenez picks up now.
This is CNN Breaking News.
We begin this hour with breaking news. Former President Jimmy Carter has died at the age of 100. The Carter Center says the 39th president died this afternoon, surrounded by family in his hometown of Plains, Georgia. The former president had been in home hospice care since February of 2023, but Carter became the oldest living former president when he surpassed the record held by the late George H.W. Bush in March of 2019. Carter, a Georgia peanut farmer and a lifelong Democrat, served a single term as president from 1977 to 1981, losing a re-election bid to Ronald Reagan. Now, his presidency was defined by blows to America's economy and conflicts overseas, but his most enduring legacy came after his presidency, winning a Nobel Peace Prize and redefining himself as a human rights pioneer. Joining us now, CNN's Jake Tapper takes a look at how former President Carter spent his long life embracing faith and how it shaped his life and career.
I, Jimmy Carter, do solemnly swear.
Jimmy Carter faced the American presidency the same way he faced nearly everything else in his life, with unflinching faith.
I have just taken the oath of office on the Bible my mother gave me just a few years ago.
And as Americans looked to President Carter to lead them, President Carter looked to God for guidance.
With God's help,
and for the sake of our nation, it is time for us to join hands in America.
As a devout evangelical, the pride of Plains, Georgia, was active in his hometown church well into his 90s.
Well, thank you for coming this morning.
Both as a student of faith and as a teacher.
My father was a Sunday school teacher. He taught me when I was a child. I still teach Sunday school when I can.
A commitment to God and family were long-held hallmarks of the Carter home.
The scripture was part of his daily childhood life. Every night at supper, they would not only say the Lord's Prayer, but would read the gospel.
When Carter left home for the Naval Academy, his faith followed.
He would spend his weekends on leave doing Bible classes, tutoring people in scripture. He talks about Jesus Christ all the time.
But in 1966, the lifelong Christian came to question his beliefs, his faith shaken after losing the Georgia governor's race in the primary.
I really felt let down by God.
Carter's younger sister read him scripture from the book of James, reminding the future president
that a setback in life should be an institution that results in perseverance and patience and self-analysis and renewed spiritual commitment.
She made him into what evangelicals called a born-again Christian.
With renewed conviction, Carter went on to serve as Georgia's governor and later as America's commander-in-chief. The 39th president and his new vice president, Walter Mondale, had Christianity in common. They bonded over it.
I grew up in a minister's family, and he recognized what I was about. And I think that's one of the things that pulled us together.
It was also one of the qualities that helped Carter become the first president to welcome the Pope to the White House.
Let all of us here of every faith stand as one under God for peace and justice and for love.
The president's knowledge of world religion played a key role in his brokering of the Egypt-Israel peace treaty in 1979.
Yeah, using a religious framework to try to solve a colonialist conquest is fucking hilarious. Like there you go. Oh, it happened already. It happened for Carter as well. The thing that I was talking about with respect to how sometimes you have people who outlive their obituary writers. What the fuck? Why can't I actually move this? Here it is. Jimmy Carter outlived one of his obituary writers. Peter Baker is the chief White House correspondent for the Times. Roy Reid, who died in 2017, was a Times national correspondent who for many years covered the South. Yeah, obituary writers sometimes like start writing the obituaries so long ago that like they fucking pass away before the subject dies.
Namesake Carter Center touched the lives of millions.
Well, the work at the Carter Center has been, I'd say, more personally gratifying to me.
Founded in 1982 as part of his presidential library, the Carter Center has worked to ensure the fairness of more than 100 elections in nearly 40 countries.
Low-key, one of the most like pro-Venezuelan institutions in America.
Guinea worm that had long burdened parts of Africa.
Guinea worm is probably one of the oldest diseases remembered by human beings. It's in the Bible. We think it's a fiery serpent.
For his work, Jimmy Carter earned the Nobel Peace Prize in 2002. In addition to his philanthropic work, Jimmy Carter was a prolific author. He published more than 25 books touching on his belief in God, country, and kindness. You only have to have two loves in your life, he wrote, for God and for the person in front of you at any particular time. The person with Carter most was his wife, Rosalind, who worshiped alongside him for more than 7 decades.
When I'm overseas, or when she is, we read the same passage in the Bible, and we kind of, communicate silently.
Even when cancer threatened to take Mr. Carter from his wife and from the life he loved, he kept his faith and looked again to God.
Now I feel, that it's in the hands of...
Interesting. There was a book that mentioned Israel-Palestine in there, but not the one that calls Israel an apartheid. I wonder why.
And I want to bring in CNN.
There was an Israel-Palestine book in there, Peace in the Holy Land or whatever. But there wasn't the one where he openly says Palestine not apartheid or peace not apartheid.
Jeff is on the phone, and Chip Carter, the former president's son, said, "My father was a hero not only to me but to everyone who believes in peace, human rights, and unselfish love." And I guess, Jeff, I bring that quote up because For President Carter, there's almost two major chapters in his legacy. Of course, his time in office.
I'm sorry, I'm a product of American presidents, American education system, but doesn't that seem bad? He doesn't seem that bad compared to other presidents? No, especially for like all of his work post-presidency, which is valid. Like, he's just like kind of a dunderhead, you know, a really religious guy, actually a religious guy, not like fake religious in the way that, not fake religious in the way that Trump is, and certainly not insane religious in the way that like Mike Pence is, right? He is like the classic religious guy that's like, I want to abide by my faith and I want to do the things that, you know, the Bible tells me to do. Good things for others, you know, be kind to individuals, that kind of thing. And in spite of all of that, of course, he was still he was still tasked with doing horrifyingly monstrous things as the president of the United States. Also, a lot of people like they're in the Republican Party historically have hated him and have hailed him as like pre-Obama. Everyone used to point to Carter as like the worst president. Okay.
He created the Department of Education. He appointed Ruth
They
Bader
hated
Ginsburg
Bill Clinton
to the
too?
federal bench and began the process of diversifying the courts. Up until he became president, only
What is this?
8
HasanAbi women
were on the
What?
federal bench.
What is it? Where is it? Oh, it's just showing different recommended articles. Let's see if I can find it. It's probably a meme. Let's see what the meme is. Search meme. What was it? HasanAbi women? Oh, this is it. They're my blast off memes, you dummies. I very quickly will write out, like when I post it in the memes folder, I very quickly just like type something out that I'm going to post on Twitter. Where's the Dua Lipa one? What is the poo folder? Oh, that's like tax documents and shit. You accidentally showed your short stack goblin porn? Yeah, I don't fucking watch porn on my work computer. And I also don't download porn. I feel like downloading porn is degenerate shit. Like, I feel like that's the first step towards becoming like an actual gooner porn addict. Like, I've never watched a porn where I was like, damn, I really need to save this. Like, I don't know if I'll ever be able to have access to this again. You know what I mean? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm a Philistine. But my porn consumption habits are pretty, they're pretty like basic. You go Pornhub. Like back in the day, obviously I used to download a lot of porn because I was in Turkey and porn was not as readily accessible and easy to come by. But now it seems crazy. I actually don't know why, like what the inflection point is for why so many Republicans hate Carter. Because like the hatred they have for him is far more severe. Like they hate Bill Clinton, they hate Obama, they hate Obama the most. We know what it is for Barack Obama. For Barack Obama, it's obviously being black first and foremost. But like for Jimmy Carter, I feel like they saw him as like a pinko commie libtard who loves apologizing to the rest of the world for America's war crimes or whatever, even though he wasn't. But I just don't know why they fucking hate him that much.
Essentially, from a president and, of course, high-profile work afterward as well. I mean, how difficult was it to lead the life that they live? And just what kind of example did they set, do you believe, for the country and world at large in just their relationship?
I think it could be like a similar dynamic to how liberals despise leftists, because from their perspective, like it makes them kind of look back at their own ideological shortcomings. Like that's why liberal politicians hate like Bernie Sanders, for example, because they look to Bernie Sanders and they're like, you're a piece of shit because you are really pushing the needle. And for maybe like conservative religious freaks, they hate that he's like at least his output in his individual life was like of a deeply religious man who is not a bad guy. They're really just drafting off the anger that people felt against Carter. America literally ran out of gasoline. He couldn't fill your tank during his presidency. Imagine what the Treatlers would do. Yeah, Adolf Treatlers would do if that happened in the U.S. $10 a gallon gas, etc. The boomers were so angry. Yeah, I guess that's what it is. That's got to be like the most significant part of this, right?
peace accords at Camp David. It was actually her idea to do it there because she was close with Sadat and his wife. And one of those stories that I think Kai mentioned before that I just love is that, you know, the personal touch that they both had, and the fact that when things were looking bad during Camp David, it was Jimmy Carter who gave Begin this signed photograph and said, give it to your grandchildren. And that's what brought Begin back to the negotiating table.
Oh my God, I don't care about this. Iran plus Reagan being seen as a great Jesus. Nah, most older people hate him because during the Iranian hostage crisis, Republicans thought Carter should have bombed Iran. Was Jimmy Carter dying in your 2024 predictions? Yes, it was. But that's like not that interesting. What's actually interesting is that not only was it in my predictions, it wasn't in just my predictions, but I literally said a couple days ago that that you know, there's still time for the year to end, when people were making fun of me for predicting that Jimmy Carter would die in 2024. That's what's interesting about it, I think, or at least somewhat interesting about it, is that like he did do a buzzer beater. Did you write his name in your notebook? Yeah, I have a death note and I wrote Jimmy Carter's name on it. That's fucking crazy. All right, let's go back to this, and I'm going to give you some
I mean, his Sunday school
some
that
more
he was
critical
delivering
stuff
at Maranatha Baptist Church. He did this more than 2,000 times, well into his 90s. And anybody who got the chance to sit and listen to him speak, you look over at Rosalind and she just looked adoringly at him. So it was the pinnacle of his life, marrying her. And I think she felt the same. You know, when he lost in a landslide to Ronald Reagan, she was devastated and she never quite got over it. She thought the country made a huge mistake by not re-electing her husband. So this was a partnership that continued well after the White House.
Yeah, and I want
Jimmy
to bring
Carter
Ron
died.
Brownstein back into the conversation.
One of my predictions one of my last remaining predictions from 2024 that came
former
true.
President Jimmy Carter's legacy here.
100.
And Ron, you know, I can't help when you look at it politically. It's almost hard not to see some of the parallels politically in our environment today that we saw back when he was in office as well. I mean, you know, inflation was one of the biggest issues in this past election, and we know during his time that was something that was a major struggle in this country. And I just want to use that as a jumping off point. Do you see many similarities?
Wait, what did Trump say? Oh my God. Oh my God. Hold on. What's the Elton John song that was playing when Donald Trump responded to RB? Yeah. Okay, hold on. I got it. New Trump tweet just dropped. Yeah. Hold on. Yeah. You want to come read it? Okay. Hold on. We're not going to do this yet because I'm waiting for Alexander Lolo to come and read it. Okay. Your mic is on.
Hey, chat. Sorry, guys. I'm leaving tomorrow, okay? And I won't be here anymore.
Thank God, dude. Fucking thank God.
I know. I'm sorry,
You
guys.
greatly overstayed your welcome. Shit.
Sorry.
Jimmy Carter died. I don't know if you knew that.
I'm gonna take. I heard the news. Very sad.
All right, read.
He was only 100. So young.
So young. Who could have thought? Anyway, here.
Is it? Are you doing it in the background?
Yeah.
Just heard the news about the passing of President Jimmy Carter. Those of us who have been fortunate enough to have served as president understand that this is a very exclusive club, and only we can relate to the enormous responsibility of leading the greatest nation in history. The challenges Jimmy faced as president came at a pivotal time for our country, and frankly, he did everything in his power to improve the lives of all Americans, not as much as me, but a lot. For that, we all owe him a debt of gratitude. Melania and I are thinking warmly of the Carter family and their loved ones during this difficult time. We urge everyone to keep them in their hearts and prayers.
That was pretty good.
Thank you.
This is the forever. I think whenever Trump tries to eulogize someone, I'm gonna play that song.
Yeah.
It has to be played
This
in the
was
background.
pretty nice. This was a pretty nice message that he
Yeah,
wrote.
it's kind of surprising that he didn't go, Carter was the worst American
A
president.
big-time loser, as we know.
Yeah, major loser.
Couldn't cut it 2 times, no.
Yeah.
He tried to put solar panels on the White House.
But just like Sleepy Joe Biden, his defeat brought back one of the greatest, second greatest American presidents. Joe Biden's defeat brought me back, and Carter brought Ronald Reagan. who is not the greatest president, but the second after myself. That's how you know he didn't write it? Yeah, your cousin probably wrote this.
Danny? Yeah, probably. Did you guys, speaking of which, do you guys think I should go to the inauguration?
Can you, how tight
do you want to go?
How tight are you?
Me and Danny?
Yeah.
We're not tight at all, but his mom and my mom are tight.
You think you can get me into the inauguration?
If you want to go, as long as you don't cause problems, you could probably come.
Why would I cause problems? What problems could I cause?
Because you're Antifa. You're an Antifa terrorist.
No, I'm not. I'm literally misogynistic, and I revel in the death of homeless.
This is crazy. You're gonna go. This is the big heel turn, guys. He's gonna go to the inauguration.
Yeah.
He's gonna go on Rogan.
I'm gonna outflank Jank. Like Shaky Gurga thinks he can do this fucking.
Here, let
pivot.
me text my mom right now. She texted me this morning. Also,
Okay.
she liked the video that we sent for some reason, even though you called me autistic in it. She's like, "That's nice. I like Hasan." That's what she said.
Really?
Yeah.
What does your mom sound like? Female Donald Trump.
Everybody
in, this,
in my family sounds
in
that
this
way.
impersonation. Why are you doing her like that? That's messed up. More
Jimmy.
evidence of Hasan's rightward shift. Yeah.
Jimmy, what's Jimmy's last name? Jimmy Donaldson. Fantastic. One of our best presidents.
Mr. Beast
of the world didn't really exist.
All right, well,
Harry
the
Truman,
glaze session's
Dwight
on.
Eisenhower,
I'm gonna take
they
this
kinda
stuff
went
out
home
of
to the
here.
farm. Lyndon Johnson, same.
I will bring
same
my own
story.
MAGA hat to the fucking inauguration
I think
if I'm allowed to
Carter
go.
Really
I think that's a little
created
too on the
idea
nose.
That a former president.
Wait, why?
I don't think you should wear a
would be
MAGA hat to
engaged
the
and a
inauguration. I
source
think that's
of
crazy.
positive change around the world. And
Why?
he's sort of. It's like a new model.
That's
and
what he's gonna do. He's
there
gonna
are
make
very
America
few
great
people
again.
in our history who can say that about that. They just sort of created something that really reimagined. There've been former presidents
I fuck
for,
with Jimmy Carter.
At that point, almost 200 years. But none had really.
I mean, he's
envisioned
probably
their
the only
role
good
in
like
the same
post.
way that he did.
Can you talk about that?
And I think he has
He's the only
created a
good
model that,
president,
to
like
varying
post
extent,
presidency,
other
in
presidents
terms of trying to do the right
I
thing.
think now see as part of kind of what you
Racist
are expected to do when you leave office.
I mean, he
although
ran a
none,
tremendously
I think,
racist
to the full extent
campaign
matches
to
the full
become,
extent of Carter's engagement with so many different
governor
causes
of,
for so long.
Right, he was governor of
And
Georgia.
this, of course, as we continue to see the images of the American flag
peanut
at
farmer?
half-staff, and to speak to some of
Chad, is this right?
what you were talking about, they founded the Carter Center in Atlanta in partnership with Emory University
Chad,
in
was he
1982,
peanut
and those
farmer?
initiatives included monitoring international elections, fighting diseases in developing
Georgia?
countries, seeking international
Dude, look how
peace.
good
And one
I
of their
am.
key
Look at that.
accomplishments that
Where
they're
am I pulling that
credited
from?
with
I don't
is
even
the
remember
near
what I was eating
eradication
for
of guinea
breakfast
worm
yesterday.
disease for more than
Just
3
kidding.
million
I've been
cases
eating
in
a breakfast
1986 to
burrito every single
14
day that I've been in Los
last year
Angeles.
in 2023, and he of course got the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the highest honor for an American civilian, in 1999. I mean, the impact. I mean, just
You
those
can't hear
numbers
me?
alone, reading out of a disease essentially being eradicated over just a few decades is pretty remarkable. But I guess what my mind goes to now is how does that work continue? I mean, obviously he's set such a standard, and even towards
Chad, I'm
the
gonna
end
call
of
my
his
mom right
life,
now.
while he maybe was not as mobile and as public as maybe he would have liked to be, understandably so. He was around 100 years old leading up to it. But where is that source of light? Where is that momentum? How does that work continue at a level that Jimmy Carter?
I'm good. No, I'm staying one more day because I have to interview this big idiot. I'm putting you on speaker. You're on stream. There's how many people are watching? I'm putting you on speakerphone.
Don't want to be on speakerphone.
Okay, you're on speakerphone right now. There are 25,000 people watching. Okay, so don't say anything really problematic.
It's 26,000. Hello.
Ma, it's Hasan. Mom, Hasan wants to go to the inauguration.
That'd be great.
Oh no, absolutely not.
Why not?
No.
Is Kathy going?
Yes, of course. Yeah.
Can Hasan go? He'll be really good.
At night. She doesn't want
He doesn't want to go to the parties. He wants to just take it all in.
Yeah, I want
to take it all in.
Trump is our president now, and I want to celebrate it.
He wants to celebrate.
No, I don't trust you to. Absolutely.
That's no.
It's never
We'll be good, Mary. We'll be good.
We will be so good.
Sir.
Mary, we will be
wait,
respectful.
tell her I was gonna wear my hat.
He'll wear his MAGA hat.
Are you?
No.
Are you watching right now? I can put it on right now.
No, she's not watching. She doesn't know.
No, I don't know how to watch anything. I don't do that. I don't have social media.
She watches. She watches her British TV.
Oh, Jimmy Carter died.
We heard, yeah.
Yeah, we were just covering it.
It's like about time, right?
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
What? I mean, God bless. Well, I wouldn't want to live long. That's gross.
You're ready to die, Ma?
I'm ready to go. I'm
Okay.
packed and ready.
All right, good thing. All right, we'll talk about it later. We'll talk later about it, but I think you got to talk to Kathy.
You.
I miss you too.
No, I miss you.
Listen, talk to Kathy.
Come home.
I'll come home.
Goodbye.
Listen, talk to Kathy. Ma, talk to Kathy.
When are you coming home?
I'll come home if you talk to Kathy about getting us into the inauguration.
No.
Ma, come on.
You should have been nicer to me. My Christmas gift should have been nicer.
Oh
shit.
no!
You don't air me out, Ma. There's a bunch of people. No, stop.
What did he get you?
You're disconnected. You're
What did he
breaking
get
up.
you? What did he get you?
Ma, I'll talk to you later. Love you. Bye.
Love you. Love you.
That's crazy. What did you better have gotten her something nice. She deserves nice things.
I got her a nice gift.
What did you get her?
I got her a bunch of skincare stuff.
That's not enough.
It's nice.
That's like supplementary gifts.
What am I gonna buy her?
Give her the choker.
She doesn't like. She's not gonna wear that.
Why not?
That's not for my mom.
It's Marc Jacobs.
A choker necklace for my mom.
I don't know. It's hip. You could be like, this is what all the lovely young ladies are wearing.
No, she doesn't like that. She likes scarves. Maybe I'll buy her a new scarf.
Okay, you better.
She's just talking shit. She wants me to buy her a car.
Yeah, you better.
I'm not you. I can't buy people cars. I make $87,000 a year.
That's half of that.
That's not enough
half
to
of
buy
that
a
could
car.
go to a car.
No, Hasan, that's not enough. I do a public interest lawyer.
You're gonna get fired again for
saying exactly how much I make.
Revealing your salary.
No, we're a union shop. I know. I should make double, guys.
That's insane.
Guys, shouldn't I make double?
God damn, dude. Honestly,
I made more. This is what's really crazy. I made more money when I was 23 years old, and because I worked in tech.
Yeah, that is. Ugh, God.
It was 10 years ago, guys.
Society's on the verge of collapse, dude. What the fuck?
It's sick.
It's so basic to just be like, teachers should be making the price that like the salaries that like these tech people are making. But like honestly, what the fuck are we doing? We're venerating, we're hyping up the worst sectors.
I genuinely feel that the majority of professions at this point, you should just make double, like whatever you're making. You're a fucking teacher, you're an immigration attorney, you're a firefighter, whatever, double.
Someone said 87,000 a year is good. It's a fucking like
it's not. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not saying it's bad.
No, you can say it's bad. You're a lawyer who you've done trials for many years.
I have a lot of experience.
You are an incredibly experienced lawyer in New York City.
And it's New York City. That's
the only
My
reason
rent is
why.
expensive.
The only reason why it's so low is because you're a public interest lawyer. That's the reason, which is so fucked up.
And also, I want to be clear. You're right. It's not a bad living, but the fact is what people make in New York City is so low. I think the median income in New York City is it $74,000?
You're a Columbia
a year,
law graduate.
Like
that is fucking stupid. Like that, chat, please readjust, like reorient to like his personal conditions. You're literally like, when you say $87,000 is a good salary, yeah, if you're entry level in fucking Birmingham, okay? Like that's what the average person should be getting paid in Birmingham.
It's not enough to buy my mom a car. Okay.
Like that's with the current with the current ways with the current like salaries and cost of living, that's what it should be. I was making $85K in a local area, low cost area with no degree in tech.
Yeah, that's sick. Yeah, New York is very expensive.
It's sickening. I think.
Might leave, like that's why I was talking about. I might leave New York because it's so expensive.
Yeah.
Anyway, unless somebody I know, if only there was someone I know who could buy an apartment building and let me live there.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna do that. That's insane.
Guys, you guys know anybody who could buy me an apartment? Okay.
Someone said that's almost what I make as a public defender in Kansas. You're getting flanked by other public defenders in fucking Kansas,
I know, it's
dude.
bad, dude.
That is so bad.
The public in California, public servants get paid very well. Like the muni drivers in San Francisco.
Why don't you fucking serve the public here then?
Maybe I will.
Yeah.
Take the bar.
Isn't it if you pass the bar in like certain states, it's like, well, California might be different.
California has zero reciprocity with any other state because they're a bunch of assholes.
Well, they probably have, a pretty populous state.
I think it's a dick move. I mean, you already have to go to law school for 3 years and then you have to take a fucking bar exam.
Yeah, I don't really know. But isn't the bar like most of it is just like learning each individual, like the minutia of the.
It's just annoying. That's all it is.
I guess it kind of makes sense. You can learn on the job.
I mean, that's I agree with that 100%. Anyways, chill.
I know a guy who can build you an apartment, but he just passed. True. You're
Damn,
cooked.
R.I.P. gang.
Yeah, Jimmy Carter was gonna fix the housing crisis. That's why they killed him. And because is Mossad killed him because he was pro-Palestine.
Oh yeah. He had another
they just found out. They just found out about his takes that he wrote in books for like 800 years at this point.
Good for him.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll move to California and I'll take the bar here.
You should do it.
I could be L.A. lawyer.
I'm an auditor for the state and I make $20K more than this dude with a lot less education. Totally feel for him. In California, you don't have to repeat the MBE if you've been barred for 6 years out of state. Only 1 day essays.
Okay, cool. Well, that's not for another year and change.
Oh yeah.
Thanks for the info. Anyway.
Wait, but how did he die? Probably wasn't natural, right? Yeah, dude. He was in hospice care for an entire year. It definitely wasn't natural. No one who was in hospice care for an entire year at the age of 100 dies like that.
He was just a fucking kid.
Yeah, one could say he died suddenly.
He died under mysterious circumstances.
Yeah, nobody knows how he died.
More than New York is the snobbiest city in America.
What the fuck?
And Carter and the Georgians were treated like dirt, condescendingly and with hostility. If he had a fault, it was
American like cultural battles are so silly to me. Like,
was accused of presidential micromanaging, of excessive attention to detail.
My whole thing is, why do people from the Midwest
Jimmy Carter mastered a subject
think that
and then led sometimes
people on
very
the coast have
effectively.
smoke for them? When it's like, I don't think about, no offense, and I don't even mean the flyover thing. It's just like, I'm not.
Oh, like the
anytime
West
I meet
Coast East
people
Coast
from the
rivalry or
Midwest,
whatever.
There's like a chip on their shoulder. Like, it's chill.
No, it's because they're very overlooked parts of the country, and their material conditions have worsened over over the past couple of decades, partially because of neoliberalism that was originally initiated by the Carter administration and then supercharged by Ronald Reagan. But I think that's where the anger and resentment comes from. That people are just feeling like they've been left behind, and they have been left behind. And some of the only areas where there is any sort of like dormant industry remaining is like tech or I don't know, finance in New York and tech in California. So for that reason, I think that like a lot of people have these this kind of like anger and resentment. That's it. I think
let's start a co-op.
What are you talking about?
Chat, you want to start a co-op?
Question. Are you better off
for what
than you were 4 years ago?
Just hanging out.
Jimmy Carter lost the election, but not his resolve to make a difference. He and Rosalind founded the Carter Center in part to promote peace, democracy, human rights, as well as economic and social development.
Connor is, I think, one of the funniest, if not the funniest Twitch streamer out there. This week's Fortnite Friday has been indefinitely delayed. Yeah. I think...
Shout out Angelica Reed.
My sources tell me he was crippled with anxiety over his upcoming... over a coveted upcoming media appearance. My sources tell me he was crippled with anxiety over a coveted upcoming media appearance that he was training for. You type like my grandma? Your grandma can type this fast? That's insane. Like, yeah, I type slow, man. I'm fucking 33 years old. Suck my dick. But like, if your grandma could type at the speed of a 33-year-old when her entire life she's never touched a goddamn typewriter or a computer, then congratulations to your fucking grandma. Is she a goddamn stenographer? Even though they use a different keyboard entirely? Index finger typing. I think my speed is not great, but it's not terrible either.
You have a lot of smoke for this person's grandma.
Yeah, I get annoyed when people make fun of these fucking Zoomers that like, don't understand what it's like when you had your own personal computer like late in the game. Okay, I wasn't born with a fucking iPad in my fingers, bitch. You youngins will never understand. Yeah, I can fucking read way faster than you and write better than you. So at least I have that over you. I don't need fucking autocorrect. How about that? The way Hasan talks about being in his 30s sends me, Lamau. It's because this environment is filled to the brim with fucking disgusting Zoomers. Zoomers who are ontologically evil as an entire generation. Anyway.
They're fine.
Yeah. Do you know how to fucking write or read cursive? I can. There you go. Boom.
Do you fight with them a lot?
What? My audience?
The
No,
children?
I would never. I would never fight with the children in my audience. Just kidding. I fight with them all the time. And then people will be like, Hasan is so audience captured. And then they'll turn around and go, he yells at his audience all the time. No, we're not going to watch the Papua New Guinea doc. Before we move on, my critique of Carter as a religious studies student specializing in Christian liberation theology is that a Christian leader has the responsibility to effect positive systemic change, not just lead a holy life. I mean, fair. Yeah, I can also read, period. I need Lolo in a biblical way, this person said. Where'd it go?
What does that mean?
I don't know. They want to do like Bible stuff to you.
Is that anal?
Maybe. You, me, code forces. Let's see who can reverse a binary tree. I don't know what any of those words mean, Magic Man. Okay, calm down. Isn't that what that fucking Twitter geek said?
Who?
The one who was like the racist Algerian coder.
No, he's not racist anymore. He said that he was not doing that anymore.
Oh yeah.
He said he was going back to the grind, which I can respect.
Anyway, Lamau, look at this Weekend at Jimmy shit. Oh, this was, I know what this is. Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah. How could
That's
he
so
have?
sad.
How could he have died? I mean, this is.
That's not nice.
I mean, come on. It's not nice to fucking wheel him out like this. It's not nice to snap a picture of him being wheeled out like this.
We're looking at
When
it,
when you're incapable of closing your mouth, it's like it's God telling you your time is up. You know what I mean? Like when gravity takes hold of your jaw muscles, it's over.
Maybe he's yawning.
They wheeled him out mid-death rattle a few months ago. Shit's wild. Yeah. Why is the kid dying too? Yeah, I don't know what happened here.
Slay King.
Carter has passed, an accomplished man, a brilliant legacy. Although for many of us, he died years ago when he refused to condemn Gamergate. That's a banger.
I kind of forgot. I always kind of forgot that he was still alive until the people showed pictures of him like this.
It was really gross because the media would literally fucking cover him. Because like they'd be like, Carter thinks Kamala will be a fantastic president. It's like, no, Carter doesn't think anything. Okay, he has no thoughts.
Doing elder abuse.
Yeah, he looks like an Elden Ring boss, dude. What do you mean? Yeah, to witness a military flyover with 4 fighter jets. It's like, no, he didn't witness anything. Okay, they would be like, Jimmy Carter voted for Kamala Harris, and then the photo they would use was this. Like that photo on the right where his mouth is open, mouth is agape.
He's mewing.
Yeah, he should have been. He should have been mewing.
I don't want to live to be 100, to be honest.
Bro looks like an Elden Ring stage dressing. Yeah.
But I think it's
was
actually
extremely shocking and unexpected. We're still struggling to understand exactly what happened. Yeah.
Can I just ask, what age was Sister Declan?
She'd have been 98 on Friday.
Right. Might that shed some light on the situation?
How so?
Does anybody else have any thoughts on the whole her being almost 98 years of age thing?
Struck down in her prime.
The hospital.
Struck down in her prime.
I love Dairy Girls.
I never watched it.
Oh, it's
who
really
became
funny.
president of the United States, and after leaving office, did all these remarkable things as a former president of the.
Oh my God, Glaze, dude. We get it. We get it. He fucking built houses. Okay, Mr. Peanut Man. Oh.
He did really racist shit when he ran for governor. You know that all that stuff, right?
Let's take a look.
He sent out the mailers.
I mean, he's for governor in Georgia.
He sent out these mailers to make them think that he was like really racist. Like he wanted to trick the voters into thinking that he was very racist. Can you Google this?
Jimmy Carter for governor vintage envelope. Is this it?
No. You know what I'm talking about, chat? I think I'm right about this.
Damn, you're just doing a fake
I
cancellation.
know,
You're
it's
doing
real.
a
It's
fake
real.
cancellation.
No,
dude.
go look up Google Jimmy Carter mailer racist. The dark side. Oh, it's on Reddit. Just on fucking Reddit. Don't read that.
Look at Jimmy Carter from 1971. A governor speaks out on race. He looked old when he was 45, bro. I don't know what's happening there. But this is on Reddit.
No, don't read the fucking Reddit.
Why?
That's not useful.
You never know. Just kidding. What am I doing? Even as
Why
a
are you
joke.
reading Reddit?
Disgusting. Even as a joke. Oh yeah. Worst fact of the fucking day. The 2 oldest living presidents are now the incumbent president and the president-elect. Wait, is that true? Oh my God.
Yeah.
Trump is the... Oh my God. I mean, I know Joe Biden is the oldest living president, but Damn, Donald Trump is older than fucking GW. Washington Examiner. Yes. Dude, it's so funny that Washington Examiner wrote this because it's like, what? Was he not racist enough for you guys? Like, what's happening? This is like when a person...
Here, the leaflet. Yeah, this is what I was talking about.
Okay, setting aside the much greater disrespect shown by the left at nearly every moment of former President George W. Bush's presidency, readers should refer to Stephen Hayward as the real Jimmy Carter if they want a taste of the out-and-out racism that Carter employed in order to defeat moderate former Governor Carl Sanders for the Democratic nomination that year. As Hayward's book points out, oh, he used the term ethnic purity? Oh, that's fucking crazy.
Wait, go back to the mailer there.
Anyway, Carter's top campaign staffers were spotted distributing grainy photographs of Sanders arm in arm celebrating with two black men. Sanders was a part owner of the Atlanta Hawks, and in the photograph, he was celebrating victory with two players that were pouring champagne over his head. Carter's leaflet was intended to depress Sanders' white vote. The Carter campaign also produced... By the way, things have not changed. Hillary Clinton did this against Barack Obama.
Sure.
Like, are we forgetting that? That, like, no. Hillary Clinton... Like, the Clinton camp is responsible for the distribution of photos where he's, like, wearing a turban and shit.
It's just so funny that this is a strategy in Georgia.
Yeah. Like, it was a... I'm saying...
It was a leaflet noting that
it was a strategy for Hillary Clinton in the primaries.
Sure, yeah.
Like, that's why it's so crazy. Carter campaign also produced a leaflet noting that Sanders had paid tribute to Martin Luther King.
So fucking crazy.
Carter criticized Sanders, a former governor, for preventing Alabama governor and notorious segregationist George Wallace from speaking on Georgia state property. I don't think it was right for Governor Sanders to try and please a group of ultra liberals, particularly those in Washington. Brother. I have no trouble pitching for Wallace votes and black votes at the same time, Carter told a reporter. Carter also said to another reporter, I can win this election without a single black vote. Upon receiving the endorsement from a former governor, Democratic Governor Lester Maddox, Carter responded by praising the lifelong segregationist. He has brought a standard. Okay.
I mean, that's a classic Democratic move. That's
like
Joe Biden.
Joe Biden eulogized Strom Thurmond, dude. Like,
yeah.
And also co-authored and co-sponsored numerous bills. God, everything.
Guys, I'm starting to think
American
that this
politics
country is
so
a little
ass.
bit racist.
Yeah, American politics
crazy.
is so fucking ass. And it's always so funny because, like, diehard liberals, like diehard pro-dem people will just, like, straight up talk to you like you're a psychopath for bringing this up. Like, make no mistake, the Washington Examiner is infinitely more racist than any number of... Like, Washington Examiner writes articles similar to this in a regular basis, okay? But it's, like, kind of wild to remind people. It's kind of wild to remember that, like, this isn't, 1970s shit, okay? This is, like, still very much... White supremacy is still very much at play in numerous instances in contemporary American politics. It is something that people utilize still. Check logs, important. Dude, CNN released an article on your Hollywood drama takes, Lamau. It's on CNN Entertainment. They added a clip from your stream.
Oh, no.
What the fuck? This is what takes me down.
Guys, you should... Wait, when does that Fear End episode come out?
Monday.
Guys, can you guys listen to that? Because I feel like it's going to be the worst performing episode that they make, but actually we had a really fun time. And Hasan talked about
it's not showing up.
The way that he was with boys in college. He talked about that.
There isn't anything else. There isn't, like, it's not showing up yet. Wokeism taking down yet another Twitch streamer.
Wait, what happened? It's gone?
I don't know. Oh, they lied? I debated you. Also, flex against Rise. I love you, Haas. The Americana, proud of what you've done.
Ban.
All right, take a day off, bitch. Are we still doing ban appeals today? Yeah. Well, not that guy. That guy's gone. Fox will end up defending us on. No, you don't understand. That'll never happen. Okay, because every party responsible, both on the woke side and the Republican right side, know that I am not a fucking misogynist. They're just... they will both, in the same exact way, cynically claim that I am to fucking complain. That's how this goes, okay? That's it. It's the same principle behind the Fox News articles calling me a fucking anti-Semite.
Those are true.
God damn it. The reality of the matter is, if I was openly a genuinely misogynistic person, I would probably be loved by at least one side of the political spectrum.
True. There's always money in that.
Yeah. That's why it's so stupid when people are like, excuse me, Hasan thinks Hasan is transphobic. It's like, are you stupid? Do you know how much fucking money I would make if I was like a transphobic person routinely cutting transphobic fucking videos, like why the fuck would I hide it? Why would I try to like go in this roundabout way of like doing some secret transphobia and misogyny? Like I'd just be actively out there.
Wait, do you want to know something kind of crazy?
What?
I went to this morning. Maybe chat will like this. I don't know. I think it's kind of interesting. I was at this bookstore in LA.
Dude, you're constantly in bookstore. Oh my god! Wait, hold on. They're showing Jimmy fucking kissing, dude.
Yeah, he's fucking hot.
That's crazy. Go on.
This place, it's all first editions that they have, and it's like these two British guys. It's really cool. So like every book they have there is a first edition, and they have these amazing books. They're way too expensive, but I just like to look at them and imagine what it would be like to own them. But they have this copy of Oscar Wilde.
They're showing the kissing photo again. Sorry.
De Profundis. Do you know what that book is? Go look it up. This is really crazy. So they have a copy of this book, right? And if you don't know what this book is, it's like De Profundis.
Oh.
Yeah, there. So this is a letter that was written by Oscar Wilde. And it was like when he was in Reading jail. And it's actually about like this relationship, this abusive relationship that he had with like this young boy.
Uh-huh.
Okay. And I'm like, oh, this is it's crazy that you have this book. It's like a first edition of this book. It's very old. And he's like, oh yeah, you know who loves that book and buys copies of it all the time to give as gifts? Johnny Depp. This is what Johnny Depp gives as gifts to people, this book.
Okay, but you just said you think it's cool.
No, I wouldn't give it to somebody as a fucking gift. That's crazy.
I mean, it's not surprising.
That's fucking insane. Is that not crazy?
Yeah. It's not that surprising.
No?
It's not that surprising.
What the fuck? I think that's nuts.
He's a fucking gross little weirdo. What do you mean? Like,
it's crazy, right, chat? No?
I think it's like,
I thought you guys would like that.
I think it's a crazy gift, but I also think it's like very on the money for Johnny Depp.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, he's a weirdo.
That's what I mean. He's like a fucking, he is like the perfect depiction of like a gross little Hollywood pervert. Like he looks the part. I mean, for the longest time, I thought he was not even American because like he puts
Isn't
on
he
like
Australian?
Dude, he's from Ohio or some shit, or like Louisiana maybe.
You live on an island?
Dog, Johnny Depp is 100% an American. I think he's from Kentucky.
What the fuck?
Yeah, he's from Owensboro, Kentucky, dog.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Weird.
Yeah, he carries himself. He does that thing like, I was also shocked when I found out about this about Jason Momoa. Jason Momoa grew up in like Idaho or some shit. Like,
but he is
like, I think he's half Samoan. Yeah.
Okay.
But like, it's just weird that he fucking grew up in Iowa. He does not. For the longest time, I thought Jason Momoa was like straight up from like maybe like Maori, New Zealand, something like that. You know what I mean? Like, I just didn't think that he was like. I would have never thought that he grew up in fucking Iowa.
Shout out Duncan, Idaho.
He did grow up in Hawaii for a little bit. I'm just saying that like it's shocking that he, you know.
Anyway, sorry for that.
They don't carry themselves like that. Like, and neither does fucking Johnny Depp.
Did you guys know I'm American?
Wait, really?
I was born in America.
That's crazy. So was I.
That seems not true.
Samoans are U.S. nationals, to be fair. No, dude, that's not what I'm saying. Like, doesn't he give that's why I said New Zealand, okay? Because like he gives off vibes like he is like a New Zealander or something. Like or like at least lifelong grew up in Hawaii, but not even in Hawaii.
He's racist. Hasan is racist.
Yeah, I am racist. He carries himself like a dude who's exotic. Exactly.
Exotic is a crazy word.
Like Taika Waititi. Please don't tell me he also grew up in fucking Idaho. I'm gonna lose my mind.
Go. Wait,
he grew up in. I think he's from New Zealand.
We kind of softened on this guy, right?
Wait, what? Were we mad at this guy? I don't fucking know any Hollywood shit.
I mean, I think people liked him for 5 minutes, and then they don't like him anymore.
Why don't they like? Yeah, he's from New Zealand. Oh, thank God. Okay. Yeah, he was born in Honolulu, And his father's native Hawaiian, his mother is German-Irish Pawnee ancestry. Shortly after his birth, his parents divorced, and his mother moved to Norwalk, Iowa, where he was raised. He was raised in Iowa.
Okay.
Which is crazy.
That's a sick pic of him, that one.
Oh, this one?
That's fucking dope.
Yeah. Momoa carries himself as though he grew up around spicy whites, but he grew up around bland whites. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, it's just like shocking. Like, I am more inclined to believe that Jason Momoa grew up in Brazil or some shit than like, again, Iowa. We don't like him anymore because he dished his wife in favor of an American girl who thought he was Samoan. See, that's what I'm saying. It's like this is what I mean. You know too much about these people's lives. Who cares? I don't care.
Who's that about?
I don't know. Maybe YTT.
Okay.
But it's just like, I don't care.
I thought he was just annoying.
I don't care, and neither should you, honestly. Like, oh my God. Giving Lola the ginger mic is pretty fucked up, dude. Oh my God.
Oh, shit.
That's not by design. Chat did that, actually.
He gave me the Lorax mic.
Is this your brother? Yeah.
Whoa.
Stop saying you don't care. Why are you talking about it then? Because
Yeah,
a chatter...
get his ass. Get his ass.
What? Because a chatter
Get his
brought
ass.
it up.
Get his ass.
A chatter brought it up.
Yeah,
and
you got
I'm
fucking owned. Owned.
A chatter brought it up.
I thought I brought it up. Well, I started it.
Yeah.
I just thought
But then a chatter...
the Johnny Depp fun fact. I thought you guys wanted a fun fact, okay?
Yeah, that was a fun fact.
Sorry. Let's move on.
All right. Let's get to one last thing that's newsworthy, and then after that we'll do.
Well, yesterday, you guys know we
stuff.
had quite a few discussions.
Donald Trump has officially sided with Elon Musk on the H-1B visas,
King,
which is going to be really interesting because all of the guys that were yelling about Elon Musk's position now have to turn around and be like, we actually love H-1B visas. Like, what? We never said anything. Now, I don't think that that's entirely the case. I think it's because of the I said this yesterday. I think that people greatly overemphasize the impact that like the right-wing neo-Nazi Twitter has in terms of what 27K can't be put in front of Twitch due to being a brand risk law. Wait, what? I don't know what you're talking about. But anyway, I think that right-wing neo-Nazis are not as influential within the ranks of the Republican Party as you think they are.
I just am excited to see Nazis be like, guys, the perfect is the enemy of the good when it comes to their extreme racism. We need to let the H1B1
H1B1.
What is it? HV. What is it? HN. I don't fucking know. You know what I'm talking about.
H1B. It's on
H1B.
screen.
Where?
Right here.
Oh yeah, look at that. I'm a fucking idiot. What do you want?
I'm stupid as well. Don't worry.
Wait, the plane crash.
I
Is this
already
another
covered.
one?
Yeah, the one in Korea.
Jesus Christ.
Which we did not mention in the Fear and podcast because Cutie's fears. I did not want to remind Cutie of or inform Cutie on this kind of stuff. That's right, baby. We win. We're gonna flood the U.S. with banger ass food. Everyone's gonna start eating Indian food, baby. Dude, Indian food is so fucking good.
It's really good.
100%. I'm in favor of complete Desi domination of America. Okay. Oh, it's the best. Okay, let's continue.
On the debate that's raging online right now about H-1B visas, and Elon Musk, Vivek Ramaswamy, coming out saying, hey, we need this. Our country needs this. Our companies need this. We need this to have this technological advantage over China and other countries. And other people saying, I'm not so sure. A lot of those H-1B visas are for coding, and they're sort of the grunt work of the tech industry. And there's a lot of Americans who would like those jobs, and we should be working on training them instead of replacing them with foreign workers who presumably will do it for cheaper. So that's the debate that's raging. And in the midst of that, someone has found a quote from Donald Trump where he says he backed.
It's so funny that both Fox News and also CNN just like refuse to say these guys are white nationalist neo-Nazis. Like virtually everyone in legacy media is covering this as though this is like, somewhat of a difference in an agreement, a difference in opinion, not rooted within this insanely racist reality where they're just like, yeah, they're having a little disagreement here. And it's like the people that are disagreeing with Trump are fucking Nicholas Fuentes, Groyper Titler, 1488, numerous other fucking Groyper accounts, Laura Loomer. How the fuck have we just accepted that this is just the normal now? This is the new norm.
Yeah,
it's great.
H-1B visas. Now,
Will you do a hogwash on the fallout of this? No, because I think that while there is a MAGA civil war, the average fucking Americans don't give a shit about this. Okay? I think the average Republicans don't give a shit about this. Especially because, you know who this pisses off the most? Right-wingers in blue enclaves, okay? Which happen to be the biggest fucking neo-Nazis in this country. Right-wingers in blue enclaves that were laid off from the tech sector. This directly pisses them off, okay? Dude in Arkansas is not around like a whole bunch of Indians. For him, he doesn't even understand the difference. He doesn't know the different slurs they use against Indian people. He thinks Indians were responsible for 9/11. He thinks when he sees a brown guy like that, he's like, I know what this is. This is the guy who fucking, blew up the towers. I'll never forget.
Osama bin Laden.
Yeah. So the people that actually are around, H-1B workers who are of Chinese or Indian descent, those people are the most right-wing people in the United States of America. Those are the fucking open, prominent neo-Nazi right-wingers who fantasize about living this country lifestyle, living this rural lifestyle, but they live in fucking the Bay Area. Okay? That's it. Most right-wingers don't give a shit about this. They're like, oh, I don't care. It's the tech sector. Who gives a fuck?
Those Nazis really don't like you very much. They always message me whenever I come on your stream.
What do they say?
Just not very nice things, but I block them.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Do they know you're Jewish?
Sometimes they say, yeah, they call me. They say Jew stuff.
They might just be saying that though. They suspect everyone of being Jewish.
Just popping off.
Yeah.
In my DMs.
Yeah. Do you think the American tech people will leave the country because of H-1B problems? What? No. I don't think the H-1B visas are going away.
They're not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Please.
These guys love working working people.
Stuff.
What?
Jew stuff. Chat keeps saying juice. Did I say Jew stuff?
You did.
Okay.
that would be contradictory to what he has said in the past. We'll have to get to the bottom of that. But here's what he said on this. He said, the New York Post reported on Saturday, he said, I've always liked the visas. I've always been in favor of the visas. That's why we have them. I have many H-1B visas on my properties. I've been a believer in H-1B. I've used it many times. It's a great program.
You know, this is I think, as we talked about yesterday, such an important debate. It's happening entirely among
so funny
Republicans
to say it's an important debate.
and within Trump world. And obviously, what he is talking about here is the fact that he's obviously defending the program. But what I also think is sort of interesting is that he put into place in his first term a lot of restrictions that protected the program, that reformed the program. And of course, one of the first things Joe Biden did, including opening the border wide open to let lots and lots of unskilled labor into the country that we have no control over.
Hasan, I'm curious, do insane Twitter Nazis ever tell you that you're Jewish? Yeah, they say I'm gargling Jewish semen from a gallon.
Hell yeah.
That's what Miles writes under all my tweets. Or was his name Miles? The fucking Myron, not Miles, sorry. the Fed from Fed and Fit, or whatever the fuck this show's name is.
Oh, is that the one where they pay like women to come on and insult them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that guy is like crazy anti-Semitic. Dude, anti-Semites are so funny. If it wasn't like a time where it's like increasingly more dangerous,
yeah,
they're so funny. They'll just like look at everything and somehow under every corner, every problem, it's the Jews. Like they'll just always go back to like, nah, the Jews did this. Like ridiculous.
That's what you always say.
Yeah. But like secretly.
Can you pull up that Kanye clip?
Oh, the doctor one?
Yeah. I fucking love that clip.
It was a Jewish doctor. He was Jewish.
It's so funny.
I won't say.
I do love that clip. I'm sorry. It's so good.
What is this?
What happened?
Forgot to paste the tweet, lol. What the fuck is...
Who is this?
I had a rockstar application for college, near perfect SAT score, perfect AP scores on 7 different tests, Eagle Scout, blah, blah, blah. Having known you in college and seen you recently, have you considered it might be your personality and the appallingly nasty and unappealing way you conduct yourself, even compared to your many of your nationalist peers? Just a thought. He said you're gross even on nationalist Twitter.
That's crazy.
Even neo-Nazis don't like you.
I draw the line at this guy.
Yeah.
Listen, we're all Nazis here, but that guy is really off-putting.
Yeah. We don't like his fucking vibes. Wait, what were we talking about before that?
Kanye?
Oh, the Kanye clip here.
Exhaustion, which was misdiagnosed by a, I'm not going to say what race, what people, doctor, and what hospital, and what media it went to. We know I can't say that. It was a Jewish doctor.
I love that one.
Oh my God.
It was a Jewish doctor.
That's so fucking funny.
Yeah, it is. The timing is so perfect.
He's so fucking funny. We lost a great mind.
Yeah, I think like I was saying, this is not like a mover and shaker for the average Republicans, but I think given the overemphasis we have on Twitter still to this day, because a lot of prominent media people are still on it endlessly and relentlessly, it has the capacity to inform mainstream coverage on stories like this, despite the fact that their influence is greatly overstated, in my opinion, within the ranks of the Republican Party.
It's like a holdover.
Yeah,
from when it was more relevant and also somehow less.
No,
Nazi.
I don't think there's ever like you have regular Republicans that say shit without being ideologically invested in like neo-Nazi ideology, right? Like you have people who will, drop the notion that like, yeah, Jews own the media, obviously, but like they're not in the same. I don't know how to explain it. They're not in the same camp as like a Nicholas Fuentes, who literally is like actively, deliberately trying to get other people to believe that it's always just like Jewish tricks at play. You stub your toe, it's the Jews somehow. Like there are a lot of people that believe basically the same shit that like a Klansman believes, but doesn't actually fully think about it. Does that make sense? And I categorize them a little bit differently because I think the approach to them, the approach of like de-radicalizing those people is very different.
I don't know. I think some of them maybe you're giving too much credit in terms of the things that they genuinely believe and think. I do agree that there are people where it's like, half-baked ideas and thought and the thought process.
No, this is casual versus competitive races, or there's a difference between casual anti-Semitism rooted in ignorance and ideological anti-Semitism. That's what I think.
But I don't know. I don't know.
What were you going to say?
I don't know. I lost it. My brain is not.
They're just not
today.
like very ideologically motivated, and they also deep down inside know that like being a Nazi is bad or being a Klansman is bad.
Sure.
So when an actual out and about Nazi comes out and says like out and about Nazi shit, they get kind of grossed out by it.
Yeah, but that I think the issue is that like I think that used to be more true. Like I think that is becoming less true. I think that is fraying a bit. I mean, I think the stuff we've been watching the last couple of days of like this meltdown with Elon and these people on Twitter, I agree with you that I don't think that they have a lot of power necessarily inside the party, because at the end of the day, a lot of them are just antisocial freaks, honestly. And they're also like not rich, and they don't have like that kind of power, influence, and leverage.
Yeah, but there's rich people backing them though.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, right. Exactly. And I also think that it's like death by 1,000 cuts. You know what I mean? It's kind of like when the conversations get like we're talking about right now. It's like Fox News covering this shit, and the stuff that they're referring to where they're like, this is an important debate that needs to be had, is like a debate, like as you're saying, between like I Love Hitler 69 and Goebbels Lover 24 or something. I don't know, but it helps. I hate the word normalize, but it does help normalize these things.
No, it is true. You're absolutely correct on this. No, you're 100% right about like the very insidious nature of legacy publishers like normalizing this kind of sentiment and covering it as though it's like a minor disagreement, when in fact like what I'm trying to say is like these guys, with the exception of like Stephen Miller's and like other people that work within the ranks of the Trump administration, there aren't that many like ideologically invested white nationalists. There's just like regular old racists.
Yeah. I think it's also important and worthwhile, like, to the extent that you are out there in the world, chat, and doing these things, and obviously you can, because I know that some people are in situations where they can't, but especially, like, if you are an able-bodied man, you can't let people say these things in front of you anymore, honestly. Like, you can't let people say this shit. Like, if someone says some fucked up shit in front of you, especially if you're in front of a group of people, you need to say, sorry, excuse me, what did you just say? Can you repeat what you just said? Like, you need to actually start putting yourself out there a little bit more and standing up in these situations. Because, like, if you don't, nobody else is going to fucking do it. And I do think that's part of the problem, because I think people have gotten way too fucking comfortable saying this kind of shit.
I agree. But if it's your fucking aunt or your uncle saying some out-of-pocket shit, don't try to throw hands.
Well, yeah, don't punch your mom in the face, but,
yeah,
you know, talk shit.
Should I say okay, chill. But anyway, let's continue.
Also removed a lot of those reforms to the H-1B visa program so that it was open to widespread abuse.
And in fact, that's what Stephen Miller tweeted back in 2023, talking about the first Trump term and his position on H-1B visas. He said, Biden axed Trump admin H-1B reforms, which eliminated its use for cheap labor, raised wages to stop displacement, outlawed substitution, and replaced H-1B lotteries with high-paying offers, which precluded substitutions. Regs were scrapped, and now big tech is replacing Americans. So Trump weighs in yesterday, suggesting he supports H-1B visas. Now, in the past, he has looked for reforms to H-1B visas.
Oh, dude, Miller has been on. Miller is all over that fucking team, dude.
What is he gonna do?
I would say that, I mean, he has been the architect of almost all of Trump's immigration policies.
He has sort of a Nosferatu vibe.
That's anti-Semitic of you. Typical anti-Semitism.
Yeah, that's right.
Coming from the HasanAbi broadcast and his guests.
Look at Nosferatu. Actually, don't pull that up.
He's the deputy chief of staff, the second top job in the White House. So he's I mean, he directly wrote like a lot of the immigration policies, like straight up. He is an ideologically committed fascist, 100%. Like he isn't. I mean, he loves Israel, so that I guess is another marker that he is ideologically committed to international fascism. But he is one of the worst pieces of shit in the Trump admin, I would say, in a sea of awful individuals. Yeah, really fucked up.
On the surface, this issue, I don't think, has as deep a divide on the right as one might initially perceive. Meaning, I think a lot of people on the right, including obviously Donald Trump and then Elon Musk, support the idea of bringing in whatever percentage it may be, 0.01%, whatever the number is, of highly, highly skilled people from across the world. The idea of bring your best. But the program can't be abused to box American workers out. That's been the perspective in the past of Donald Trump. And I suspect it will be the position of Donald Trump in the future. But the debate got deeper and it got more contentious on the cultural level. And for example, that's where I took some exception to what I thought Vivek Ramaswamy made a too sweeping indictment of American culture. Elon, by the way, weighed in immediately after Trump.
Pretty soundly, by the way.
Pretty soundly. Well, Elon, this is a quote from Tropic Thunder. He's memeing. Remember Tropic Thunder with I don't know, Robert Downey Jr.?
Can we actually read the entire?
I don't know if we can do it. Let's try.
Let's try. Okay, where is it?
Let's do it. This is what Elon put on X. He said, "The reason I'm in America, along with so many critical people who built SpaceX, Tesla, and hundreds of other companies that made America strong, is because of H-1B." Go ahead, Charlie. You can quote Tropic Thunder.
You can take a big step back and have fun with yourself in the face.
Yes. So that's what he said. He obviously feels very strongly about it.
This is something that I can never get over, which is that like these guys will, smile and be like, every brown person of Guatemalan descent is a serial rapist. But then they can't say F yourself because of TV restrictions. It's such a funny dichotomy where it's like, you can say horrifying things. Like every transgender person is a pedophile that will groom your child. But also, you said F yourself. Oopsie.
It's a family-friendly show.
Yeah.
Fox and Friends.
Listen, I want to get into the cultural stuff, but before that, remember, the context about a lot of people were upset about the H-1B visas were that famous story of Disney. Do you guys remember that? where Disney was going to lay off these workers. These were some sort of software workers. And then they said, listen, we're going to lay you off, and you will not get your severance unless you train the people that come in. These were, foreign workers on this type of visa. And so that really, really upset a lot of Americans. And I believe that was the context around the conversation about abuses. And lots of people are weighing in on both sides of this. Obviously, Vivek and Elon very strongly on the side of getting more H-1B visas, saying that we won't be competitive. The cultural side, I think, is fascinating, Will and Charlie. I guess Vivek saying he thinks that we need to our culture has a problem with, not prizing enough those who are valedictorians and academically, succeeding versus those who are the prom queens and the quarterbacks, I guess.
What I think they kind of wandered into, and neither Vivek nor Elon.
Like I was saying though, I don't think this is going to cause as big as a rift as I wanted to in the Republican ranks, is what I mean. Especially now that Donald Trump has come out in favor of the H-1B visas. The only rift that this will cause is it further solidifies Elon Musk as the shadow president. I think that will piss Trump off more. New key to understanding Elon. Watch Tropic Thunder, and you'll understand some of the memes and references on the timeline. I hate these people so much. It's just like how stupid and smarmy they are. Like how they're such fucking ginormous little baby losers. And yet they think they're so fucking cool. Like in their little, they feel like they've carved out this like subculture of political dissidents that are engaging in disruptive discourse. Like, watch Tropic Thunder, and you'll understand some of the memes and references on the timeline. Watch Tropic Thunder if the wokes haven't gotten to it already. They want to take down Tropic Thunder. You hate Elon or Maher more? Elon. Elon is more damaging than Bill Maher. Bill Maher is damaging to my own personal psyche, but Elon Musk is definitely a worse part. Elon Musk is like up there with Donald Trump with how awful he is.
They couldn't make a Nosferatu today because of woke.
Dude, Nosferatu lives in your mind.
I'm so obsessed. It's so good.
Yeah.
And if you guys don't like it, fuck you. If you don't like Nosferatu in the chat, if you don't like Robert Eggers in chat, get the fuck out of here. Leave.
Okay, don't leave. It's fine. We can have disagreements over which Hollywood director you like the most.
You don't even like movies.
What? I do.
What's your favorite movie? I asked you the other.
Snatch.
Oh, really? You like Guy Ritchie?
Yeah. Old Guy Ritchie.
Interesting. You like Layer Cake?
Yeah. But Snatch is the best, I think.
You like it more than Lock, Stock?
I think Lock, Stock is pretty good, but for some reason, I think Snatch is like the perfect version of it.
Interesting.
Yeah.
You like Brad Pitt in it. You like the Travelers.
Yeah, I like Brad Pitt in it. I like Jason Statham in it. It's so good.
I'm a movie guy. I like movies.
Oh, we know.
I like
oh,
movies,
I
guys.
know, dude.
Chad,
He
I like
loves movies.
I love the movies.
You like British films after all? Yeah, I like British cinema. You know what I want to watch? I saw a TikTok. I wrote it down in my notes app. Pusher. Have you ever seen it?
Pusher.
Dude, oh my God.
what
It's
is it?
early Mads Mikkelsen, dude.
What? Oh, he's so hot.
Yeah.
I would let him kill me with a hammer. For sure. Oh.
It's a trilogy.
Det er nu, og jeg bliver stoffer, ja. Det er nu, det holder.
Apparently, it's a movie about a guy just being bad. It's just a bad guy being bad. With blood on my hands. The angel of death.
Ej, stop for helvede, mand. Det er speed blandet med rottegift. Slap af, mand! Så det her gå ind ved siden af og smadre noget.
Yeah, I'm in. That's fucking sick.
It's free to watch on Plex. Do you have a letterbox?
Yes, sir.
Of course he does, dude.
But I don't have a top 4 because I'm against that. That's actually one of the reasons I took so long to get a letterbox.
What's your favorite?
What?
What's your favorite movie
Of all time?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't have a favorite. That's too hard. That's
You
really
just
hard.
asked me what my favorite movie is?
I know, because it's impossible for me to say. Because how do
Lame.
you have a favorite movie?
Lame.
Because it's like,
You
is
just
it your
asked me.
favorite movie, or is it a movie because other people, you want them to think it's your favorite movie? And I know
What?
it's not for you because you have a normal brain.
What? Why
Because
would
I'm
I-
worried that like,
No, when I
if
ask you what
tell
your
my
favorite movie is, like, I just want to know what your favorite movie is. It could be anything.
I think it's probably Back to the Future.
Did you just choose that?
No, I
because-
love Back to the Future.
Okay,
I've
I don't
probably seen
know.
it 100 times.
I've never seen it.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, it's so good.
Okay, I believe you.
Or Thief. Have you ever seen Thief?
Maybe.
Michael Mann. Oh my God. Sorry, Chad. I'm so sorry that we're doing. I'm really sorry. I'm really
Why are
sorry.
you apologizing? This is fun.
This movie
I don't
is
think I've ever seen
fucking gas. Chat. This movie is fucking so good.
The music is amazing.
You've been putting down 2-3 scores a month. You want to put down contract scores all over the country, working directly for me?
I am self-employed. Guys steal ice. Just diamonds or cash.
Fine. I'll make you a millionaire in 4 months.
No content warning before covering or discussing these kinds of movies?
I don't
What-
think anything crazy happens in Thief.
Why are you taking him seriously? Like, what could there be a content warning on?
Well, maybe Pusher for drug stuff. I don't know. Are
It's
they
a
sincere?
fucking TV trailer. What are you talking about?
I don't know. Woke of the day.
No.
I wear $150 slacks. I wear silk shirts. I wear $800 suits. I wear a gold watch. I wear a perfect
This is Hasan. This is what Hasan says to me when he drives around in the Cayenne.
I'm a thief.
Do you think that I have been waiting for you to come along?
You're gonna marry her and have some kids? Yes. Hey, I'm talking to you. Hey. Hey, what? What is going on in your life that is so terrific? Just asking you to be with me.
Content warning, sex.
Kissing.
Content warning, depictions of making out.
Kissing.
For the fucking incels.
No, turn this off. Anyway, this movie's gas. This movie's so good.
Go. We got a problem. I want my money.
We new partners. We're in for 10 points.
I am the last guy you want to mess with.
What's cool about the 80s and even like the early 90s is that dudes could just be bald.
Yeah. But
There was no
I feel like that's coming back. No?
there was no reason to just like fucking get on this like expensive hair treatment. You could just be fucking bald.
You can still be bald. Girls actually like that. If you have a good personality and you're cool, they fuck with that. Please. Also, there are certain girls and men who are really into bald guys or like balding guys. It's a look.
It's a fetish.
Am I wrong, chat? People like it. No? Jason Statham.
Woody Harrelson.
Yeah. Oh, fuck yeah.
But that's like, there's like a couple. Back in the day, like a lot of the top talent was just fucking straight balding and they didn't give a shit.
Yeah, it's fucking sick.
Like people just didn't give a shit. Like you could have a George Costanza style figure.
Why? You're so fucking. He wasn't that big of a dude. That's like a meme.
No.
Like people are like, this used to be considered fat or something. And they show like a picture of George Costanza on Twitter. It's like a meme. Isn't this a meme?
Wait, what?
Chat?
No, the balding is what I'm talking about, not fat.
Yeah, but you said figure.
No, like I'm saying like a famous figure.
Oh, I thought you were
No,
talking
I didn't.
about
I wasn't talking about his like.
I thought you were talking about him being thick.
No, was George Costanza even thick?
No, we probably have like the same body type. Honest.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Big ass boy.
Efendim. Sıfır. Geldi.
Why do they keep saying my autism code?
Your autism.
They're doing
code.
127 v 130,
Hold on.
127 v 130.
You man the ship for a second. I gotta.
They
say
don't
bye
want
to
to
my
talk to
dad.
me. Oh, let's pull up George Costanza. Wait, I'm scared. Oh, I can do it over here. George Costanza. Yeah. Oh yeah. Wait, how do I go back to this? Desktop React. Trigger warning. This is actually me during a photo shoot that I did.
You get paid what I say. You do what I say.
You don't know from one day to the next whether you're going to be killed, go home, or get busted.
I really recommend this movie, honestly. If you like the softies, if you like Uncut Gems, I think you'll really fuck with this movie. If you've never seen it. And it's like old Michael Mann. If you're a Michael Mann fan, I'm a huge Michael Mann fan. I think he is one of the greatest living American filmmakers. Big fan. Banger after banger, honestly. Yeah.
What's wrong with you? James Caan. Thief.
So good. Anyway, Chad, I'm sorry. You guys fuck with Elliot Gould? This is one of my goats right here. Long Goodbye. So fucking good. Look how good looking he was. We're doing a Elliot Gould fan cams because I'm a fan. Have you ever seen The Long Goodbye?
No.
Oh, it's good.
Lol, if you want peak cinema, you need to watch Pacific Rim while you're drunk. What? Why? Anyway, check the Nosferatu trailer.
What's that?
I don't know. I guess it's Nosferatu, but like said weirdly. Lolo, Pushers by the director of Drive and the Neon Demon, by the way. Genema.
Chat loves the movie Drive because they're all autistic. That's the ultimate autistic movie.
Yeah. Every man wants to tailor their personality off of a...
Well, every time I see a new movie, I do make it my personality for a couple of months.
You literally are doing... Oh my God. You're right.
I wore the Nosferatu
That's not even
shirt
like
during the podcast.
It's not even
episode last
fucking low
night.
key. You literally are. You've been walking around like a vampire. Oh my, you're like a child.
I think it's the best way to consume art and media is to really embody it.
Oh my God. That's crazy.
No, don't pull up my letterbox. I don't want them to see it.
Anyway, Only God Forgives is way more autistic than Drive. The movie is just bad vibes. All right, let's do Banana Peels. Let's do a little bit of Banana Peels. What do you think? What do we think about that?
Someone sent me a message that they wanted to get appealed.
Oh my God, why do you always do this?
Sometimes people DM me and they're like, "Oh, can you get me unbanned?" And they send me a long message.
Does chat have the?
They're always quote unquote accidentally racist.
Yeah. Does chat have a? What's the link? Do the mods have the link to the Banana Peels? I always forget how to get there. Okay, you guys already know Banana Peels. It's Banana Peels time where we got the People's Defender, the Public Defender. What the fuck? Majority Report. Tim Pool cries about Hasan.
Do it.
No, I'm not gonna watch that right now. Anyway, Tim Pool's crying about me all the time. Hey, saw you on Pod Save America months ago. Great convo. Fun to find you here on. So I don't like it much. You should do more of that type of thing. Good luck.
GL.
Okay, bro, check it. It's good from 1922 before Israel. I'm not.
What?
What's the link for Banana Peels? I gotta find it on my own. Hold on. This. What is the play this music for?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
It's Banana Peels time, where the People's Defender, the People's Lawyer, the Public Defender, Alexander Lowell Overruled, will be defending the clients. All right.
So far, I'm not really seeing any problems here.
This is socialist gaming. This is why communism is evil and capitalism is dope. Look how boring this socialist gaming is. This is the future. Please. It's been like 2 years. I was just joking about socialist gaming thing. I'm literally a socialist. I love Hasan and won't be disruptive in chat. I was being dumb. I'm sorry. Oh my God. This is from fucking 2 years ago. Oh my God.
Mona swallowed.
Okay, I'm going to unban this guy even
Mona
before.
Lisa had a dump truck.
Unbanned. Okay, this next one is fuck you, Nazi fuck. Say that shit in public, you loser fuck.
I'm sorry if my comment was a little heated, but I thought it was obvious that it was directed towards the chatter that Hasan was talking to, the one who said it's okay to be white with the white power emoji and told him to cry more, and not Hasan himself. I would never call Hasan a Nazi or a loser. And even if I don't get unbanned, I just wanted to make that clear. Wow, what a sincere message. This is obviously a case of mistaken identity, much like what our dear friend Luigi Mangione is currently facing as they go after him. A true American hero, Luigi Mangione, and I think much like Luigi Mangione, Dubious Dude is also a hero because he was standing up against a white supremacist.
Oh, I think it's because originally he said, C-Mac openly admitting this might be a pre-fire. No, I think it's because he was being like annoying in the beginning. Donating to you, Labor Keck. You're live and you're white, chatting Reddit. Okay, all right, I'm banned. It's been long.
Thank you.
You did it again, dude. You fucking did it again.
Epic.
All right.
Epic.
Hashtag we was Kangs. Hashtag we was Kangs.
What is Kangs?
We was Kangs is a racist thing that like oftentimes 4chan neo-Nazis say to make fun of black people. You know, it's like it's up there with Din Do Nothing. Have you ever seen that one?
No. Unfortunately, not super familiar with the
It's
racism
it's
of
like
4chan.
classic online racism. It's gross, disgusting shit.
I'm disappointed that I was a negative presence in chat saying something like that. The fact that I said it twice is even more cringe, for lack of a better word. I'm genuinely sorry that I said that in this chat. I was honestly uneducated on how this is offensive, and I've always heard that phrase in a satirical way from others. If anyone on the mod team is willing to give me a second chance, I promise I'll display better behavior and won't make offensive, edgy jokes. When was this? 2 years ago.
Okay, there's a mod comment. Context: Kanye West reacting to TikToks.
You know, I think he's putting himself before the court, really, at the mercy of the court. Now, I mean, what can we ask for people but to admit the wrongs that they have made? And I think in this case, he's paid his debt to society and to this community by spending 2 years banned, you know, and he came in to say, apology, thank you. It's just like, oh, it's always fucking racist.
Yeah,
it's
of course.
always fucking racist.
HasanAbi, is it true that Jewish people control America like Congress?
Yeah, absolutely. Just go ahead and unban that one.
Wait, read his defense. Read his defense, dude. You need to. You need to be a lawyer.
Just asking questions.
Okay, read.
Just asking questions.
Read his defense.
Didn't mean to offend anyone. I was just curious because there's lots of TikTok theories mentioned, and Hasan is a political streamer, and he would answer me appropriately. He was just asking questions. Okay.
I'm not kidding. I don't think that this is like. I mean, this is like the maximum anti-Semitic thing that you can say and think. But I am inclined to believe that he was asking because
curious.
he wanted.
I'm just asking questions.
What do you think? Do you think I should not ban this guy? Be honest, not as a lawyer. As a
that's my
Jewish
sacred
man.
oath. Imagine if the judge said that to me. What do you really think?
As a Jewish man,
Just
come on.
come back into chambers with me and tell me what you really think.
Come on. Do you think he did it? You think he's being a real Nazi, or you think
he's just asking questions, Hasan?
Or you think he was just like genuinely?
Hasan, it's not my job to determine the truth. It's my job to determine what the court can prove.
Okay.
And what this court can prove.
Defend
all
him
this
then.
court can prove is that my client asked a question.
Do you think?
And then when he was banned, he replied by saying,
Here's my question.
I asked a question, and when is asking questions a crime? What country do we live in?
Okay, here's my question.
My God.
Here's my question.
Do we live in Nazi Germany?
Here's my question.
Where?
To you.
Where are we?
Here's my question to you. Do you think this is a person who is
you're
like
really why?
supercharged and ideologically committed to like just asking questions about Nazi shit? Or do you think this is a guy who saw a bunch of TikToks and is like, yo, everyone keeps saying Jews control the media. What's up with that?
I mean, you're the judge, Hasan. You're the judge. This is a bench trial.
Okay.
Or is chat the jury?
Do a better.
Is chat the jury?
Who else in Turkey right now is scared to sleep? It's 3 a.m. and cannot feel asleep.
Chat is not like.
Thank you for all the donut. I have family in Syria. They will appreciate you so much. God bless for you standing out and helping these humans.
Family I have in Syria.
Yeah.
He's just asking questions.
And he's asking, I just did an MRI. I don't think he's like a particularly brilliant individual. That's why I'm saying
he's asking about his MRI results. This is a man who needs answers, and he comes to you for them. Every question he has. My doctor said this, Hasan. Can you help me? Hasan, someone on TikTok said that Jews control the media. Is it true? He's looking for guidance, Hasan.
I'm denying it. You fucking failed. You're a bad attorney.
No, wait, you need a different sound for when it doesn't work. Like, you need the Price is Right, the yeah, like that's good.
Why are you contributing to your own demise here?
I think that's funny.
Okay, all right. Up next, we got another case. They sound kind of similar. Have you noticed? The Price is Right horn and the... I mean, I guess they both have horn sounds. All right, anyway, whatever.
Not even close.
All right. Coming in my pants right now. Coming in my pants. Lamau coming. I'm coming. At HasanAbi, currently coming. You can't see me. I'm coming. I'm coming so hard right now. Go ahead. Defend your... What is your client? What does your client have to say?
Are these the only chats that I've ever done? Well, let's see what they said. Feisure said, I am sorry. Can you go down? I am sorry. You were very hot that day, and I will refrain next time. I mean, there you have it, folks. Haven't you ever cummed in your pants?
No.
When you were watching the HasanAbi broadcast? Whomst among us hasn't had
Have you?
a coming in their
Have you?
pants. Have I cummed in my pants
Yeah.
watching the HasanAbi broadcast?
If you say yes, this guy is free.
I've cummed in my pants at the HasanAbi broadcast, unbeknownst to everybody here. So I think that we need to unban him.
We cover a lot of horrifying stuff here. What part made you come in your pants? Was it the horrifying surface-to-air missiles that targeted a commercial airliner, or was it Israel-Palestine? Which part made you come your pants? Be specific.
You know what it was? It was the joy, the elation of giving gifts to the community. That was orgasmic. That made me come.
Ew. Okay, I'm banned. I'm banned.
Thank you.
Yusuf Mansouri. So what if you donate a bunch of money to Palestine? Do you want people to start prostrate to you? Imagine sucking up the Zionist Hollywood shallow movies that stereotypes Muslims in the middle of a genocide. I'm not hating on you. I just don't understand your moral system. What?
Yusuf Mansouri.
Imagine sucking up to a Zionist Hollywood shallow movies that stereotypes Muslims. My comments. Context.
Dune.
Banned during Dune reaction. You love to tokenize your background as a Muslim while shitting unreligious Muslims.
This is honestly, I don't feel comfortable with this one because this feels like an Ummah. This feels like the Ummah.
No.
This is the Ummah. This is Sharia law.
He
guys.
has a Jewish lawyer now. Okay. He gonna learn today. All right.
This is Sharia.
All right. He gonna learn today. Go ahead. Defend him. What does he say? What does your client say?
Hello. I 100% understand why I was permabanned. I was being annoying, reactionary, and trying to hold Hasan accountable. Okay, we love to hold you accountable, Hasan, which most of his haters do, even though my intentions are not the same as the classic haters. I can see why it would be received that way, and I take full responsibility for my words that were hurtful. I'd like to apologize to Hasan and the community, and would like to be a part of it as well. If not, I understand. I also watched The Dune 2, and it was good. I was just a hater. Wow. Imagine coming back from a moment of righteous indignation because of the injustices you see in the world and that you witness that are often covered on the HasanAbi broadcast, and then you see the Dune movie and you become
dual struggle,
furious.
Quebecois independence and Palestinian liberation.
I think that there's a real sincere apology here, and I think that's all you can ask for in this world. And I also will once again say that this is the Ummah, so you must forgive him.
All right, unbanned.
Hell yeah.
Pretty good track record so far for your clients. Good job.
Thank you. Honestly, I should
show feet.
L
document. Show feet. Hello, show feet. Oh my God. Say the Shahada right now.
I'm not gonna say the Shahada right now.
Come on, dude.
My mom will get mad at me.
Leaving for content. Lesbian 04.
Lesbian 04 asking for feet.
Yeah, she says, I'm sorry.
Short and sweet.
What do you have to say for the crimes that were committed by your client?
Sorry, is it a crime? Is it a crime to go to the Vatican and look up at the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel?
Also, additional evidence, they're Polish. Also, additional evidence that helps your client.
I have one question for you, chat.
They have additional evidence. How do you like the game? Implying gaming watcher, which means there's an automatic unban for gaming watchers. You don't even need to defend your client.
Perfect.
This person is unbanned.
I thought that was a good one. I didn't get anything for that. Is it a crime to go to the Sistine Chapel and look at the ceiling?
Okay, you're an 18K viewer.
That's pretty
Andy.
good, wasn't it, chat? Come on. No? God damn it.
You're an 18K viewer, Andy. Jim Browning, let's go. Sure, suspected. Yep, I'm being milked. Yep.
Ooh, milked.
Yep, you better post this ethical react. You were uneducated. It okay. Yo, Hasan, I can run your phone number through the software I built. Mind saying your number real quick. And sleep soundly. Yep, I am being milked. Sure, suspected. My comments, leaving for content. Okay, go ahead. This is your client now.
Oh my glorious Hasan. Where do I even begin? In a moment of weakness, I allowed a view count Andy to infect my body temporarily, leading me to type those infamous words. As soon as the possession ended, I looked upon the words in horror, understanding what I had just done to my glorious king, Hasan. Your presence on and off the court makes me Ahmad Musin.
It's a meme.
Marveling at how tactfully you dribble through debate lord and top of the hour bait. Please unban me. Oh, my sunshine, my only sunshine, Hasan.
What do you have to say for your client?
Nothing. I think it's all right there. It's just like in the paperwork. Are you kidding me? That was the most sincere apology I've ever read in my entire life. Chat, he talks about your incredible skills on and off the court. What more do you want?
I think that
this is an absolute glaze.
I think that this is very disrespectful.
It's disrespectful.
Not only
That's
yes,
not how. Oh,
this is disrespectful.
What's your score on the autism test there, buddy?
The reason why
127. I don't know if you can read tone. I think you need tone indicators.
The reason why this is disrespectful is because LeBron is the sunshine and the only sunshine. This is disrespectful to LeGod James, the deity, the man who invented basketball and then came back around to perfect it. This is why I will not be unbanning this person.
Shit. Who the? Oh man.
How do you feel about your client? He just fucking died. He's dying in prison.
Life in jail.
Yeah, life in jail.
All right, let's see this. Not today, CIA. Fuck off, Hasan. Boycott everything and vote uncommitted. That didn't work out, guys.
Hasan wanna be Jewish.
Facts.
Appeal. We were talking about minority groups on Twitch and helping combat the hate. So Mrs. Chim Chim came into mind because I seen chatters with hate speech and racist remarks in her chat. I feel she's a very nice person who would make her day. I don't know her, but I just wanted to help. By the way, I've been a fan of Hasan since the beginning when he only had maybe 1,000 viewers. I'm sorry if you thought I was trying to do anything else but help someone. I won't do it again.
OG fan. Hasan was making fun of a right-wing magazine article about calling out Congress members and Biden cabinet being Jewish. Laugh about it. Didn't mean anything serious towards Hasan. Just making a joke. Maybe went too far, I guess. Can you go back to the logs? Wanna be Jewish. This is just a classic goof, Hasan. This is a classic goof.
Oh, this was banned before.
Chatters.
Okay, I'm gonna unban him.
Thank you. I didn't try that hard on that one. I'm gonna be
Yeah,
honest.
but
I do feel it was a classic goof.
okay. All right. Let's see what this is. Okay. Go ahead.
Bro, let's see. This is fucked up, man. You got it in your brain that Chad is defending the cop. That's not a defensive cop. I understand the reality of the situation. He is not. No, he's not a defensive cop. We're just arguing past each other. Bro, you're just stuck on the wrong idea. Everyone here knows that the encounter with the cops can get you killed. This is not defending action. Crime reacts.
Yeah, we were reacting. I know exactly what this is. This is when I was talking about a interaction where like a cop shot and killed someone, and people were trying to tell me that like it's actually on the victim to behave a certain way in a police killing. And that they were saying that you know, actually you're focusing too much. This is fucked up. You have got it in your brain that Chad is defending the cop. In that precise moment, what is the material benefit of being right? Wrong. The cop with a gun drawn is not in the right. He's the guy with a gun. In reality, you listen to the guy with a gun. He was just doing might is right arguments.
All right, let's go down.
Right and wrong matters after the situation is over. It's a fucked up system, but it's also the one we happen to be operating in. I don't think Chatter's disagreeing that the cop is wrong, but from a survive this encounter frame of mind, the guy made a mistake. There's no guarantee to coming out of a police encounter alive, but there are ways to up your chances of getting murdered by the cops. That's the reality. Right and wrong are for after the fact. This is what he had to say.
Two things I understand very well. One, every law is enforced by the threat of violence, with the most extreme version of that being death. And two, nothing guarantees that you could survive in an encounter with the police. Given that, I admittedly got a bit heated when you insisted that I was doing cop apologia. Whenever or now I was aware of it. Damn, there's a word limit? That complicates this. I guess my argument is that I caught a perma because I was unlucky. I didn't deserve it. So much for my essay. Fuck. Such a fucking bad apology.
I'm pulling up the crimes. It's here says defending
so
cops.
fucking bad.
Your client has been caught unintentionally or potentially intentionally defending cops, which is obviously like a manslaughter 1, manslaughter 2 type situation. So the prosecutor chose to go with manslaughter 2, which is unintentionally defending cops. The additional charges are also, ooh, this is bad. Debate lording in the that's a first. That's debate lording 1.
Class A felony.
Yeah, that's a class A felony with it says minimum 25.
25 to life. Holy
yeah,
shit.
25 to life sentence. So it seems like your client was also demonstrating that he's a bit of a debate lord.
Yeah.
Wait. Sorry, didn't see that. The third one is also exhibiting Reddit behavior.
Oh yeah. What's how long has he been in?
He was banned on 3/9/2024.
March.
9 months ago.
Yeah. Well, that's a year with good time. You know, my client has already done, as you know, by the statute, a year plus in ban jail because of good time, of course. Time you spend in ban jail, you don't serve the full sentence. So this was a year ago. He seems to understand. He doesn't seem to be a fan of the police. He just was getting frustrated with the conversation that was happening at that time and was trying to explain his own position. Perhaps by being brought back into the community, rehabilitated, he will learn to no longer be a debate pervert.
What do you have to say to the fact that his apology is also very Reddit coded, further proving that you know, he has he's kind of leaning into the Redditor tendency and also the debate lord tendency.
I would say that
my mom is just carrying heavy objects now. What is happening? What the hell? Anne, stop carrying heavy objects. What's wrong with you? I just saw you. She said, I'm not carrying a heavy object as you put a box full of stuff down.
You ate lunch, right?
Yeah. Well, I asked you if you wanted food.
Well, I wasn't hungry then.
Okay.
Can I eat later?
Flashback replay when you banned him.
Oh my god.
I hate this so much. Shut the fuck up. Enough. 30-month subscriber. Cease. I'm gonna do a culling. Oh, it was cop on cop violence too. It was the ATF agent.
Oh, maybe it's not as bad then if it's cop on
The
cop
ATF
violence.
agent that like no, because the cop literally was like the cop was they didn't kill him, but they arrested the ATF agent because he was just like, I'm an ATF agent, and the cop was like, I don't believe you. Yes, I saw the speed backflip, chat. Jesus Christ. Yeah, ATF versus local cop. That's why would you do that to me?
You did that to me yesterday in the car.
I'm gonna unban this guy now. You fucking used poison to confuse me. There you go. All right, Trump 2024. What are the best drugs objectively?
Sorry, chat. That was gross.
Okay. Please unban me, Turkish Lord. I was just making objective observations in the Twitch domain. As you scroll. Okay, can you read this in the appropriate Can you read this in the appropriate accent that it deserves?
So much worse. What do you mean? Please what do you mean accent?
Please unban me, Turkish Lord. That's what it seems like. That's what he wants.
I don't think I can do that one.
You can do that.
No.
Come on.
Please unban me, Turkish Lord. I was just making objective observations in your Twitch domain. As you scroll through this digital carnival of existence, do you ever question the choices that brought you here? Each emote, each kappa, a pixelated reflection of the masks we wear to hide the uncertainty beneath. The neon lights of the chat room illuminate the shadows of doubt, casting doubt on the very essence of who you are. Anyways, love you.
Okay, I'm unbanning. That was fire. You did it so well.
Thank
That's
you.
why I unbanned him. Okay, violence, especially self-violence, is the worst form of protest. Someone who has and is still struggling with such thoughts. Nothing justifies suicide that too like this. Your take is not balanced.
I was someone who was struggling with suicide.
This is by Aaron Bushnell, most likely.
The reaction. So the reaction, what? Oh, to the reaction, maybe. Typo.
Yeah.
It was a suicide story?
It's Aaron Bushnell.
Oh, sure. I think that's... Wait, go back. Nothing justifies suicide. Yeah, this is fine. You should definitely unban this person. I mean, like, what? They were dealing with suicidal ideation? It's probably a third of your chat is dealing with suicidal ideation.
Damn, dude. What the fuck?
No offense, chat. Please go to a therapist.
That's crazy.
Take Lexapro. But they know I'm right.
Wow, this is an incredible legal defense, dude. They know I'm right. You just said half the jury wants to kill themselves.
I
and
didn't
then
say
said,
half. I said a third.
Okay, you said a third of the jury wants to kill themselves, and then you said, you know I'm right.
Whomst among us.
Yeah.
This is actually what it was pretty funny because me and Cutie were talking about this yesterday about how depressed we are all the time.
Oh, true. He's going to keep making subtle inferences to the podcast with the hopes that you guys all watch it because he's really worried about
guys, please listen
the
to this
episode
fucking thing
not
and
doing
comment
well.
on it. Just all go and be like, wow, Lolo's so good. We love him. Please have him on for every episode. Okay. Yeah, unban. Let's go. This is an easy one. Unban.
What?
Unban. Chat already said it.
Is this how you
Chat.
deal?
Chat.
Is this how you operate in a regular
Chat, show
court?
me the green. Show me the green, chat. Yeah,
They're
yeah,
not.
yeah, yeah,
They're
yeah, yeah.
not.
No, they are. Look,
This is jury manipulation.
No, it's not.
You're manipulating the jury.
Look, they're not manipulated. They love it.
Imagine walking up and being like, jury, come on. Give me a not guilty verdict. Come on.
Yeah, this is how I manipulate people.
All right.
Look at all those greens. Thank you, chat.
All right, okay. Oje sürdün mü? Gay misin AK?
What does that mean?
Saçları uzatacağım mı abi? Abi chat'in 2-3 kelime Türkçe biliyor mu? Öğrettin mi? Did you put fingernail painting? Are you homosexual? AK is like AQ is amına koyayım, which means fuck your pussy.
What does that mean? Are you homosexual? Fuck your pussy?
He's just saying like, what are you, fucking gay?
What are you, fucking gay?
Yeah. Arada makara olsun diye agalara da diyorum valla. He's just saying I was just joshing.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Seems
defend
like a
me.
goof.
So you think homophobia is appropriate here?
I mean, it seems like you have normalized it in your community, so I think that it's pretty rich to hear you talking about homophobia when you're the #1 homophobe in town. Even though last night I heard you tweeted something crazy.
You make a good point.
Chad, did you hear about what Hasan tweeted last night? He deleted it.
Oh my god, dude, you're such a fucking dickhead for that. There were people who literally believed it. Like there are people who thought it was a genuine coming out tweet, dude.
That you would say I'm gay now with no.
Yes, do you know how fucking autistic my fan base is? We're on Twitch. There were legitimately people who fucking believed that. They were like, "Oh, this is like
I'm gay now." Is that not funny? I thought it was funny. I thought you guys would like it.
I looked through the replies and I saw like a couple people genuinely thinking that it was real, and I was like, I have to delete this.
It's so much funnier. Does anyone have a screenshot of it deleted? So much better.
Oh, fuck
can you pull it up?
Yeah, okay.
Chat, find it.
Absolutely ridiculous discussion. Okay, Ethan, Egypt, yeah, the famous Egyptian army. Okay, literally paper tiger, literally Zionist propaganda. Pivot before he loses. Pivot defense activates. No source that time. I wonder why we have time. Literally, who cares about Jewish people? They're the only ones constantly bringing themselves into conflicts. The West is literally using Jewish people as a shield for the Middle East.
I won't mention he who shall not be named again. Who is he who shall not be named?
I think it's Ethan Klein.
Oh. I also was very heated and said Jewish people and not the Israeli government and its supporters who are majority Jewish. The topic just gets my hackles raised. Gets my hackles raised? What the fuck is that?
I don't know. I think he's not.
And I can get...
Israel is literally just a puppet made by Britain and the U.S. to control the Middle East. We have literally all the controls. Israel's basically a U.S. territory. Ethan has lost it. I think... I'm not kidding when I say this. Here we go. The government being afraid is the funniest reason to say they are committing genocide. Ethan has fully lost the sauce. He is. The sauce is lost. Ethan is driving in sauce. The sauce is fully split. The haters are literally constantly on you. You will never make them happy. It's not worth thinking about. Hackles like an old UK thing, I guess.
I can get angry, and I can get angry when I see someone not getting the point and using his own race as a shield for the actions of a government.
All right, defend him. I think this is a fairly defensible approach. Like this is the only part of it that's like, you know, fucked up, which he recognizes. And it also doesn't correspond to this. Someone who says like, oh, it's the Jews doing this wouldn't also say Israel's literally just a puppet state with various nations used to control the Middle East. Or that the idea that like Israel controls the American government is hilarious. The government being afraid is the funniest reason to say they're committing a genocide. Or that literally the U.S. has full control over the situation. Literally, Israel has no other true allies. Someone who is deeply anti-Semitic, who thinks that this is like has anything to do with Judaism, would not say these things. They would say Jews control the American Congress. They would say things like Zionist occupied government or whatever. Israel literally relies on the USA to survive. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, no, everything you said. I agree, Judge.
No, how would you defend him?
Judge, I mean, I have nothing to add. I think
Israel isn't a puppet state, though. He's not saying that either. He's saying Israel is basically a U.S. territory, which is correct. Regardless of your intentions, this clip will be used against you in a court of law by haters.
So true.
Hackles raised is like when a dog gets scared, angry, and the hair on the back stands up a little.
That's so crazy that I've never heard that before in my life.
I've never either. This is going to get Lolo fired? What? No.
Better fucking not. God damn it. Dude.
In a court of hatred.
If you get me fired, I'm gonna fucking
in a court of hatred, not a court of law. Oh, I think this was when I was debating Ethan. No, never mind. No, is it 11/9/2023? Oh yeah. So I think I suspect that Ethan said something about like the feelings of American Jews in the conversation. So that's what he's responding to, I suspect.
All right, let's blast right past this one. Let's go. Let's keep it moving, Hasan.
What's your?
You know what my position is. Next, unban. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. I had a dream about you. You were pouring milk over your half-naked body.
Oh, hell yeah. That's it. That's all he said?
And
oh
they
my
got
God.
banned immediately.
When the fuck did I
My
write?
comments said during Andrew Callahan's sexual allegation coverage. Okay, the context is insane, but this appeal is so fucking funny. I'm leaving this for content. Chat has to see this so that they're even more embarrassed.
Oh my God.
The bailiffs are making fun of your client.
When the
I feel like this is a mistrial.
That's common.
This has the workings of a mistrial. Why am I fucking arguing on behalf of the client? I'm the judge.
Oh my God. When the fuck did I write that? I am truly embarrassed and humiliated writing this message, and I want to sincerely apologize to everybody, including myself. This physically hurts me. I'm sorry.
Defend.
They were just sharing a dream that they had. Have you ever had a dream, Hasan?
No.
You don't dream?
I only have nightmares.
About what? What's a Hasan nightmare like?
I'm just debating. I'm stuck debating people.
You know that you do that every day for your job?
Yeah, it's my nightmare.
And then you go to bed.
It seeps into my into my dreams as well.
Fucking crazy.
I wish I was dreaming pouring milk all over my half-naked body.
Maybe you should try it. It could be good for your skin.
Okay, this person is getting unbanned.
What's the point of looking like that though? Is it just you did? Most Koreans are AI generated. Oh my God. Can I pet that dog? Diet ones expire 3 months. Yep. Good old black parents. To the esteem. Okay, here we go. What's the mod comment on this?
Context: watching Beyond Scared Straight, referencing black child with black foster mother.
Okay, here we go. To the esteemed court, I was making a comment on the show Hasan was watching, Beyond Scared Straight. The mom, if Asim had made a comment about not knowing what to do with the kid, saying he was going to end up dead or in jail. This is something my parents had said to me growing up. I'm also black.
Keep going.
But it was common to hear when you're going to end up in jail, dead, or in the military. This was more of a comment on having heard what mom was saying. It was not meant to be a racist comment. Please unban, thanks. I mean, if you don't unban this person, frankly, you are racist.
What the? All right.
Thank you. Hell yeah.
He's black, unban him.
He's black, unbanned.
Yeah, otherwise it'd be racist.
Honestly, if you are a black chatter, you are automatically unbanned. For me, at least, in terms of that's what I'm doing for you.
What are you saying? Keep going. You should kill Obama and I'll let you live in prison. On me, on my mama, on boss 21519. Don't get it twisted. 6'5". Pray and run.
They're spitting bars.
Long live King Aaron.
On me and my mama. Don't get it twisted. On me and my mama. Don't get it twisted. Spread that shit, gang. I have one message for you, Hillary. Pray and run. On me and my mama. Okay? These are just bars.
You should kill Obama and I'll let you live in prison.
Who said that?
He did. Disappeared, then I'm back and...
What was the context?
Content.
No context here. I mean, you say a lot of stuff.
Uh-huh.
You know?
Well, I'm not the one in...
And you're speaking...
I'm not the one in jail right now.
Whoa. You say a lot of stuff, right? And you're working for hours every day and you're just speaking for hours to an audience of people, right? And you can't remember every single thing that you say. So
well,
how do we know?
How
do we know that the context of what was being said in reference to Obama?
Give me a quick hypothetical.
Do we even know that it was Barack Obama? It could have been a different Obama.
Give me a quick hypothetical where it's like this is an appropriate thing to say.
I went to the post office. Hi, it's me, Hasan Piker again. I'm streaming like I do every day. Today I went to the post office, which is weird because I don't do anything for myself because I'm rich. And I saw a guy whose name was Obama, like the president, but it wasn't him. And he kicked my dog, Kaya. What do you guys think I should do about that?
That's still
what?
Heavily illegal.
I mean,
you can't just like issue a death threat.
Makes a lot more sense, you know, and we don't know. Do we have a clip of that? No. We don't know what was going on at that time.
Wow, that was really good, man.
And they
did it.
Oh, fuck you.
You did it. You did it. You fucking nailed that one.
What's funny is I don't even like doing this.
Wait, really?
It gives me so much anxiety.
Wait, why?
I don't know. I just feel like chat doesn't like it.
Wait, really?
Yeah. Do they like it?
No, they love it, dude.
Do they
Are you
really
kidding?
like it?
They love this shit. You are probably their favorite BANAPEELS guy. I don't even do them without you anymore. I don't even do it with other guests.
Okay, good. Cool.
The only other person that they kind of enjoy doing this with is Austin, because he accidentally ends up like defending a Nazi.
That's funny.
But like you defend it. It's even funnier when you do it, because you do it from like the deeply instilled belief that like everyone deserves their day in court. Whereas he does it because he has no idea that he's defending a Nazi. He was like, what's wrong with that?
Yeah. I tried to get someone to come here today, but they were busy. I don't know if they were dodging me though.
I'm probably dodging you. They probably hate you. Stop. Don't. I shouldn't have even joked about that. I feel like you're gonna believe that now.
No, it's fine.
You're gonna
All right,
think
let's move
that.
on.
You're gonna think that now.
Fossabot. What the fuck? So zesty, man. You have your views to appeal to alt female gays. Holy fucked. Zesty. What's mod comments? Chad, help me.
Leaving for
God
content.
damn it. What the fuck? What is this? I was stoned. I was stoned when I said this. And I won't chat again because I won't do this stupid behavior anymore at all. And I didn't mean to spam chat. I was a bad chatter, and I have learned from my mistakes. When was this banned? 9 months. For what? Saying you were zesty? What were you being zesty about?
No, he was saying I only have the viewpoints that I have to appeal to the alt female gays.
What is the alt female gays?
Like to fuck alt ladies.
Like the red scarab girls?
Okay, so no, just like you know, hippie chick or hipster chicks.
Oh,
Like
alt.
girls with like fucked up haircuts.
I like those.
Like the ones that we saw last night at the bar. They had so many bad haircuts. It's crazy. I'm like kind of
We went
shocked.
to a bar, and Hasan never goes to bars.
It was
and
shocking.
he was like, "Whoa, look at all these people. They're so regular."
No, I said
And then,
they're all.
and then he said he insulted me because we were in like the Bushwick version of LA, and he's like, "Oh, this is your scene for sure." That's what
Yeah.
you kept saying. Oh, this is your scene
You
for
loved
sure.
it because it was your scene.
No, it was not my scene.
It was so your scene. You told a woman verbatim,
"Oh my god,
I do clay
work."
Yeah, you said I do clay. That is the most. We went to the Silver Lake Lounge. Okay, that's where we went, and I heard Alexander Lull Overruledson say to a woman, "Yes, I do clay work."
I was rizzing.
I'm sorry. That's just proof. That's further
was
solidifying
rizzing.
what I was saying.
I was rizzing. And then you said, "Oh yeah, you would be a guy who does clay stuff. Look at you." That's literally what you said.
I was wingmanning.
Yeah, you did such a good job.
It's fucking worked.
Oh my god. All right, anyway.
To be fair,
I did clay.
in the
over the summer. I did it in
in the
Williamsburg.
environment, I think it worked.
I went with my friend. You know him.
Okay. I'm on banning. Congratulations, you did it again.
Thank you.
You're letting all these criminals out into the street. Okay. This guy's kind of cooking. It helps if you haven't had your views challenged, though. You're hot and I like your politics, so I'll overlook this L take. This and the religion is a tool take. Lol. Monitor debate pervert. r/atheist loser.
Hasi was my only connection to the online and outside worlds. If you don't unban me, Slava Zizek will become my new dad. And if it was the religion thing, I have since found the light of Allah. Okay, this is huge. This
Okay,
is
keep
huge
going.
for the Ummah. I just want to omega lol and resubscribe so I don't have to see the ad at the top of the hour. But for the record, I am a lesbian.
Keep
so
reading.
while I do not find Hasan hot, per se, I am nonetheless pleased by the aesthetic harmony of his features and do think he is good to look at.
Okay, we got a Muslim lesbian who's found the light of Allah. We got an unban for the Ummah.
Thank you.
But that definitely a fucking Reddit atheist. All right, annoying. For what it's worth, the Nazis doing this shit right now are literally Russian. Wagner Nazis dying, good, because he so frequently says dumb shit about it. What? Monitor NATO simp. What is this?
Bro, I got bullied at my school for not taking the optional anti-racism course.
Kto nachal konflikt na Donbasse, bratan. Ti tak zorosho zanesh istoriu.
What is that?
I don't know. There is no such thing as LPR and DPR. Don't give them legitimacy by using those fake ass names. Yeah, pretty wrong. What the fuck? Come on, bro. Be fucking real. Gay Ukrainians have mad more rights than gay Russians for a long time now. Lamau. For what it's worth, the Nazis doing this shit right now are literally Russian. Wagner Nazis dying good. Okay, read what he had to say.
I'm sorry, Hasan. I got heated during some Ukraine chat. I don't remember the exact context, but I was definitely being very sensitive about it at the time. For background, I traveled to Ukraine before and during the war, went last summer to volunteer at a summer camp for kids displaced by the occupation in the East. I think Hasan and I are basically on the same page. I just want this war to end, and I want the kids I worked with to grow up in peace. Love the stream. Would love to chat again. Wow, what a nice message. What a nice message.
Bro, I got bullied at my school for not taking the optional anti-racism course.
I am moving to Kazakhstan.
Kazakhstan mentioned W. I have been everywhere in the world, and Starbucks exists for weak Westerners who need the comfort of shitty coffee. I am rotting in a Russian prison right now for putting up a trans flag of my Papa John's franchise in Vorkuta. That guy should be executed, no joke. Gruba govorya eto pizdets. What does that mean? I think even if I unban this guy, he's most likely in prison right now for trying to assassinate President Donald Trump.
Oh, Trump, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, his name is Ryan Ruth, this guy. And I'm going to unban him because...
proud member of the HasanAbi community.
Yeah. Ryan Ruth, HasanAbi head. May his soul rest in peace.
Wait, did he die?
No. Pizdets is Ukrainian for the F slur. Wait, what?
All right, well, it's too late.
All right, well, hearing that probably gave Hasan a chubby. Another Haas chubby.
Whoa.
Context, Rayleigh mass shooting. Like, hearing a mass shooting gave me a chubby. Okay, let's read what this guy had to say.
I believe the reason I was banned was because in a drunk, dark, poor place, I spam chat how if someone directed to Hasan gave me $1,000, I'd get the vaccine. Not because I was afraid of it or didn't trust it, but because I was literally broke as fuck at the time. Ultimately, I did get it, but only when the local grocery store included a $50 gift card with it. Easy. I'm alive and well, plus the 5G connection makes my poop faster. LOL, JK. But in all honesty, I was in a dark place at this time. Sorry.
I don't understand.
Be schizophrenic.
I'm gonna unban him. We need more schizo posting in the chat.
I think that's true.
Hasan knows so much about politics. Let's all be more like Hasan. Hasan solved Ukraine single-handedly. Hasan is better than Kissinger. Hasan cured Ukraine.
Said dumb, sarcastic comments, but would appreciate unban.
Okay, I'm pulling up the rap sheet.
23.
Yeah.
Only one ban.
So
these are only logs. These 4 fucking comments.
Yeah. So one, no repeat offenses, so that's good for your client. But it no priors. But it actually is bad for your client because he got banned within the first minute of speaking, which means he was using sarcasm to say that the judge, jury, and executioner doesn't know anything about politics, and that his opinions on Ukraine are stupid. And that it says here that he also somehow used Kissinger as a frame of reference for.
Yeah, he said you were better than Kissinger.
Yeah.
Okay.
But in the
Agree.
technically he was using it in a sarcastic manner, which implies that he thought Kissinger is a good global conflict solver, which is ironic because I think Henry Kissinger would probably not agree. Henry Kissinger would probably be closer to me or what he thinks my opinions are of solving the Russia-Ukraine conflict than whatever he fucking thinks.
Yeah, but they're Mexican.
He isn't wrong. You don't know shit about politics. This is my favorite thing that chatters do because they, I think that I'm going to do unbans immediately, not realizing that these are like 8-month backlogs. So they say some dumb shit in the chat thinking that like they'll get banned and then subsequently swiftly unbanned, but they won't. Yeah, I'm the judge, jury, and executioner.
That person is going to DM me later. They're going to be like, please tell Hasan to unban me.
Yeah.
Okay. We need more Mexican representation in the chat.
True.
Thank you.
Unbanned. You're a haram piece of shit. Fuck you, haram. Haram sucks dicks.
Well, did you do something haram?
Let's see what he has to say.
I'm very sorry for my behavior and the things I said to Hasan. I truly love his content, but was mad with how he was handling a situation a while ago, dealing with the drama with XQC, and I took it too far. It will never happen again. This is not like me. I was having a bad day and made a mistake. Thanks for hearing me out. This is a regular chatter.
It's a juicer.
What's a juicer mean?
He's an XQC fan.
They call themselves juicers?
Yeah.
Or do you call them that?
No, they call themselves that.
Why do they call themselves juicers?
I don't know. I forget. I don't really give a shit.
They look like they're a pretty regular chatter.
Yeah, he's a Mahiga fan too. You know what? He said some nice things about the system being broken. I'm bad. Turkish people are the worst immigrants by far. Malmo is a shithole, but not as bad as some news claims. MLK big retard. This is...
It's not funny.
No, it's hilarious. It's not funny. It's hilarious. This is a classic fucking like Euro sockdem who just sounds like a fucking American neo-Nazi in many instances. Okay,
but what about this thing about the Turkish people being the worst immigrants?
He said, damn, I was one edgy kid, my bad. What do you have to say for your client?
My bad. It's actually one of the greatest apologies that exists.
Holy fuck. He was banned in 2020 and he sent in this request 8 months ago.
So he really took some time to think about what
you know
he
what?
said.
Fuck it. Let's unban him. He's a Zionist pussycat. Genocide Joe, Zionist pussycat. If my memory is fine, I wouldn't have let you speak. Can't be too progressive for the viewership, but he had to be equally critical of Hamas. Oh my god, well, bro, what? Doesn't he have people to organize his garage? I'm convinced by the garage argument that is dirty, bro. CNN changed their tune a little bit after they went to Gaza. Zoom jacker. He is Jewish. Interesting.
Please, can I come back? You're my idol. I was very poorly trying to make the point about the influence of AIPAC in big media, given how the Zoom jacker got off after what he did. What the fuck is the Zoom jacker?
Oh my god, is he talking about Jeffrey Toobin? This guy thinks Jeffrey Toobin got back into mainstream media because he's Jewish.
You're calling him the Zoom jacker? Is that something you called him?
I was calling him Tuggin Toobin, Jeffrey.
How many years? Wasn't this
Lubin
years ago
Toobin.
that he was jacking
No,
off?
but he was in like on CNN. CNN hired him. Is Jeffrey Toobin even Jewish?
That's probably a very bad take, though. I'm really sorry. I'm not anti-Semitic. I promise. I will do better. Sad face.
Okay, what do you think?
I think Zoom jacker is really funny, so I think that for that reason alone, you should unban him. Also, let's see if Jeffrey Toobin is Jewish. Maybe he's not Jewish.
This is irrelevant.
I think it's relevant.
Jeffrey Toobin, religion.
Jeffrey Toobin, Jewish? Question mark.
Born into a Jewish American family in New York City, a son of Marlene Sanders, former ABC News and CBS News correspondent, and Jerome Toobin, a news broadcasting producer.
All right.
Yeah,
well,
that
doesn't help.
I think this. I think this
I'm gonna get fired again.
Him
I'm gonna get fired
being
again.
Jewish has nothing to do with it.
I'm getting fired again.
But him being related to other former news broadcasting producers probably has a lot to do with him fucking continuing to work in media after jacking off on a fucking Zoom call.
All right, X out of this. Get that off the screen. Thank you.
Well, it's like, Your Honor, I object because it is devastating for my case. Okay.
They said they're not anti-Semitic, and they promised.
Yo. Well, I guess if they promised.
You can just tell automatically when I'm out of gas on this shit.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna deny this one.
All right, thank God.
What? You can't say that?
I feel like if you unbanned him, then I would have been in trouble.
Hassan, talk about politics. You fell off.
Hell yeah. You did fall off.
Okay. This is what he said.
Supreme leader of Tush Revolutionary Movement. Today I ask of NKVD Hassan Maj to unban me for counter-revolutionary behavior. I will not say that Hassan fell off. I will not say that I want politics. I am sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
Did you like my Soviet voice?
Yeah, nah, but it's fine.
That was bad?
No, it was very bad.
That was bad?
Supreme leader of Twitch Revolutionary Movement. Today I ask NKVD to unban me.
Oh yeah, yours is better.
For counter-revolutionary behavior. Suka bliat. I will not say Hassan fell off. I will not say I want politics. I am sorry.
Mine was like more understated than yours.
Yeah, I think you're also bad. Oh, I think it's pretty good. Hassan's Russian accent isn't that good either. Don't worry. Shut the fuck up. No politique.
I mean, what were you doing at the time?
I don't fucking know.
What is the
3 views. Hassan fell off. This guy's a real view police. CHP communist liberals took the meatballs. Tere tere, bring back Erdogan and meatballs. Okay, this guy's funny. Never mind. So unfortunate. Hasan, inventor of Newspeak, America Back Communism Good, developed in 2019, now is being used by Turkey to render debate impossible. Okay, this is actually a funny Turkish chatter. I'm on banning him. Fucking dumbass. Inventor of Newspeak. Okay. Guess they're using Tel Aviv as a human shield. What do you mean demands retaliation? What the heck do you mean with demands retaliation? You can't say demands retaliation. That sounds like you're defending Iran's plans to bomb civilians. What the heck do you mean demands retaliation? That sounds like you are condoning it. You sound like you are condoning attacking Israel, aka civilian population. I'm just reflecting your words to you, bro. What's funny is he said, guess they're using Tel Aviv as a human shield. So, like he was way... Like, when I'm talking about, like, Israel's actions demanding retaliation, I'm talking about, like, within the confines of international law, that there is a just response. He, on the other hand, quite literally said something that's, like, he's, like, making a mockery of that, which under normal circumstances, like, I would let it slide. But why the fuck did he try to debate me on the opposing side of that argument right after saying this? Am I misunderstanding something?
Go down.
CNN warmongering incoming. How exactly does Iran imagine this will help Palestinians? How is bombing Israeli civilians going to help Palestine? We should be careful not to get delusional here. The goal is freedom. Not more dead people. Yes, but at the same time, Iran's actions are wrong. Retaliation, also escalation. Guess they're using Tel Aviv as a human shield.
I'm a genuine fan and wasn't planning to farm a clip from you as you suspected. My messages were incredibly stupid and provocative. I hope you can accept my apology. Intention at the time was to say that one of your statements about Iran could initially sound misleading to the normies, which I know was very dumb of me. I know you spend your life fighting injustice, and as things are going pretty bad here in Berlin...
Oh, he's German. All right, say the rest of it in German.
I am seriously thankful for what you do. Please accept me back.
Okay, that was suspiciously good. That was...
I do German all the time.
What the fuck? Why did that... You just popped on that. That was... What?
Yeah, that's my German accent.
Why was that so good? Oh, we have context for the clip. You sound like you are condoning attacking Israel, aka civilian population. I genuinely don't understand how you can be at the precipice of World War III and still be interested in trying to farm a clip. Literally.
Oh, yeah.
That's wild to me. That is actually wild to me. That, you know, there are hundreds of drones currently heading in the direction of Israel, and there are still chatters in here who are like, I can't wait to get a clip off here. How did he find this? Is the mods. They sent it to me. All right, what do we think? What do you think? Well, go ahead. Defend him. This is the last one.
This is the last one?
Yeah.
Why don't you ban this fucking German?
Okay, I'm just gonna unban him. Fuck it. Oh my god. And that is the end of this segment because I feel like I took so much out of Alex. Like, I feel like his life force was sucked out of him.
No, it's fine. I'm just tired.
Which is kind of crazy because when you think about it, I deal with this every day,
yeah,
thousands of times a day.
It's your job, and you like it.
You fucking dealt with like 8, and you're dead.
You know, this is your thing. You know, this is not my thing.
Is it fair? Fair. It is my thing. You ain't wrong. It is certainly my thing.
Wait, let's plug my Substack right now. Go to my Substack. I want to plug it. I want to plug it. I didn't get to plug it this whole time.
Oh my god.
I just want to show them Substack.
Oh,
Thank you, sir.
Vanishing points.
Are you not subscribed?
What? How would you say it?
You can be a founding member, Hasan. Do that later.
I'm gonna fucking
skip that.
What the fuck is this?
It does like all these auto.
Ugh.
Don't skip for now. Yeah, that's good. Maybe later. Wow, one more sub. This is my Substack, guys. I'm just plugging it right now. It's free. What? It's free. I started it in June. It's every week, every Sunday. There's a new piece. It's free to read, but you can subscribe. It's $5 a month or $50 for the year. And it's original writing, and people really like it. At least the people that read it really like it.
Wait, do the last one? No, I'm not. I'm skipping it. Lolo is literally dying here. He's falling apart.
I'm just plugging my Substack.
I feel bad.
I think there's a couple pieces that I'm very proud of. The White Redemption. Well, the White Redemption one I co-wrote with Liv Agar. It's a friend of mine. But I think the Who Can You Kill one was pretty popular. People liked it. I don't know. Just check it out, and it's free to subscribe. Also, I greatly appreciate it if you want to throw me some bones. It helps me pay my rent. Hasan does not help me pay my rent.
No, I don't. Anyway,
that's all, gang. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Thank you, Alexander Lol Overruled.
Thank you. It's hard to make money from writing. Like,
Yeah,
people
no.
really do not want to pay for writing.
No.
But
no one on there. What's up? What are you doing here? Oh, you're taking photos of Kaya. Someone in the just said, I can't read.
yeah. All right. I'm gonna go.
All right. I'm gonna be on a Substack, like I said. He's gonna interview me, and it's gonna be not a puff piece.
No, it's not. I'm actually gonna be very mean to him, to be totally honest.
Yeah. It's because I burped in the car a couple
We're gonna
times.
talk tonight for like, I don't know, an hour or so.
God damn, it's gonna be an hour?
Yeah, I want to talk to you because I think that people write puff pieces about you. I don't want to write a puff piece about you.
Okay, so yeah, no one ever slanders me, so.
Not when you go on these things, you get nice. They're nice.
Mhm.
They're nice to you. They're nice. Yeah, they are. I'm not talking about Fox News. All right, anyway.
All
Bye,
right.
chat. I'm going.
All
It's
right.
been really fun. I love hanging out with you guys. I like hanging out with them. I don't like hanging out with you.
That's true.
And I really liked the thing we did yesterday. I thought it was really cool.
Lolo, please ask him about misogyny.
Yeah, we'll talk about that.
Oh, God.
We will. We'll talk about that.
my
If you guys
God.
want to DM me stuff you think I should ask him, feel free.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I really liked what we did yesterday. I thought
Yeah.
it was really cool. Also, I don't know if he told you this, but you guys raised over $18,000 for Water Drop LA.
Oh, yeah, I forgot what the number was, so I was waiting
it's
for you to
probably
come
over
back.
20K at this point, so you guys did a great job with that. And I don't know, I thought that was amazing, and I hope we can do more stuff like that in the future. I love doing the live streams, and I
Yeah.
love doing community stuff like that. It's really cool.
Oh, my God.
What the fuck is this? What is this? Is that real?
That's your work.
I wish it had the deleted
Alex,
one. I wish
that
it had
is
the
your
deleted.
fucking work.
I'm gay now. This is real.
I hope you're happy. This is what you brought me.
I'm trying to help your numbers.
This was your gift alongside the fucking.
I'm trying to pump your numbers up, brother.
Alongside the Hudson newsstand shit that you got.
All right. Anyway, chat. It's been
All
real.
right.
Bye, guys.
All right. What?
I'm gonna go now.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
I'm gay now. I'm gay now. It would be the funniest coming out. Like, if it was sincere, it would be the funniest coming out statement. Like, I wasn't gay before, but I'm gay now. Oh my God. And yet people still fucking believed it, which is crazy. Ay. What am I going to do? Anyway, it's fucking Marvel Rivals time, dude. It's Marvel Rivals time. We'll see if I have anyone that I can play with. I've been asking, but it doesn't seem like anyone's dropping anytime soon. But it's time. It's time for the boy to fucking. It's time for the boy to rise through the ranks. You know what I mean? 19 inches of venom. That's right. Wig and Myth are playing. Seems they have a free spot. No, there's 6 people in there. I'm gonna go in there right now, though. I'm gonna dive in there.
He's dead. Nice. Take advantage of that. Take advantage of that.
Hey guys, if anyone's leaving anytime soon, I can also be a Phil. Just wanted to say that.
Someone, we just started.
Oh, never mind. I didn't know that.
We know.
Okay, I didn't know that. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good. Oh, God.
Okay, be gone from me, be gone, vile man. Saw a clip of the game in Taiwan. Wait, what do you mean? What's up with Taiwan? Not the rejection. Yeah, I'm a fucking big old loser. Okay, that's what happens when you're bad. I'm not that bad. I don't think. Am I bad? Chat, am I bad? I think I'm decent at Venom. Like, I'm not good. Game does not let you type free Taiwan in game. Fan is playing. Wait, where is she playing? I don't see her in any of the groups. Play with Connor. Is Connor ranked? You got clipped by Noob Hunter on YouTube. What does that mean? I just DM'd Fan and I DM'd Connor. Is Connor ranked gay? Is that a fucking question? I don't know. I forgot. You should do solo queue. No, solo queue is devastating, dude. Oh, never mind. They found a 5th. They need 6 people. They need 6 people. They need 6 people. Not 5. Not 5. Connor said sure. Oh, I fucking thought I was sending it to Fan. Time to make a Smurf for NA, I guess. Yeah, Carter, if you want to play, you got a Smurf. I'm just in a lobby. I just joined a lobby. If I need to fill, I shall message you first. Okay. Jerk Gherkin clipped you on YouTube, dude. That's crazy. Nandre offered earlier. I know, but I don't know where he is. Oh, Noob Hunter is a Marvel Rivals channel. Apparently, gonna offend him. Oh, what the hell? How did she take it off? How did she take it off? Kaya just took off the donut. This is devastating. This is the first time she's ever been able to take off the donut, and she's wagging her fucking tail right now. Okay, Nandre said he's gonna be ready in 5. Hold on, I gotta put Kaya's donut back. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I kind of want to try. Should I try a fucking...
Life energy is my eternal guide.
How do you play this character? What does this do?
Our enemies are here.
What does your right click do? Wait, is there even a right click? Okay, inspire.
Let me help.
Oh, wow. What does the Q do?
We are undulled. We triumph together. Double KO. Don't come back.
How do you buff yourself? You do... Okay, you put him in sleep. You put him in sleep mode. What does E do? What does F do?
My anger is healthy. My anger is purged.
Right click, heal. F is damage boost. Shit is sleep bomb. 12.5% damage boost with F, but doesn't
Our
stack.
enemies are here. This is natural anger. I am less angry now.
Headshots restore your heals and damage
I am
boost.
wounded. Double KO. Down. Feel better. Fight better.
No.
That's 3. Wow, 4 in a row.
No, I can't save you.
Too fast for you. Double KO.
How do you make sure that...
That's 3.
Oh, I'm inspiring. Right click is heal. I'm so stupid.
Wow, 4 in a row. Makes me feel good.
Headshots give you more
Our
leaves.
enemies are here. Double KO. Chin up.
No.
Don't come back.
F1 gives you ability breakdowns. I don't know how this fucking character works at all. I don't understand supports at all.
Feeling bad.
Wait, how does the melee work? Oh, that's ass. Never mind.
Double KO.
You should basically always be boosted. Sucks that Jimmy C passed away before he could bomb dive the back line. Nah, Cloak and Dagger's too complicated. Let's see Luna. This is like pretty easy, I
makes
hear.
people happy. Heroes make them safe. Maybe I can do both. I couldn't rest until I paid you back. Double KO.
Damn, these healers,
Another hit for Luna. Glow up.
these support characters have like, they have pretty good damage, honestly.
Can't fight a real freeze. You're practically a block of ice.
Luna's pretty easy. Shooting at enemies hurts them, and shooting at allies heals them. Cloak and Dagger isn't complicated. She has auto aim. Yeah, but let's see. We have to defend ourselves. Wait, what? You're gonna need a backup character in case the Venom is banned?
Right
Yeah,
there.
I would. My backup character, I can do Groot. I can do Doctor Strange. I can do most of the tanks. I think it's not that big of a problem. The class that I have issues with is like with DPS I can play Punisher, which is pretty easy. It's like noob focused. I can play most of the tanks, I think. Not that well, but I mean well enough.
Only one
And I don't think that they will ever fucking ban tanks anyway.
Double KO.
Darkness.
3.
Leave me darkness.
Wow, 4 in a row. That's amazing.
Did you read any of their abilities, or are you going off vibes? No, I read their abilities. I know their abilities.
I purge the darkness. Ancient one, I hope my... By the eye of Agamotto!
Double KO. 3.
The only banned tanks are Strange and Hulk. Yeah.
Out, dark magic. Another falls to the sorceress.
Bro, we are watching you. You haven't pressed F1 once. I know the characters that I'm playing. What are you talking about? Doctor Strange and Magneto are both very strong right now. Noko, come smurf this man. I know. I talked to him this morning. He was supposed to, but... Aga Motorola. Yeah, I need... Does Noko have a smurf or
In
not?
front of us. Not worth wasting magic on you.
Double KO.
Out, dark magic.
Try Squirrel. Why would you run around a quick match? Just Bruce is Bruce. Yeah, what am I... Your personality does lead to a support playstyle. You are the ball hog, play Hulk.
Wow, 4 in a row.
Not worth wasting magic on you. Another. I purge the darkness. Healing energy.
Thor is good as well. Just let me know. I can add you. No, you have to tell me. Here, just DM on Discord, real HasanAbi, and then DM me your username, or just tell me your username in the chat, and I'll add you. You won't be able to add me on in game because I have my shit blocked. Does the game have a story? Thor is good because their voice actor is the same from Ace from One Piece. You should learn support because we know that you will not practice to get better at aiming. My aim is fine enough. You don't. That's why I play tank. I'm not very good at fucking tracking, so I just tank it. I got Winston aim per se. What did Noko say in the chat? Honestly, W Winston. I agree. W Winston.
Enemy in front of us.
Also, I'm gonna be on Bradley Martin's podcast soon, so I don't have that much time remaining. I got like probably one game that I can do, which is crazy because I just made such a whole ordeal about it. Your Venom is great. Thank you. I think my Venom is perfectly competent. It's so competent that I can play with people. It's so competent that I can play with people that are like significantly better than me. And be fine and not be like a burden. You know what I mean? Brother doing all of that for one game. I want to watch you solo queue to see if you can still... Wait, hold on. Let me add. Wait, that Smurf is too low. Noko's Smurf is too low for rank. All right, let's call Connor. Let's add Nandre.
Yeah.
Yo.
Who are we playing with?
Nandre and Noko. Noko's like top 500.
What?
Yeah, one second. I'm gonna add Nandre into the chat as well. Ironically enough,
holy shit, the god stack.
Yeah, the problem is like I don't have that much time, unfortunately, because I have to do Bradley Martin's podcast, and the motherfucker lives so goddamn far from me.
You should slap his hat off.
He would kill me, dude. He's 260, brother.
I get so many TikToks of Bradley talking to the MMA fighters and being like, I'd kill this guy. And then Demetrius Johnson, 10-time world champion, is just sitting on the other couch and he's laughing.
Yeah, I don't know why he thinks that, but actually I do know why he thinks that. He's a fucking gorilla.
He's huge.
Because he's 260, brother.
He's on that Quest chips diet.
Me too. Me too, honestly.
I know. I've seen
all that's in your pantry.
Yeah. You should do a stream where you review your chat's pantries so that they have an excuse to see yours.
They don't want that smoke. I'll get canceled for that, I think. I would definitely get canceled for that. People will be like, oh my god, he's so rich, look at his pantry, he has so many expensive snacks.
You're just making up guys. You're just making the shit up.
I'm making up guys. Bro, I got canceled for fucking literally going to Skid Row. People are yelling at me about going to Skid Row. They were like, oh, he's trying to do content. But
yeah, you're an asshole for that, to be honest.
Yeah, they're like, he's trying to make content. He's trying to exploit the homeless. I'm like, what the fuck are you guys talking about, dude? I'm working with a goddamn local charity. And we got like pre-approval ahead of time of people that wanted to share their stories to fucking humanize people at a time when, like, you know.
I was catching a lot of smoke for boosting your account on Rivals. I had to capitulate to the CCP and tell them not to ban my account.
Wait, what do you mean? You're fucking
it was
Silver 1, aren't you?
Yeah, this is my Smurf, man.
Wait, what? Really?
Yeah.
I thought this was your OG.
another one.
I thought this was your only account.
No, I have a gold one account that's real Marat Piker.
Shut the fuck up.
I do.
I believe you, honestly. All right. I added Noko and invited him. We should get started at a 4-stack unless you have 2 extra
Wait,
people
Noko's
right now.
only silver too. You said he was top
What
500.
the heck?
Yeah, I
top
lied.
500 Noko?
I lied.
Yeah.
Noko, what have you been playing Namor, right?
Yeah, I play Namor. I play fucking everything, really.
Who's breathing so loud? His name's Nandre. He's got love in his heart.
Does my mic sound loud?
He's a little bit
You
louder.
sound handsome.
What the heck?
That's good.
Let me check and see if it's on the wrong mic. I was doing a bunch of settings with it the other
Y en la
day.
computadora le quité un montón de polvo. Nada más que, ¿dónde busco eso que me dijiste del... Porque ya miré que sí es porque se calienta, güey.
Oh, this is amazing. Oh, we're fucking
Se me
we're
traba
gonna win. Yo, you guys
Hola,
have
amigo.
mics? Does everyone here have
HasanAbi.
mics?
Hola.
Yes, sir.
English?
No.
Yeah.
Yes, a little bit. I know gardening, cleaning toilets, and everything else. You know.
Hell yeah, brother. Let's win this game. And Marvel.
I'm not judging.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Okay.
Oh, I know why it's like that, chat. Let me fix my mic. It's because I don't have automatically
Thanks.
determined input sensitivity on.
Wait.
I turn it off so I could fart. Fixed it.
Andre, what's your account name?
I want to start this game by
Real
saying.
Hasan Piker.
I want to start this game by doing a land acknowledgement.
By what?
We're on Stolen Sioux land.
This
Coming to you live.
lived up.
¿Me escuchas bien, Charlie? Simón. Healer o DPS, ¿qué quieres? Los healers.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Who did you vote for?
All right, who's on support? Who's on support?
I can go Jeff. I'll go Jeff. Oh no, we have two healers. Do you want to play Manus, Connor, or do you want to play a DPS?
Yeah.
Okay.
We can't find the push to talk button. But...
My Latinx brothers.
2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area.
All right, let's go. I'm just straight diving into the back
should be
line
fine.
and dying instantly. Instant death.
No, that can't happen. That can't happen.
How you do it?
Don't make me.
Send him away.
Keep your ugly friends in the scene, Namor.
Oh, look at that.
Yep, killing Venom here. Oh, okay, Hela's in the top right.
I can get up there.
Oh yeah, they straight for me.
I'm touching.
Oh my God, they're
Okay.
coming my ass.
I'm dead though.
I need some heals.
Capture the mission area.
Oh, well, too late.
All right. Full reset action. Might have to hella diff this person.
Oh, this game doesn't work on PS3. Sorry, I don't know.
One. Oh.
Mute key doesn't work when you're playing this game.
Yeah,
I
you
know,
have
it's
to
annoying.
run it in an administrator.
What?
Yeah, you gotta run
Yeah.
Discord as an admin. Oh my God, they're already pumping us from here.
Dude, I hate computers.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk up here.
Venom behind us.
I should be able to kill this Hela here. Got her. Okay. Killing the loon in the back. You guys should push forward.
Cloak and dagger ult.
Heals on me on the air. In the air.
Yeah,
right here.
dagger.
You can heal me.
Oh, I'm gonna die. Okay, we got.
Oh, no, mames.
That right side has so many Namor turns.
Bro,
Man, I can't believe these guys didn't die.
who the fuck is our Luna, bro? I have not gotten healed once
I have
yet.
not gotten healed as well.
I might switch Jeff.
No, you're good. You're good. I don't think it's necessarily. I think it's just pressure.
Yeah.
That's a lot of pressure.
Target priority.
I can't even dive back. Like I can't. Oh shit! I just fucking webbed into the wrong.
I killed one.
Oh, I didn't shield
Killed
that.
two.
Doctor Strange.
I killed three.
Nice. I'm gonna get a port when I respawn.
Doctor Strange
Nice.
dead. Oh, we got an ace finally. Okay.
Never mind. I don't need a port.
All right, now that we have the point, this is really good. Should be a lot easier.
Well, they're 77%.
Oh, that's nothing. That's nothing. That's beautiful.
My brother watches Hasan, but he watches him just because he's hot. Okay.
Here they are.
That doesn't agree with politics, I guess.
I'm gonna kill the.
I put a portal in their portal.
Moore's one.
Oh, no.
Are we all dead?
I have ult.
I died.
I'm gonna die.
Okay, I'm gonna hold it then for Hasan to respawn. I'm here, Hasan.
Oh, nice. Oh yeah, we baited his ass.
Yep.
Stupid ass.
We win this.
I have avocado or what?
Yep.
Oh my God, I fucking forgot.
The
That
hell
was
is
not
my
easy web.
I'm
Stand
blocking
point
her.
as you can.
I'm on it, but I'm gonna die for sure.
If you die, TP to point.
I don't have TP. I used it.
It's okay, I'm gonna kill fucking everything.
Yeah. No, we're good. We're
I feel
chilling
like
now.
I'm doing a lot. I just died though.
Hasan and I are on point. We got this Venom, I think. Yeah, Venom dead.
Heals if you can. I don't know who's.
It's just Doc. He's down. Nice.
They're,
Melee.
they're coming back.
Yeah.
We're chilling.
Thank you so much.
I need heals.
Job.
I'm gonna be a little aggressive here because we can stagger them.
Yep. We can push in a little bit.
Just need heals again. Yep.
Don't
Oh,
have
no,
any.
they're coming back. Oh, I'm dead. I fucking done.
I'm shielding you. Venom is chasing you though.
No.
That hell is so low.
Oh, they were so low.
I need heal.
Oh, it's tough.
Fuck. Oh. Neymar ult.
Okay, let me think.
Oh no.
You'll have to keep fighting.
Should have
Regulate.
we're fucking
Next
cooked.
round.
There's not much we can do here.
It's alright, it's alright.
I'm halfway to an ult. Connor has ult too.
I think is the Luna one of us?
No.
No.
Okay. I'm gonna hold on. I'm gonna actually switch with this guy.
Hey, Luna, try Squirrel Girl. Try Squirrel Girl, Luna. I think you'd like her.
Put the heals in the bag.
Yeah, this guy, I'm just gonna keep everybody up.
Are you anxious?
I think this guy's healing is genuinely like 12.
Yeah, no, it was very bad.
It's gotta be.
I didn't want to say too much.
No, you're good.
But I mean, I was also making stupid mistakes myself, so it's not like
I'm gonna tell you, yeah, you can still make stupid mistakes with me. I'll tell you worst case scenario to get out. Like I'll be like, just get out. Let me heal you, and then you're back in.
But now we can also communicate when we're diving backline or something.
I was a prisoner of the collector.
Because I think that's the best Venom map, or one of the best, and this is one of the worst.
It's really good.
This is one of the worst Venom maps.
This is such an interesting map rotation because of that.
Oh, actually, I mean, I guess it's not that bad, this map for Venom.
They're gonna be on the high ground to our right.
I'm on point.
We wanna fight. We wanna fight the high ground if you wanna come back up.
Okay, yeah.
Uh-oh. I'm up.
I got you.
I have ult.
You're fine.
I'm ult.
Go crazy. They use support ult.
Yeah.
Going on the support ult. Now we're fighting on point. I froze Namor in the back. I'm getting kills.
Magic.
So
nice.
Namor. Yep, Namor.
Yeah.
Just Namor on point. He hurts
I
like
have
a
ult
bitch.
for next fight too.
He's dead.
Nice job.
Thank you for healing me and allowing me to get a 5-player KO streak instead of what was going on.
I'm trying to heal
earlier.
you, but I'm really low as well. So give me 1 second. I need to grab my health back.
Get this. I'll protect you on over here.
Yeah. Got it. We're good.
I'm walling hello away. They're coming with 3, but I have I
have my ult. We're good.
Venom's got no shield.
Oh, I see it. Nice.
Oh. What the hell?
I'm trying to heal you. You can go back in. I'm ulting. Stay on point. Stay on me. Stay on me. You can stay on me. No. You gotta stay on me.
I'm staying with you.
Yeah, I should have you.
Okay, can you jump on that Namor? Can you jump on that Namor on the right side? Right here?
Wait, right side?
Yeah, right here.
I got frozen.
You're good. I got you. All right, never mind. You can kill the Hella now.
I'm getting this. What just stunned me? I don't even know what stunned me.
I got you, Hassan. You got Hassan. You're good.
Oh God!
I lost you a little bit. I can't.
I
see you.
Venom ult.
I'm low.
I'm trying.
You win that.
You're all very low.
Yeah, I'm just shielding.
Venom is low.
We have a really good onk down.
I need help with the. I'm getting killed. Fuck.
Luna's dead.
Venom has no shield.
Yeah, you got him. Beautiful.
Shit,
we stay on point here. We stay on point here. Oh, you're good. Your Mantis is coming back.
I ripped the triple.
Nice.
Oops.
Glory's almost yours.
I'm gonna have ult again for either the Hella. Yeah, I have my ult for Hella. Hassan, can you peek me?
What?
Peek me. I got you.
I'm peeking.
I was healing.
He just got that bonus off.
Great. Mantis ult. This is good. Everyone stack on the Mantis. Stay on point.
Yeah.
Okay, we should still be alive.
I have counter-og in 5.
I have counter-og after. Once her ult is over, I'm ulting.
It's okay. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna TP to the point.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna TP on the point. We're gonna fight on the point. The Hella's going to ult. I'm going to counter ult, and we will not die. Just stay on the point and fight.
I'm gonna do the part above the.
Yep.
Yeah, I got it.
Right here.
It's gonna be right above it.
Yep. And we're gonna land right on them. Okay, go ahead. What the fuck?
Oh, it's inversed. What the fuck? You just gotta jump through and hold W.
Oh, I got all here. I was one HP.
Chandelier.
Stay on my ult. No, you're good. You're good. Stay on my ult. Stay on the point. Stay on my point. Stay on the point.
I'm blocking her.
We won't die.
I'm blocking her above.
Nice job. All right, we're gonna kill the Luna right here in the back.
Oh god. Oh, I died.
Trying. It's okay. I wasted a lot of ult. Yeah, that portal. I don't know what happened. That was crazy.
I think it broke the chandelier.
Oh.
It was like facing like the wrong way.
Okay, it's all good. We just take point regularly.
Very
Hello,
silly.
Mantis ult coming up. We should be fine.
Very, very silly.
Swing mid-fight, big dog, be ungovernable. I agree. I'm going back line.
Okay.
Oh, I'm gonna
I can't heal you. You took way too much damage.
Yeah. No, I ate shit there. I got stuck.
Look at that girl.
Nobody dies.
I'm trying to heal, but you're all spread out at the moment.
I'm gonna ult on point.
I'm looking for that Luna in the back.
And our
Namor was the one who stunned me earlier.
Okay.
They Luna ult on point.
I'm just getting junked by all the tanks.
I'm trying to heal you.
Down.
I have ult.
Jab.
I'm healing the shit out of you guys right now.
I know.
Yep,
Oh, Luna's one. Luna's one.
Yeah, great job.
Nice, son. Doc is dead.
I'm taking him out to win this.
Venom's dead.
Nice job.
Yeah.
All right, I saved Doc. We're good.
She's going. Cook her ass. All right.
Easy.
Nice.
Easy does
We should not be able to TP.
Yeah, there it is. There goes it.
Great job. Great job.
Yeah.
Bro, our teammates are
Poof. Hey.
Our two pubs are
We rise above.
our two pubvilles are
Yeah.
they're all
TJ,
right.
you wanna play healer again, bro?
Yeah, I'll change.
No, he's No, he's kidding. Don't do that. We're doing great. We're doing great. You're doing great.
No, he swapped. He swapped.
Face 5. I can do more.
Oh, now you look like such a dick, bro.
Yeah, you do look like a dick.
That was fucked up. No, not you, Hasan. Open miking. Don't top down.
I'm not trying to de-rank here, guys. I'm sorry. Okay, there's no fucking joking around right now.
I respect it.
Is Hoboken no joking?
I got you.
And I'm trying to show Noko that I'm like at least a relatively competent player.
You're doing
here.
fine.
He's top 500, and I've done a bunch of stupid dives. Embarrassing.
I mean, to be honest with you, that's Venom. That's Venom in all ranks, bro. They all dive and they all fucking die. You're doing fine, to be honest.
You are supposed to create chaos.
Yeah, actually. As long as you're just putting pressure on their healers in the back, that's all you're playing Venom. You're doing great.
I have avocado if we want it.
Okay. Behind Dr. Strange, frozen. I need help.
I'm here.
Nice. I'm healing you.
Oh, I fucking hate this.
Yo, I have avocado. Good job. Dude. I'm gonna kill Luna in the back right here.
Yeah, it's here.
I'm getting Namor. Oh, he's bubbling away. He can't bubble for too long. Namor's dead.
Luna's one up there.
Yeah.
I'm chasing her. Not too far though.
I can't see it. Got you.
Yeah, I'm back.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I got you.
Oh, we got him.
Yeah.
Oh, what the fuck?
I'm trying to heal you. Got you. You can come back up.
Okay, coming back up. What are these magical structures that get built here?
If they get broken and they just get remade.
Venom is on the back line, super low, but is just chasing people.
That's not. Can you come back? I can't heal you.
Okay. I'm jumping.
No, all good.
I should have E'd though too. Use wall climbing for dives. I know, man. I know, chat. I know. Trust me. Okay, there's not a lot of wall.
I'm trying to heal the shit out of you.
Oh, he's gonna do it.
I got it. Don't worry. You're doing. Oh wait, didn't work.
Nice.
You and Joel just taking so much damage.
Yeah, they had off everybody on top of it. I do have TP though for respawn.
Keep going.
They're behind you. Cloak is low. Oh no, it's not low anymore. All right, I'm gonna do that.
You go crazy.
I'm fucking surrounded.
I made her ult. That's fucking huge. She has no support on that.
I'm up and above. Try and get the Venom to chase.
Fuck, I almost got the TP. I missed it by 1 second.
Down.
Yeah, if you can back up, that'd be.
A nice deep freeze.
Sometimes
Okay,
I
we're
dive
good now.
like
We're good
that
now.
to stall.
We're gonna start moving in.
Got a couple.
That's
Yeah,
two.
we all. Strange set
Alright,
too.
we just take point here.
Yeah, that's their 2 tanks.
What the hell?
The more on the right, on the left. I mean, the more just.
Hella dead.
Still have a healer, I think.
Stand on the point, somebody.
Yeah.
Stay on the point.
Wait, what the
here.
fuck? Oh, he shielded right at the last second.
You're gonna make your way back towards me a little bit if you need help.
Namor is low. Oh, I'm low now.
Come to me.
Okay.
Yep, come to me. Come to me.
No, I'm coming back.
Got you.
Venom on point. I have ult in 5% here.
You're all gonna eat that. Yeah. That's...
I want to get up and block her, but I don't have any shield left.
Feeling you guys are so hard right now.
Oh no.
Oh, I needed to just trade with him there.
You'll have to keep fighting until
I don't have TP.
Oh, you're good.
I
You're
do
good.
have ult. I do
We
have
got
ult.
it to 99. That's all that matters.
Yep.
It's one team fight.
Yep. I'm gonna drop in
Should we go in?
above.
Should we go in?
Yeah, we can go in. We can go in. Make sure if you dive in the back, make that Luna ult. She definitely has it.
Oh,
Your job is Luna. All right, Hasan?
Okay, you got
Your
it. I'm
whole
going in.
job
I'm
is
going in.
Luna.
I'm going in. I'm diving in.
Ready?
Oh, shield.
You got it. You did it. You did it. You did it. That's all we needed. Good job. You know we have backup?
Double
Hey,
og.
I'm an all here. I'm an all here. Now we go crazy. We go crazy.
Yep.
As soon as our all ends, we fucking go nuts
That's
here.
their 2 big AoEs.
Yep. Stay on my point. Here we go. Up top is Hella. Can somebody deal with that? Anybody with...
I have ult though.
Yeah. Try to use it or try to show that... She's halfway HP
3
up top.
dead. I'm on top of her. Or I'm
I got
at
her.
least I'm above.
Killing Luna. Luna 1. Ish.
Oh, we got it.
I should have played Magic all game.
We got it. It's over.
Magic is so goddamn slippery.
What's up?
She's ridiculous.
Oh.
That was incredible, and I also have to do a one and done here, unfortunately, because I have to do a podcast. I literally have to go. I would, trust me, I would want to.
All right,
continue.
well, if you want to play more when you get home.
But when I get back home, we'll play more.
I'm very down. Are you guys all hopping off as well?
I gotta go watch football.
No, I
watch my
all
team
good.
lose.
You're good.
I'll
You're
play
good.
more if you want to, Doko.
I don't want to play on my Smurf too much because I want to keep it lower level. That's what I was asking.
We'll play later.
So, what rank are you?
Silver 3, silver 1.
I got to dip,
silver
guys.
1.
Thank you for everything.
Oh, good. Hey,
All
GG's,
right.
GG's. All right, yeah.
We'll play more later.
We'll play more later, and then as we climb up, we'll just spend time. All right.
All right, everybody. On that note, I must leave. I must bid you adieu. Okay. And that is because I'm going to go to the Bradley Martin compound to fucking get brawling with the Brawling brother. Why doesn't this automatically reload? I don't understand. It's so stupid. Anyway, it's far as fuck, so love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow. We got news and other stuff to do, obviously. I'm bringing this to the Bradley Martin broadcast to show my bona fides as a real one. But yeah, another fun fucking day in the books. Fantastic time overall. We'll talk more about Jimmy Carter tomorrow as well. But for now, bye-bye.
Her sun is streaming. There is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop. Great names take on breaks. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talk bottles of champagne, bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming.